Seated. I do hope you're going to make us trend our hashtag India Today Conclave 24. Requesting all of you to please come in, do clear the aisle. Appreciate it. Do come in, grab yourself a seat, put your phones on silent, and we are ready to begin on day one of the India Today Conclave. Our theme this year, Brand Bharat, an Assertive Nation in an Uncertain World. Along with what you witness on this stage, we're going to have a couple of breakaway sessions as well. You can trust me to keep you up to speed with all of that as and when they happen. We have two of them today as well, and we're going to let you know. There's a photo booth outside. If you want to take a memory right outside Shah Jahan Hall, do step out, get a picture taken. Once again, I welcome you all to the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave. Our theme this year, Brand Bharat, an Assertive Nation in an Uncertain World. With the world's largest democracy headed for a defining electoral battle this summer, the India Today Conclave 21st edition is all set to explore ideas of how in the coming decades, Bharat, India, with its political, economic stability and unique social vibrancy, can emerge, where Bharat, with its political and economic stability and unique social vibrancy, can emerge as the epicenter of geopolitics and business. This phase of global uncertainty entails greater expectations from Brand India, Brand Bharat, putting India on the path to become a leading power. The question: can Bharat, India, deliver? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please call upon stage Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come up on stage and deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Welcome to the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave. Honorable guests, Honorable Finance Minister, welcome. The theme of the conclave last year was the India moment. Well, I can confidently say the India moment has only got bigger, much bigger. Let me be ambitious and call it the India movement. This way, we remind ourselves of the work that needs to be done, so that we keep asking ourselves the big questions. What's next? What can we do today to ensure that the India moment lasts as long as possible and convert it into a movement so that it transforms India like no other in the past? To me, the best way to build a future is to have a clear vision of that future, and then work towards turning that vision into reality. Today, I want to submit to you 5 images of India's future that I think are within our grasp. Firstly, forget about the poverty line, which is so often discussed in India and let's convert into what I would call the dignity line. Less than a month ago, the government released data that suggested that extreme poverty in India has almost eliminated. It is now indeed restricted to less than 2% of India's population. But I must tell you that extreme poverty is a very low bar to clear. According to the World Bank, poverty is defined as a consumption expenditure of $2.15 ppv dollars a day. That's purchasing power parity. Means a dollar is about half the value of the US dollar. This means roughly 1,200 to 1,500 rupees a month, or just 40 to 80 rupees a day. In the last 10 years, the present government has done a remarkable job of lifting more than 200 million people above the extreme poverty line. Now let's set the bar to dignity line. It's a line that measures the means to lead a life of basic dignity. That includes food, of course, but it also includes access to basic housing, electricity, clean water, education, and healthcare. And of course, a job that gives a basic income. I think Prime Minister Modi has grasped this idea of delivering a life of dignity for the people at the bottom of the pyramid from the time he took office 10 years ago. That is why his emphasis on schemes like Swachh Bharat and delivering tap water and electricity to every household. Also, Niti Aayog does not measure poverty by poverty line anymore, but by what they call multi-dimensional poverty. This is a most welcome step. The current estimates suggest 11.3% of Indians are below the multi-dimensional poverty line. 5 years from now, we should target either 0 or no more than 2% of Indians below this line. That's when every Indian will have a fair opportunity to making what life offers to all of us. Second is education. No country has become a developed one without a good education system. In education, we have solved the enrollment problem. But what happens or doesn't happen between enrollment and graduation remains unaddressed. This shows up in the large teaching and learning gaps on the one hand, and historically high youth unemployment on the other. A recent survey showed 25% of 14 to 18-year-olds could not read a simple Class 2 level text in their regional language. Less than 50% of them could not solve grade 2 level maths. This is a very sad state of affairs that does not bode well for the future of this country. Quality of education, from curriculum to pedagogy to delivery, hasn't kept pace with enrollments. This is true at all levels of education, primary, secondary, and college. At college level, education must be linked to employability. Most recent data show that youth unemployment to be at 16.5%. In 5 years from now, we must aim to reduce our youth unemployment to no more than 5%. This has to change dramatically and quickly. If we use it seriously, AI can help us there. In a matter of months, not years, our children could have access to the highest quality education customized to their level of understanding, delivered to them right at their home in their native language for almost free of cost. This is distinctly doable because India has one of the finest public infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the world. I hope the government, NGOs, and tech companies in India join to bring such solutions to every student. These are all AI images, by the way. So I see AI as a source of free intellectual energy. Let's open it up for our young minds. Thirdly, how we deliver the best healthcare to the remotest Indian village is the next big challenge. India has been late in understanding the direct correlation between human capability and human capital. Healthcare, along with education, is the essential ingredient for converting our biggest capability into our best capital. For the next 5 years, we should aim to achieve the following two. bringing our infant mortality to 5 per 1,000 live births from 25 right now. We've done a remarkable job in bringing our life expectancy down from 32 years at the time of independence to over 70 years right now. But now we have to focus on healthy life expectancy, not just life expectancy. India is the capital of just too many diseases. Like for education, for healthcare too, I think AI may be a godsend for India. It allows an inexpensive and fast way to combine the practice of medicine with the science of medicine, which is what we need to deliver best quality primary care to the remotest places in India. Fourth, make in India, we should move to make better than the best in India. By this I mean we should be setting world standards. And there are examples. For example, we have in India one of the world's biggest and most efficient oil refineries. Some of our seaports are the most modern. And so are our airports, are world class. At the turn of this century, how many of you would have imagined India would be exporting automobiles and being home to building the highest quality smartphones? Thanks to developments like China Plus One and policies like Make in India, we have the tide in our favor that can take us from Make in India to make better than the best in India. We have what I would call the last mover advantage. We can start with the latest technology, especially now that we are getting into semiconductor manufacturing. I think we're at the cusp of a golden era in Indian manufacturing. Today, India accounts for little over 3% of global manufacturing, and China has little over 28%. In 5 years, we should aim 8% of global share. Remember, in 1995, China had only 3%. Lastly, we are on the way to become the third largest economy in the world in terms of GDP. But becoming an economic giant is not an end in itself. We have to become a great nation. We cannot rise economically and descend in our conduct and our character. Can we be a great nation without knowing which side of the road to drive on? Every year, nearly 10,000 Indians lose their lives in accidents caused by people driving on the wrong side of the road. Can we be a great nation with ever-rising mountain of garbage surrounding our urban centers? Can we be a great nation if most of our cities and towns are choking with pollution? Can we be a great nation when lynching or beating a person to death becomes commonplace? Can we be a great nation when we are regarded as a rape capital of the world? Also, violence against women is treated as a routine affair. Can we be a great nation if our election funding is open to question? Can we be a great nation by confusing disagreement with dissent, dissent with disloyalty, and disloyalty with treason? Can we be a great nation if we live in fear of our government? There are many more hard questions like these that I'm sure you ask yourself every day. I think most of you know the answer. We need to measure what I call gross domestic behavior, GDB, if you like, just as we measure GDP, so that nation building goes hand in hand with character building. So that we become an economic giant, we also become a social and moral giant. 20 years ago, 2003 to be precise, President Clinton had told India Today Conclave something that has remained in my mind. He said, "I have no doubt India will be a giant, but what kind of giant? You must become a global giant and of the right kind." So here's to becoming the right kind of giant. Like always, we have a wide range of subjects and speakers for you to listen to in the next 2 days. I invite you to enjoy our Festival of Ideas. All of India Today Group is here to host you and make the best of the 2 days you have spared for us. Honored guests, I thank you for your time and attention. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the Festival of Ideas with our first session this morning. A 7 trillion economy by 2030, the promise and the pitfalls. I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderators, Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TV Today Network, Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director, Business Today, Anjana Kashyap, Managing Editor, Special Projects, Aaj Tak, and Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to have all of you with us. Can we have a round of applause as you welcome our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The theme of this year's conclave is India's rapidly changing position in the emerging global order. And central to that is the strength of the Indian economy. The International Monetary Fund has projected, and I have a slide that's coming up behind your screen, that India could be a $6.9 trillion economy by 2028. What's the unfinished reform agenda? What more do we need to do to move with the maximum speed and purpose possible? And what are the pitfalls that can derail us along the way? To talk about this, we're kicking off the first session at this year's conclave with our Finance Minister, who now is one of India's most experienced finance ministers, and at this moment, the odds-on favorite to present a 7th budget in July, potentially. So, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, welcome to the conclave, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you. I also want to welcome my colleagues and co-moderators for this session, Anjana Kashyap, Aaj Tak's star anchor and editor, and also Siddharth Zarabi, the managing editor of Business Today Television. So welcome, let's get started. Ma'am, can you begin by outlining the unfinished reform agenda? To achieve that kind of growth from where we are right now, if your government gets another chance, what more do you believe needs to be done beyond the reform measures that you've already put in place for India to unlock its true potential and rise and grow at the maximum speed possible?
Thank you, India Today, for having me over. And I thought Rahul's comment about most experienced was a bit tongue-in-cheek. He comes out as somebody who doesn't believe in it himself. But never mind, I'll allow that. In no order of priority, the kind of reforms which we need to undertake now, I would think, in whichever sector you would want to take it, will have to have greater coordination between the center, the states, and the urban local bodies, panchayats, and so on. In the last 10 years, my experience, at least limited to my experience, I can tell you, you may do wonderful futuristic reforms at the central government level. And most states understand that it benefits them as well. And they do also, in synchrony, do things which are going to help both center and states. And it is only when you touch that layer, the third layer, you find many of them are almost getting blocked. In the sense, it's not an intentional block. It's more a question of they understanding what it can do for them and also trying to make sure that they can easily slip into that process so that up from the central government down to the panchayat. Because after all, when industry in the ground, at the panchayat level. So if all those great reforms are happening elsewhere, level, it's not. So there has to be a lot of work done from top level in the sense of center, state, So that is one thing I think across the sectors. When you undertake reforms, it has to have that effect of cascading down to the lowest level.
I felt maybe that comment Wasn't it?
I knew you were going to come back
of
on
fact. And she is indeed one of India's most experienced finance ministers now, and in very august company. And truly, without tongue being in cheek and just stating the fact for is the odds-on favorite to be back in July. Both of those are absolute statements of fact. She's just being humble and modest the way she is. The tricky aspects of reform. So the government tried to deal with land reform. The government tried to deal with agriculture. Both occasions, the government and the Prime Minister ended up burning their hands and backtracked. Again has been an area where progress hasn't been made beyond where we've reached. Do you think those are areas that you have a philosophy or a framework to be able to navigate, or will they remain just political hot potatoes?
Due respects to those who protested on those, I would like to say those bills, when passed in the parliament, you can have 1,000 commentary on it saying, could the debate in the Rajya Sabha be held for 1 extra hour? It would have brought in more speakers. You can nitpick on those things. But they were the very reforms that, when in power, those governments, those ministers who held power at that time, were all vouching for. They wanted the agriculture reform. They wanted the land reform, labor codes. These are things, when people wanted it, they spoke very much about it. Records in the parliament show it. But when you politically conveniently sitting in the opposition protest against every one of this, your hypocrisy is what is getting exposed. And as much as this election, 2024 Lok Sabha, people see a delivering government, a visionary prime minister, and many other things which this government has done, I think they are also seeing how hypocritical in protesting against every good measure this government took was the current opposition. People are seeing that as well. So if the environment is building up for Prime Minister to come back, it's getting built up. On the one hand, 2/3 on what the government has done and the vision with which this government is functioning, and at least 1/3 goes to those hypocrites who wasted the parliament's time. And people are realizing we have not sent them there for it. Hypocrites who spoke in favor of some policies who are speaking against it now. So it is a blend of a hypocritical opposition which has got exposed, and the fantastic work which Prime Minister has done during most difficult time with transparency. 10 years, every journalist, I'm sure, searched for at least one little straw of corruption. You couldn't find one.
Anjana.
हाँ, वित्त मंत्री जी, जब प्रधानमंत्री ने सबसे पहली बार तीसरे टर्म की बात की, तो वो ऐसे ही हॉल में बैठे थे जहाँ बहुत बड़े बड़े बिजनेस टाइकून्स बैठे हुए थे, और उसका सारा का सारा बोझ आपके कंधों पर डाल दिया, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था हम अपने देश को बनाएंगे। 370 का टारगेट भी दे दिया है, तो 3 बहुत ज़्यादा है जो आपको मैनेज करने हैं। लेकिन सवाल आता है कि क्या आप ये चुनौती देखती हैं? आरबीआई से लेकर प्रधानमंत्री सब ने रेवड़ियों पर बहुत कंसर्न जताया है। यहाँ तक आरबीआई ने कहा कि परिस्थितियाँ कई राज्यों में, राजस्थान, पश्चिम बंगाल, बहुत ख़राब है, इसको रोकना ज़रूरी है। लेकिन जो एक पार्टी के लिए रेवड़ी है, वो आपकी पार्टी तक आते आते सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम, कल्याणकारी स्कीम बन जाती है। क्या ये मापदंड सही है? और इसी प्रश्न का दूसरा हिस्सा है कि क्या अर्थव्यवस्था को तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने में बतौर वित्त मंत्री आपको ये सबसे बड़ी चुनौती नहीं लगती है, जो चुनावी वक्त में भी सारे एक के बाद एक इतने पैसे देंगे, इतने फ्री बस राइड्स देंगे, जो फ्रीबीज जिसे हम कहते हैं, सभी पार्टियां ऐलान कर रही हैं?
Anjana ji, you're as usual trying, and I'm going to do it in English. Yes. I'll try to speak in Hindi, but I'll lose my thought flow because, I'll be searching for words in Hindi. You're as usual, and as is typical with media, and I don't blame you for it. You do this balancing act. What is ready for you is not ready for them. Come on. You do not have a budgetary support for some fantastic idea that you throw about. And then once you get the vote, you don't have money to fund that. And then you go about blaming the central government, which has not sought vote with you for the same remedy. But you want the central government to fund you because you had these fancy baskets of lollipops given for the people. Look at the example, and I'm sitting here to talk politics. Look at the example of Karnataka. A state 1 year ago was doing very well. Global Investor Summit drew the best of people to come and invest in that state because it's a fantastic state, draws excellent talent from all over the country, beautifully endowed, and has the right environment of blend of culture, industry, enterprise, and everything else. Now what is the state of affairs in Karnataka? And who is to blame? And it actually hurts me so much to say, even Bengaluru city doesn't have drinking water. All within a year, you've seen what the Revdi can do. And now you want center to fund your Revdi? And you blame saying center is discriminating? And there is also another state which has taken us to the court. And I'm quite happy to go to the court and put all the facts before the court. For the mismanagement that states do, I would want the media to ask more meaningful questions of those states as well. Stop this debate of balancing. What is Revdi for you is not Revdi. Come on, tell me. Ask them to show the budgetary statements to say, I have made provision for this particular thing, so I don't need newer taxes on my own people. I've made budgetary provision for this. I will not blame the government if it doesn't give me 1 paisa extra than what the Finance Commission has asked me for. Ask such questions, Anjana. Then you'll know what is Revdi and what is not.
Finance Minister, I want to follow this question up with a broader point about the North-South divide. Fastest growing economy in the G20 nations, faster than any of our rivals. 4th largest stock market, which is turbocharged right now. But do you think the North-South divide is a crucial concern that will escalate during the election campaigning?
Yeah, obviously, because they'll want to escalate it because it can keep the narrative going in the direction in which they want the narrative to go. But matter of fact, this has been one of those pet themes of state-level parties which think it's good to hit at the center and nobody from the center can come and defend themselves in that state, for instance. So when you have this debate going, I grew up in a Tamil Nadu, which I've heard, even with the Congress party in power in the center, and subsequently every time there was an alliance with the state party, Congress party was an alliance. Even then I've heard comments like, Vadakku vazhudhu terkku theyudu, meaning North prospers and South is theyudu is ragad karke kuch hota hai. You become thinner and paler and everything?
घिस रहा है. घिस रहा है.
So this kind of a narrative I've heard even Tamil Nadu, even when center was ruled by Congress party. It's a typical political narrative which particularly the Dravidian parties, particularly the DMK, has always used to give an impression that center is not doing its due to the state. And none of the ministers in the center, even 1 or 2 of them who are from Tamil Nadu themselves, would take it upon themselves to go and defend the center. I would want to believe the center did not discriminate the states even then and even now. But ministers who are part of the central government even at that time, alliance partners of the party DMK, wouldn't go to Tamil Nadu and take the pains to say, no, center doesn't discriminate. So that narrative happily found traction. But today, no, sorry, each one of us go there to say what we are doing, and therefore there are friction points in the narrative. So that is a typical Dravidian political narrative which believes in showing this country as being different in the south and the north being ruled by mostly or largely by non-Tamil or non-South Indian language speaking people in power, so it sells as an argument. But that's not fair at all.
Madam Finance Minister, as we look back at the 10 years of the Modi Sarkar, on the economic report card, there are areas of strength and achievements, and then there are some concerns. I want to draw your attention to 2 visualizations compiled by the India Today Data Intelligence Unit and get you to comment on your strategy to deal with these. These are economic realities. I want to understand how you're dealing with them. I'll take shrinking consumer spending first. So on your screen coming up is a visualization that maps consumer spending going back to 2 decades. So if you see, consumer spending over the last couple of years has actually come down to levels below where we were a couple of decades ago. Do you see this as being normal? There's a lot of concern in some economic circles that consumer spending is going down, and why, and whether beyond the big headline economic growth numbers, there is underlying stress. So that's one. The second is to do with household savings. So if you call up the visualization on household savings, here as well, there is some concern in terms of whether household saving, which has really been one of the strengths of the Indian economy, because Indians, unlike more profligate consumers in the West, tend to save more, whether that is changing and whether that again at some level is representative of economic stress. So if you look at those, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to absorb what the trend lines are suggesting. So Madam Finance Minister, your sense on the concern that behind the growth numbers is an underlying stress reflected and captured in these charts?
I'll first take on the household savings. Yes, the number which is shown is based on savings, small savings. And there are very many schemes through which we are trying to capture with better interest rates, like the one which we gave in honor of women. We said you take up a fixed deposit before the 31st of March 2024, you get a higher rate of interest, and many women have started investing money into the fixed deposit because the rate of interest was much higher than what otherwise the banks would give. So by doing these, where the interest rate was remaining low for a long time and people didn't think it was worth putting money into the small savings schemes or the banks, we had to prop that up with specified targets with higher interest rate, which means we are subsidizing. But what is also equally happening, and which doesn't get captured in this, is people today, when I say people, retail, small people, are also going to the stock markets. Not just going through mutual funds, but also going through demat accounts which they open on their own. So actually since after 2020, you find that money is going to the stock market in the name of retail investments have gone substantially high. In fact, India stands out as one of those countries where retail investors are directly going to stock market. And that should also get captured and not seen as speculation. It's certainly investing their savings into stock market rather than putting into savings schemes. That's about savings. If you talk about consumption, there can be a disparity, and that will be a matter of my worry, so that I can see how best I can help out in consumption expenditure. But consumption expenditure also depends on the items which go into the basket. And when you talk to the fast-moving goods which are reaching out to rural areas, there are dips and rises, but people are spending on goods which are consumer durables as much as they used to do when days were not affected by COVID earlier. So I think what is important for us is to see how in the medium term it pans out, rather than get carried away by month-on-month expenditure analysis. It is important to know because you'll get to see how it's moving. But I would be looking at both with a larger screen before me.
मेरा सवाल भी घरेलू बचत और लोगों की खर्च करने की क्षमता से ही जुड़ा हुआ है. लोगों की जेब की बात करते हैं. जब 5 राज्यों के चुनाव थे, तब सिलेंडर की कीमत एलपीजी सिलेंडर की 200 रुपये घटा दी गई और अब 100 रुपये घटा दी गई है, और बीती शाम ही 2 रुपये पेट्रोल डीजल की कीमत. अब विपक्ष कह रहा है कि ये चुनावी चाल है. आप लोग जब इलेक्शन का टाइम आता है तभी कीमतें घटाते हैं.
वो सही बात नहीं है, क्योंकि नवंबर 21 में और उसके बाद जून 22 में फ्यूल का एक्साइज ड्यूटी घटाया गया, और सिलेंडर का इससे पहले, अभी 100 रुपया के बात आप कर रहे हैं, इससे पहले 200 का कटौती हुई. 200 प्लस 100 पुट टुगेदर आज उज्ज्वला कंज्यूमर्स के लिए, जो लोअर एंड का कंज्यूमर्स है, उनके लिए 300 तो हो रही है. सो चुनाव के बहाना हो, उसके बाद हो, उसके पहले हो, आम जनता के लिए जो हम करना है हम करते जा रहे हैं लगातार। आप चुनाव के मद्देनज़र रखते हुए आप प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं, मैं पूछ रही हूँ, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स हैं जब हम रिड्यूस किए उन्होंने रिड्यूस नहीं किए, और उनके इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो में प्रॉमिस था हम कट करेंगे। प्रॉमिस को भी माना नहीं है, चुनाव को भी माना नहीं है, कभी काटा भी नहीं है। सो प्रश्न हमसे उठाना है या उनसे उठाना है? हम कुछ ना कुछ बहाना दिखाते हुए, चाहे वो इलेक्शन भी क्यों ना हो, हम कट तो कर रहे हैं। मैं पूछ रही हूँ उन लोगों से जो मैनिफेस्टो में लिखे हैं और अब उस समय भी नहीं किया, अभी भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनसे पूछ लो। आम जनता के ध्यान वोट के समय आप प्रॉमिस कर रहे हो और फिर भी जीतने के बाद काम तो नहीं कर रहे।
Finance Minister, you mentioned the stock markets and the growing stock market equity investing cult. But my question is, do you see any excesses building up in the economy? Are certain areas of our economy getting overheated? The regulators seem to be a little concerned. They have expressed public warnings, froth in the market, valuation bubbles, unsecured lending. As the Finance Minister of India, what is your view on this?
I'll allow the markets to play on their own. Because as much as all of us can observe that our stocks are overvalued or our stocks don't represent the real value, whatever be it, I think the markets will play it out. And we should leave it to the wisdom of the market, because all of us have seen that despite huge fluctuations globally, Indian market has maintained a certain level of sanity. It hasn't really gone too violent this way or that way. So I'll place a lot of trust on the market.
Madam Finance Minister, I want to talk to you about two things. If you look at the overall numbers for foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment, the numbers show that we're at historic levels or we're doing much better than in the past. However, many economists would argue that that's not the full picture, that the right way of looking at this, and again I want to call two visualizations on the screen. The right way of looking at this is to look at foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment relative to our GDP. So if we were to do that conversion and have these on our screen right now, so just so that everyone's on the same page, the light cream represents foreign direct investments, where in 2001, if foreign direct investment was about 0.9% of the size of the GDP as a percentage, it's now 0.7. So it went up in 2010 and has been a flatline curve tending downwards till last numbers are available for Q3 of the last year. So that's foreign direct investment. Foreign portfolio investments which come into the markets, again, is a zigzag flatline curve, not really tending upwards as a percentage of the GDP. They're saying, naturally, if the size of the economy keeps increasing, you look at the overall numbers, that looks very impressive, but convert it back into a percentage of the GDP, and then the numbers tell their own picture. So here, we've gone up from 0.6 to 1.3, but whether that is enough, optimal, and what more can be done. So how do you look at these numbers, the foreign attraction to India relative to the size of the current GDP? Madam Finance Minister.
They are very important indicators, no doubt. We'll also have to place them in the context. That is, whether the Indian market, Indian economy, the macro economy are all attractive enough for foreign direct investment to come. And whether for the FPIs, which are a lot more mercurial in their functioning, whether there's enough for them to earn. But that is looking at the one side of the coin, that is the Indian macroeconomic situation. But you'll also have to look at the global situation, whether the fund is ready to come here, or are there attractive markets outside? Despite that, if they have to come, what are the kind of things we need to do? So when the question is asked as to what the government has to do to keep FDI consistently coming to India, you'll have to every time pitch that picture against what is developing globally. So if the global situation is strong, you will have to do a lot more to attract them. And if the volatility is much more there, then you know that you will naturally project your macroeconomic situation being stable and attract them. I'm telling you the larger principle. But of late, India's macroeconomic consistency has been strong, and that is why you find FDIs coming in. Discussions with fund managers, discussion with sovereign funds, all of whom come to India to ask as to what is it that they can get into, which are the kinds of areas, and so on. So yes, the map is important, but I would think the interest in investments coming into India is at its one of the peak moments, I would think, because of late, at least in the last 5 to 6 months, we've had quite a few funds coming to India to say, we are very impressed, we want to continue to be here, or we want to expand. So I would look at that as a very strong indicator that this picture will only improve and keep growing.
विदेशी निवेश की आपने चर्चा की, लेकिन देश के अंदर जो चर्चा होती है वो सबसे ज़्यादा नौकरियों को लेकर है और चुनावी वर्ष है। मोदी सरकार बनने के बाद 2014 से लगभग 2021-22 तक 7 लाख के आसपास सरकारी नौकरियां दी गई थी, और उसके बाद से पिछले 18 महीनों में, चूँकि फोकस बहुत नौकरियों पर आया, 8 लाख से ज़्यादा सरकारी नौकरियां दी गई। आपकी सरकार दावा करती है कि मुद्रा लोन बहुत दे रहे हैं, उससे हम रोज़गार के साधन लोगों को प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, फिर वो इंटर्न आगे लोगों को देंगे। लेकिन विपक्ष इस बात पर घेरता है। लगभग जो सरकारी आंकड़ा है कहता है 9.5 से 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां अभी भी रिक्त हैं। राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां रिक्त हैं, हम सरकार में आते ही वो देंगे। वो राइट टू अप्रेंटिसशिप लॉ भी लाना चाह रहे हैं, जिसमें वो 1 लाख युवाओं को देंगे और लगभग 8,500 महीने। ऐसे में ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए, क्योंकि बेरोजगारी एक मुद्दा है जिस पर विपक्ष आपको बार बार घेरता है।
विपक्ष जो बार बार कह रहे हैं, उनके लिए मैं एक प्रश्न उठाना चाहती हूँ। जब वो राजस्थान में सरकार में थे, मध्य प्रदेश में थे, छत्तीसगढ़ में थे, अभी कर्नाटका में भी हैं, हिमाचल में भी हैं, एक पायलट तो दिखाना चाहिए, जैसे हिंदी में आप बोलते हैं झलक दिखाओ भाई, फिर लोकसभा में हम वोट देंगे आपको। कहीं कुछ नहीं करते हैं, घूमते रहते हैं, भारत को ये जोड़ो, भारत को न्याय दिलाओ, भारत को। अरे भैया प्लीज, इतना भी स्कैटर्ड मन के साथ ना घूमो भाई, एक जगह बैठो, प्लान करो।
What do you think, madam, of the Right to Apprenticeship Act? This is one of Congress's big promises. They say, like we brought Manrega, like we brought the Food Security Act, we now intend to bring the Right to Apprenticeship Act. Given that unemployment is one of the big challenges any government faces, is this a workable solution? What do you think of it as finance?
I want to ask of you, Rahul. Only when you think you have to have a right to so-and-so in the parliament passed, is the world going to change? Right to Food Act, right to this act, right? No one is against rights. Please do ask. But are you even empowered to ask for your rights? So would you want to place emphasis on empowering people? Give them the basic facilities across the board for everybody. Once you bring this right, and once you don't implement it, which is what they did, they brought all the right and kept crowing about it. Tell me how ineffectively they've used Manrega. Atrocious accounts came out of their time, Manrega being implemented. And now when it is being properly implemented, particularly because of the context being COVID, for instance, they mock at you saying, there you go, we brought the act and you don't even give us credit, but you're using it. Array, extreme, once in 100-year kind of a situation, you use that. It becomes a, blue book every time you want to quote. When you give them enough support to empower them and they are in a position to do their own. And I was very glad to hear Mr. Puri talk about dignity and not talk about poverty. What does that mean? Yes, talk about poverty, deliver on removing people from poverty, but do it with dignity intact. I was so glad to hear that. And that's what empowering is all about. And that is exactly what Prime Minister Modi has done. Give houses for everybody who's in that, below poverty line. Make sure they don't have to run helter-skelter. Use technology to say wherever they are, they can get their food quota, and so on. So, right to Skilling? Isn't that what government is doing today? Skilling is happening all over the country. Not just for, those usual skills. Lathe machine chalao, sewing machine chalao, papad banao. No. Even on AI. Even to use technology. Imagine the rural environment today. And all of us talk about women's rights. Sorry, Rahul, I'll have to take a minute on this. Who is being trained to use drones in the villages? And for all of us who speak about gender justice, and for all of us who want more women's participation in labor force, what is Prime Minister Modi doing to the women in the villages? They are the ones who are going to operate the drones. And what drones? Which are going to spray fertilizer, which are going to measure the extent of the land cultivating a certain particular crop, which is also going to look at aerially what is the health of the crop. In rural India, for women to hold those instruments and go about doing this job, does it have a big impact on the mindset itself? So you're doing things, making sure that you will ensure people are trained for skills. What is this Vishwakarma Yojana? Where people who are doing their jobs with bare hands or with minimum tools, you're giving them better market access, better training them, better modern equipments, and making sure that they will get a toolkit worth 15,000 rupees, 500 rupees during the skilling, no rights act business, 500 rupees per day during the training session. So you are able to see what impact this Vishwakarma is having on the ground, and then now say, no, I'm bringing a right for it. No right in the parliament, no passing of any law, it's happening in the ground. Let's talk about delivering things. We put everything in the right bracket and never delivered. And we can always speak about, I have given the right, but you have not delivered.
Before she became finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, I'm sure most of you remember, used to be a highly pugnacious spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. As finance minister, she puts on a more sophisticated financial avatar. It's at moments like these that the political boxes, the gloves come on, and then she's throwing some political punches. So thank you for that. Madam Finance Minister,
ensuring by saying a thank you that I don't come up with one more on him.
Madam Finance Minister, recently we got to know the identity of the donors in the electoral bonds. And as I was scrutinizing the list, there are a couple of questions that I'm sure are in the minds of everyone here. A, the fact that the BJP gets the large majority of the funding, which can be partly explained by the fact that you're the party in power and everybody wants to be with whoever they think can win. But there are two other questions. One, that the country's major corporate groups, and I don't want to name any one or two, but the big funders who you'd imagine are the ones who are spending their money because it's now through white channels, are not on that list. They're not amongst the major donors, and I'm wondering, okay, if those guys are funding, how is that money coming and how are they funding and why is it not through white channels? The second question, Madam Finance Minister, is this, that out of the 30 top funders, 14 corporates had some kind of investigative agency chasing them for some case, which would lead everyone sitting here to wonder whether this is some kind of a buy or sell some protection. If these agencies are chasing you, fund through the electoral bond route in the hope that you can buy yourself some protection. Now, the Modi government's promise was, we will not let this happen. No way, no crony capitalism. And yet the data seems to be telling a story which leads to many questions, Madam Finance Minister.
I think you've based yourself on huge assumptions. That the money is given after the ED raid happened. For all you know, the money was given earlier. And in spite of that, we went knocking at their doors. Am I making sense? No? What if the companies gave the money and after that we still went and knocked at their doors through ED? Is that a probability or not? That's an assumption which Rahul has made, that ED went and knocked at their doors, they wanted to save themselves and therefore they came up with the funds. One. Second assumption in that itself is Are you sure that they've given it to BJP? They probably gave it to the regional parties. What makes you assume so many things and build a narrative? The government has given and the State Bank has done its job as per the orders given by the Supreme Court. Now you do any hair splitting on it, but do it without assumptions of this nature. ED, and therefore they gave you. But the rest of them didn't. The rest of them have given God knows to who. Which ED was sent to them, and they have also given it. I think, smart, hard-working research will do good rather than lazy journalism.
Finance Minister, a quick follow-up on this. One, do you think loss-making firms and shell companies should be barred from political funding? And the second question that is related to this is that why is there so much doubt about corporate funding? Don't companies and businesses, if we have a right to vote, we also should be having a sort of right to finance elections of our choice?
एक लीडिंग सवाल इससे हिंदी में भी पूछ लेती हूँ, आप एक साथ जवाब दे दीजिएगा कि पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स का ये शक पैदा करता है कि राजनीतिक उगाही यानी पॉलिटिकल एक्सटॉर्शन का एक सिस्टम हो सकता है किसी भी पार्टी के लिए. आई एम नॉट रूलिंग आउट रीजनल पार्टीज और कांग्रेस और बीजेपी, एनीवन. किसी के लिए भी पूरा इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स का जो कॉन्सेप्ट ही है वो पॉलिटिकल उगाही के लिए मौका देता है. क्या ये सही नहीं है?
अंजना जी, मैं सिर्फ एक बार विस्तार से ये विषय बोलना चाह रही हूँ एंड ऑल्सो एड्रेसिंग योर सिद्धार्थ योर क्वेश्चन. इससे पहले क्या था, मैं फुल्ली कॉन्शियस हूँ कि ये मामला कोर्ट में अभी भी चालू है, चल रही है. Verdict is come. SBI is got to be submitting. It is submitted. मगर विषय इसमें एक प्रश्न मेरे मन में आता है, क्या इससे पहले जो सिस्टम था वो 100% परफेक्ट था क्या? नहीं. And let us just recall what my predecessor, when he brought this electoral bonds, Arun Jaitley ji said, he said, उससे बेहतर है भाई कम से कम पैसा जो पार्टियों को चलता है वो अकाउंट के द्वारा चलने दो. That is why electoral bonds, monies are going into the accounts, from account to party's account. So कम से कम जो पार्टी तक पहुंचता है पैसा, कोई भी पार्टी क्यों ना हो, वो वाइट पहुंचता है. It's not a perfect system, but you moved from almost a wild law unto oneself kind of a situation where everybody did what they wanted. So we moved from that to this system. This is certainly not perfect, but one bit better. Now that's not it. Fine. In the wisdom of Supreme Court, they thought this is not the way to go about it. Sorry. All right. इससे बेहतर सिस्टम आने तक अभी क्या हम वापस उसी जमाने पर चले गए हैं कि जो मर्जी कर सकते हैं, कैश में दो, चेक में दो, कुछ में दो, कुछ और में दो वगैरह. I am not criticizing the Supreme Court's judgment, but it is an analysis which runs in my mind, and I'm sure all of us are thinking about it. So a system which was not perfect, from a system which was completely imperfect, was brought in, consciously brought in, saying at least one aspect of it will be cleaner. Well, it's not approved by the Supreme Court, all right. So therefore, अभी हमारा प्रयत्न ये होना चाहिए, कम से कम इससे बहुत सारे सीखना लायक है कि अभी जो कानून जब भी होगा कि नहीं होगा. आई एम नॉट कमेंटिंग ऑन इट. इट्स नॉट अ headline for Rahul to say finance minister said the new government there will be I'm not saying anything. I'm only saying if at all whenever something comes we have to introduce elements of lessons that we've taken from this to make sure there is a transparency. That transparency will have to be progressively better than each earlier system.
Madam Finance Minister, we are coming to the...
And yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Siddharth, you're right. Why not? If corporates can fund, they can fund. But of course, under which scheme of things, which law, all that will have to be worked out. Nobody is saying parties cannot be funded.
But loss-making and shell companies.
Yes, there are issues on those sort of things, which of course will have to be looked into. You can't afford to have shell companies or, loss-making companies. That's a very valid point.
Madam Finance Minister, we are coming to the close of the first session of the India Today Conclave. And before we end, I have one final question. When we'd spoken to you at the peak of the crypto hype, you'd said you don't believe in the crypto asset, that this is pure speculation. I just want to call this visualization, which goes back a few years, looks at the crash, which is when a lot of people sitting here would have imagined that the crypto story is over, this was speculation, this is like tulips, this was never real. And then voila, the cockroach bounces back. Now, when you look at this chart now, more and more serious traders and firms are looking at crypto as an asset, saying if it survived so many falls, there is some underlying resilience, which even if doesn't make sense simplistically, but obviously is there, which is why it's kind of bounced back. And now, given the fact that crypto supply is also coming down, in the context of how market fundamentals are moving at this moment, is that leading the government also potentially to reassess its position on cryptos?
Reassess its position. Its position has always been this, that assets created in the name of crypto can be assets for trading, assets for speculation, assets for money making, assets for many other things. We hadn't regulated them then, we haven't regulated them even now, but they cannot be currencies is what I've always held, and that's the Government of India position also. Currencies are to be issued with the fiat of the government or the central bank of the day. So that is a different story. So if they're coming back, there's resurgence, that is the asset which is being created for speculation or for trading or for whatever purpose. And it is still unregulated in India. And that is why we thought it fit to raise it in the G20 forum, because as it is so technology driven, and it will have a bearing on cross-border payments and so on. If one country regulates and others don't, it'll be an easy way of moving money, round-tripping or funding drugs or even terrorism and so on. So we wanted to create kind of a framework by taking it to the level of G20. It has been very well received, and I'm sure there will be some framework emerging.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the first session of the India Today Conclave. One of the critiques, frankly, of the state of India's democratic play at this moment is the allegation that ministers in the government don't take tough questions and that journalists don't ask tough questions. I think the first session of the conclave should whip your appetite and give you the sense that Madam Finance Minister didn't have anything about what to ask, what not to ask, questions that could potentially be asked were asked, and she answered them, throwing a few punches as bravely as was possible. Thank you very much. We appreciate the candor and we appreciate your presence. Madam Finance Minister, can we have a round of applause for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for setting the tone and the stage for this, the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave. Thank you, Nirmala ji. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we raise a warm applause for the Honourable Minister, ma'am, would you stay up on stage for just a minute? Ma'am, just 1 minute if you could stay up on stage and accept a small token of our appreciation. I'd like to call upon Executive Editor-in-Chief, Vice Chairperson, the India Today Group, Ms. Kali Puri, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Honourable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Union Minister, Finance, Corporate Affairs, Nirmala Sitharaman. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for coming up on stage, taking our questions. Appreciated. 30 seconds to turn around the stage, and we're ready to power into our second session this morning, day 2 of the India Today Conclave, our 21st edition, ladies and gentlemen. Our theme this year, Brand Bharat, an Assertive Nation in an Uncertain World. We are tweeting on social media under the hashtag India Today Conclave 24. At lunch, you can step out, take a little picture at our photo booth outside Shah Jahan Hall. We will have 2 breakaway sessions this afternoon starting 12:30 p.m. and our second session 4:30 p.m. In case you're interested, 12:30 p.m. Threats and Opportunities, India and the Indo-Pacific. That would be in Mumtaz Mahal. For those of you a little intrigued on who exactly is Narayana Murthy, after watching the India Today production, Buried Truth, the Narayana Murthy story, you can join us and actually see her in person and maybe ask a few questions. 4:30 p.m. at Mumtaz Hall. Let's take you now to our second session of the day, India's Resilience Amidst Global Turmoil, Truth versus Reality. This session is sponsored by the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please settle down, get yourself a seat. We're ready to go into our second session. You don't want to quite miss it. Would urge all of you who are making their way out, believe me, it's a session you'd like to watch. Do come in, find yourself a seat, settle down, ready to power in to our next session this morning. Inviting on stage Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TV Today Network, Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Could I request everyone to just settle down and then we can start? Because if everyone's kind of moving, it's disrespectful to the next set of speakers. So if you stop speaking to each other and just settle down, if you really need to speak, if you step out, it just kind of makes things more settled. Thank you. The government of India strongly claims that the Indian economy at this moment is marching confidently towards becoming the 3rd largest economy in the next few years. It could happen in 28, 29, 30, but that this is India's moment. And that because of the policy moves over the past 10 years, India has been set on a very firm path of growth. Now, how much of that is the new reality? And how much of that is hype, where we need to be wary of the big numbers and look below the bonnet, as it were? To talk about this, we're joined by 2 distinguished economists. Can I have a very warm round of applause as I welcome Dr. Arvind Subramanian, special in many ways also because he's come down specially from the United States for this. So we really appreciate that. And we've got Dr. Shamika Ravi joining us as well. So can we have a very, very warm round of applause for them and for their presence at the conclave? I want to start by getting Dr. Subramanian to explain what is it that makes you wary at this moment. You know, we heard from the finance minister, we heard from the prime minister, they're painting a very bullish picture. And a lot of Indians, frankly, think that the Indian economy is moving in the right direction. When, as a well-wisher, you look at the India economic story, Dr. Subramanian, what makes you most wary, anxious, and concerned?
Well, thanks, Rahul. Thanks. It's great to be here and to be with Shamika on this panel. First of all, let me begin with a prefatory remark, Rahul, that, you know, in some ways, we're only having this, you know, is it hype or reality? Because there is a reality, a substantive number of achievements that the government has made, which we're well aware of. The old saying is, the best lie is one which is closest to the truth. So we're only having the reality hype thing because there is a lot of reality. And in fact, I do want to speak about some of the lesser known, early signs of success, if I may. Can I? Yeah. So I think on the plus side, we've all seen, the build-up of the physical infrastructure, the digital revolution in India, the Prime Minister's new welfareism, providing goods to people, and the banking system has become more robust, etc., etc. But I think I see one or two early signs of things that have never happened before, which kind of give me a little bit of, extra optimism, as it were. The first thing, of course, is that we see now, especially in some of the southern states, you're seeing a revival of manufacturing in a way that we never saw before. And I think what is particularly interesting about these developments is that you're seeing factories coming up at scale, employing 5, 10, 15, 20,000 workers, which we never saw before. And I think that's very encouraging, the kind of scale. The second very encouraging sign, of course, is if we can put up that chart on the services exports, how India is actually gaining global market share. And it's a very different kind. India has in some ways diversified and gone upscale from the first, the IT revolution. Dr. Narayana Murthy is here, and you will see we had a first wave in the early 2000s. India's global export market share rose, and now we're seeing, no, I think this is the wrong, the high skilled one. And you can see now a second wave, the global capability centers and so on. So I think there are some new things that are happening, early signs, which I think give. Having said that, let me turn to your question. What do I kind of find somewhat challenging and difficult to understand and worrying also? First of all, I want to be honest with you that the latest GDP numbers, I just simply cannot understand them. I say that with genuine, respect and things. They're absolutely mystifying. They don't add up. I don't know what they mean. Because of that, I look at some of the other indicators at what's happening in the
Why aren't you believing the government's growth numbers?
If you want me to launch into some of the details, I'm happy to. But essentially, the numbers don't add up. I'll just give you a couple of examples. The implied inflation in these numbers is 1 to 1.5%. Actual inflation in the economy is somewhere between 3 and 5%. The economy is growing at 7.5%, even though private consumption is at 3%. And in the latest data, the errors and omissions, what is not accounted for, actually it's about 4.3 percentage points out of the 7.6. So there's a lot of stuff about the numbers which, I don't understand. I'm not saying these are wrong or these are right. That's for others to judge. I just don't understand them. That's why I want to look at some of the other indicators. And to me, the 2 or 3 big indicators are, we keep hearing that the economy has become a very good place to invest in. You showed earlier the chart on foreign direct investment, right? Which, by the way, in the last few quarters and last few years, can we put up that number again? It's actually declined very sharply. Then on top of that, if you look at the overall private, see, if you look at this, the white line here, you can see foreign direct investment actually collapsed quite a bit. So the question is that if this China plus one opportunity has been created, why isn't more coming in? And by the way, just to elaborate on that, it's not just that India's FDI is coming down as a share of GDP. India's share of global FDI going to emerging markets has also come down. So the question is, if India has become such an attractive place, why isn't there more foreign direct investment? And even more important, if you can put up the chart on private investment, corporate investment, that's well, I hope we can put it up, that's well below levels in 2016 and way below levels when we had our boom in the early 2000s. So the puzzling question is, why isn't investment, routinely we hear captains of industry coming and praising the economy. It's as if they're saying one thing in public, but actually you don't see the numbers in the data at all.
So you've set the stage for this debate, and I want to get Dr. Shamika Ravi, who works closely with the government of the day, to respond to some of this. One, the assertion that a lot of economists seem to have, or some economists seem to have, that the government is painting a rosier picture than the reality, and that India Inc., for various reasons, may say certain things in public, but look at their private investment numbers. Those numbers tell their own story. So don't go by what they're saying, see by what their balance sheets are saying in terms of how much they're investing. Dr. Ravi.
So first of all, thank you for this opportunity. It's always wonderful to be back at this forum. Now, the way Arvind and I look at the world and the economy are very different. He is a macroeconomist. He looks at macro indicators. I really go to the economy with a lens, and I'm an applied microeconomist. If you look at the FDI numbers that were put up, they were as a percentage of the GDP. Now, your GDP is, you are the fastest major economy, and you have remained so for some time now. So there are two variables that are in that. It's the FDI, and then there is the GDP, right? And you're really looking at the share of that. What has been done right now, it is like an accounting exercise, and I think that's valuable in itself, but I think an economic insight would be to really go a little deeper into that to figure out, are we becoming more efficient at using FDI perhaps? Because it's been now many years, many decades of these flows. So I think you need a little more nuanced sort of a look into some of this to understand what is happening to the FDI and the efficiency of the FDI that is coming into the economy. That's number one. As far as the private investments are concerned, you see, I think it's very important to be honest amongst each other that, in some ways, the state of India, by which I mean the government, the judiciary, etc., because it takes all. Everyone has to play ball for this growth story and, this to unfold. Since 2012, you have had such tremendous shocks in the form of whether it was the retrospective tax, whether it was institutions basically annulling allocations which were legit as well as illegal, but even legit ones after 20 years of growth. These, I don't know if one recognizes that these are body blows to private confidence. And it has taken us about a decade. You are beginning to see a growth in the last few quarters in private investment. But that is the long-term impact of some of these absolutely disastrous policies that we witnessed under the UPA 2 regime, unfortunately. Which is why, we look at measures which are irrefutable, Rahul. Jisme I'm not going to argue base year kya hai, deflator mein we are going to quibble. I'm going to therefore measure and look at, which is what I have been publishing, look at satellite data, daytime satellite data.
Okay, so let's do that. So we worked with Dr. Ravi's office, and there are two visualizations we'll show you. One is the annualized growth rate of built-up surfaces across parliamentary constituencies. So you see what happened from 2010 to 2015, and then you will see what happened from 15 to 20. So what this argues is wherever the color is darker, the darker suggests that the growth of built-up surface areas is higher. The lighter color...
Rahul, you have the luxury of me being here. Let me explain my research. You see, this is daytime satellite image at a resolution of 10 meter into 10 meter. Can you imagine how accurate it is? It's not Indian data. It's not government of India's data. This is the European Commission having spent billions of dollars. This data is now put up. And you have this at the parliamentary constituency because that is what we focused on, but you have it also at a sub-district level. What you're seeing is, and this is built-up area. Built-up area is an incredibly useful proxy or an indicator to look at what is the economic activity at a ground level. And built-up surface is not just infrastructure, by the way, which is the government side of the story. This is residential, this is non-residential, this is all kinds of construction and building that is happening, all kinds of building. What you notice, and these are every 5 years, is you have an 18% increase in this measure or economic activity since 15, right? In fact, if you compare this with UPA 1, because you can go back, these are 5-yearly epoch, you're seeing that that difference is almost 30%. But beyond just looking at the average, because all India statistics that macroeconomists look at, it's a national GDP, national FDI. I'm telling you, where is the growth happening? So this kind of an approach to economy and measurement.
So I'm very curious now to get Dr. Subramanian to respond to it, because the argument that's playing out here, one is a micro lens at what's happening on the ground, the other is a more macro 30,000 feet view. Now, she spoke of efficiency, that whatever money is coming in internationally is used more efficiently with lesser corruption, and whatever the government is also spending is more efficiently, and therefore the multiplier effect is higher. The second is that look at, for example, and she's just given one data point about, say, built up areas, which shows on the ground there is economic activity at a speed higher than at any time in the past, Dr. Subramanian.
Firstly, I don't want to turn it into a kind of a dry kind of academic debate that may not be very interesting for the audience. I mean, just to look at all this in terms of parliamentary constituencies is a bit odd for me, because, change takes place as a result of actions by the central government, by the state government, and so on. So to make the parliamentary constituency, it's as if saying that all the relevant policy actions are being taken at the constituency level, when in fact that's kind of not the case, these things. Second, I think, is that even if I'm reading your number right for the second for the growth rate for 2015 to 2020, it's something like 3.5% per year. That's not what was being claimed, 7-8%. And the third thing I would really urge all of us is that, I don't want to get into this, UPA did this, NDA did this, because as I wrote in a piece recently, that whatever the achievements and the failures we've had over the last 10, 15 years are cumulative and bipartisan. Anything that we've done, take, for example, the JAM Trinity, for which this government deserves a lot of credit. I mean, the seeds were sowed earlier in the previous government. And I can go on and on. I think it's not very interesting to say, this happened in this point and that happened, and therefore we get into political bickering rather than saying, what does the government need? Are we on the right path? What are the deficiencies, and so on?
So let's spend a moment on that, because the one other big debate at this moment is around manufacturing, and whether India is indeed becoming a manufacturing, I wouldn't say powerhouse, but a manufacturing center. Are we benefiting adequately from the China plus one pivot in global supply chains? And whether we are doing whatever is possible, or is the opportunity really being captured by countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Mexico, and the others? So I want you, Dr. Subramanian, to first begin by highlighting what you think are the problems with government schemes like production-linked incentives, the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all of which sound like the right thing to do. And they are. Are they working in your view?
I think that's a great question, Rahul. So let me, can we put up the chart on manufacturing, please, our global export market share? So I think we're doing very well in services and the Global Capability Center. And it's true that we have launched all these schemes. But if you look at manufacturing, for example, our global share in low-skill manufacturing exports, which is apparel, etc., look at the levels. It's like 2.7%. China's for this would be something like 40% of the global share of exports. And as someone said, global thing. And again, remember, this is not a failure of this government alone. This is a cumulative failure. And as you can see, while it's come down from the peaks of the mid-2000s, our level has been uniformly low. So this is an endemic problem in India, but it's not that we're making significant progress on that. If anything, our global market share has come down. So the question to ask ourselves is, what do we need to do? Because make no mistake.
No, but that's one way of looking at it. The other is a lot of manufacturing that's now beginning to happen in India is happening also because of the size of the Indian domestic market, and is coming in largely because they think India is a big enough market to manufacture for India, apart from what may get exported.
I think, Rahul, this is something that we really need to disabuse ourselves of, that we are a big market. We are not a very big market. So let me give you some numbers. Let's say India's GDP is something like $2.5–3 trillion. Okay, and if you look at what is the middle class market share of that, I would say it's about 750 billion to, about 40 to 45% of that. That's the middle class consumption market. You compare that with the global economy, it's 20–30 trillion. So I think we are making the mistake now of thinking that we can grow based on the domestic market, which I think is a fatal error of judgment. Because no country in the post-war period, and let me no successful country in the post-war period, China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, ever achieved 7–8% growth without 15% growth in manufacturing exports. And you cannot get that from the domestic market.
Dr. Ravi, do you want to weigh in on this argument that yes, there is some manufacturing activity, but the base is very low? And when I spoke to Dr. Raghuram Rajan at Davos, he made the same argument that your base is so low, to show some growth on a very low base is just aiming for too little. We must aim for much higher, because that's the appetite the government claims it has. And therefore, we're getting carried away and excited by very small wins. We're not playing the big game. If you look at the big global picture, it's Mexico, it's Vietnam, it's countries like that. Those are the true beneficiaries of the China plus one pivot.
But that's again, Rahul, and I agree with Arvind when he says there's a continuum. It's not like the country became totally different in 2014. When I moved to Delhi in 2013, it was accepted wisdom in Delhi circuits of public policy that India has missed the manufacturing bus. And I bet most of you who have been reading anything on government policy in manufacturing, you must have come across this phrase. India has missed the manufacturing bus. Now, and some people continue to say that, it is so naive, because you are assuming that we are going to do exactly what China did, or that is the growth model. The whole world is growing. It's not just the OECD. Your Latin America is growing, Africa is growing, the rest of Asia is growing. And as these parts of the world grow, the demand for simple manufacturing, shirts, shoes, books, pens, bottles, everything around you, these are not high-tech. That whole demand will continue to grow. There are buses and buses coming. The point is, now we are onto a bus, finally. So we have had to reorient the thinking, not just at the central, but I must say across the states, to say that manufacturing is very important. Now, we are also in a very different world today than we were 10 years back. Do you know how much China spends on industrial policy? 1.7% of its GDP. Do you know that is more than what they spend on their defense? Do you realize the strategic importance of government and industrial policy and what is happening in the world today? You have to respond to that. So to think that we are going to make a switch from agriculture, unskilled, semi-skilled, whatever, to services, and that is going to be, no, I'm sorry, that is just not going to happen in an economy where you have 600 million workforce, right? So I think that's an important way to look at it.
You want to make a quick interjection?
No, I think Shamika makes a really important point, which is why, I think it's worth, but I kind of got a bit confused. But remember that the services boom that we are witnessing today, that can produce dynamism. It cannot produce inclusive growth, because by definition, global capability centers, services provide good employment for 1%, 2%, 3% of the workforce. So if you need inclusive growth, and I think that's what Shamika was saying, that we need to do, the shoes, the textiles, the apparel, etc. Where I think Shamika is also absolutely right is that, but this window is not open forever because of stuff like, artificial intelligence, robots, etc. Just to give you one example.
No, but can I just challenge you to say that that's much easier said than done? Look at what she's saying, that we were just standing at the bus stop, the buses were going past. Now we got into some kind of a bus. Okay, the bus isn't moving with as much speed as it should, but at least we're on a bus. Earlier we weren't even on the manufacturing bus. What do you think Rahul, the government should be doing, Dr. Subramanian, which they aren't? Like, what is it that you say, okay, they really ought to be doing this, which they aren't?
Let me give you a couple of responses on that. I think that what the government needs to do, take the PLI, for example, right? The PLI, if you look at the numbers, it's very tilted towards, skill-intensive, capital-intensive sectors. We should, building on what Shamika said, we should be building on that to really promote, the leather, the footwear, the textiles, the clothing, etc., etc. And in Tamil Nadu, for example, and Karnataka, that's happening to some extent. But we should be wooing global investors in those sectors that are going to produce a lot.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Why is it more towards semiconductors, chips,
Oh, it's
telecom?
across the board, Rahul. It's across the board. In fact, the point is, was it limited to parliamentary constituency? No, that's the shape file that you had, so we put it out. That analysis is at a district level where an administration runs, is at a sub-district level where your taluk or your blocks are run. And when you look at that analysis, you are seeing that the biggest growth, and construction, by the way, is a very important part of the economy, the real estate, etc. You have had the biggest growth since 15 in the smallest or the least developed parts of your country. So when we are talking about inclusive growth, it means regional, sort of
so
variation.
This is such a
In response to your question, I think the question that all of us should confront about government policy, it's done a lot of good things. I would make a distinction between hardware, where the government has done very well, versus the software. And, subsidies, good, you're trying it, etc. You still don't see any outcomes. I think the heart, we should examine ourselves. Is there something about government policy that is creating a level playing field for all investors or not? Or is it the case that some are favored over others?
No, so let me come to
arbitrary action, the sense that you are safe, that there won't be arbitrary action, that some, houses will not be favored or others. Otherwise, I cannot understand why, despite the hardware being done, despite the banking system being cleaned up, despite the China Plus One opportunity, our private investment is stuck.
So you think it's because they're fearful of vindictive action?
That's a question I'd like to pose.
So let Shamika Ravi respond to this, because we're also at the end of this debate, and this is such a fascinating economic conversation. I could go on all night with this. But this assertion that the reason that private investment isn't coming in, given where we are in the utilization cycle, is because, they won't tell you on the face, and they won't say this at the India Today Conclave, but privately they are fearful that some corporate groups are benefiting, that you say you've ended crony capitalism, but that is not really correct, because if it wasn't, and if India Inc. wasn't fearful, at this stage of our utilization cycle, there would be more investment in all kinds of activity.
So first of all, the PLIs are working in sectors that they are working, and cell phone is an example. So let's not sweepingly say PLIs are not working. An important thing to remember is that in the current global environment, with every country, major countries now doing a make in X great again, or make in the US, or make in Germany, etc., you have to have a policy where manufacturing in India, make in India, etc., is a priority. That's number one. So you have to do it. It's of strategic importance. The second is, are they fearful? Well, that's another myth. And I'm actually surprised you call it truth versus reality, as if the reality is untrue. The point is, in the recent, if you look at the last few quarters, you've had an uptick. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that the death blows that came in the form of retrospective or the coal allocations, etc., it takes a while to build confidence. And unlike most countries, where major capex by the government crowds out private investment, Rahul, India is one country that has never followed that average path. If you look at the data of the last 50 years, in India, growing capital expenditure by the government always crowds in private investment. So it's a matter of, when you're seeing the economy grow, the way I have shown you, at least in terms of things that are irrefutable, private investment follows with a certain lag, right? And it is happening.
Okay.
Is it happening everywhere is the question. But PLI, also we have to have a scientific approach to it. It's not working everywhere, but it's working in sectors that there's a trial and error about policy as well. So we're not going to randomly scale up in sectors where, because we do not have 1.7% of GDP of the size of China to throw at industry, and that's the real competition that you're up against.
So around one.
We're out of time. Okay, very briefly.
See, the other thing that worries me, and it kind of something that Arun mentioned at the beginning and something that you said as well, is that I think one worries about government action. Is it being consistent? Is it being fair? Is it being arbitrary? Is that the reason? The other thing that worries me is that, fine, we're giving subsidies. I think that we have turned inward once again, in terms of our tariff policy, in terms of restrictions, and so on. So the bigger question for Indian policymakers is, we say, and I agree with that we want to conquer the world because that's where the jobs are, the manufacturing is, but our orientation is once again come inward. Are these two consistent is something that I would like to pose for the audience.
So we're out of time on this session, and this is truly a fascinating conversation because answering some of these questions is central to where we end up in 2030. And Dr. Subramanian is here, and hopefully some of you who've come in for the conclave can have conversations with him on the sidelines. I want to thank Shamika Ravi and Dr. Subramanian for joining us. We're like radiologists doing an X-ray. You can see what the X-ray is telling you now, whether it is because there is fear or because there was the pandemic and retrospective tax, trying to clear that up, so the lung is being cleared. Now, what's the reason? Everyone has their own theory, but this has been a very fascinating conversation. And
Rahul, I do think you should spend a moment, because you didn't, is that what the government has accomplished in the last 10 years in terms of targeting the bottom 2 quintiles, which is the saturation, basic amenities. You didn't put up those graphs, but 50% of the bottom 20% had electricity. Today that number is above 90, right? Same for toilets, drinking water. You should view what is happening in India today as something that happened in the US in the 1940s post the war. You are expanding basic amenities to all citizens everywhere in the country because this is the foundation for long-term sustainable economic growth. So it's not just, let's try make in India today, let's try services. No. You have to have a 100-year vision of what exactly will it take to unleash eventually human capital. People make nations, people build countries, and that is the effort.
Sure. Can we have a warm round of applause for Dr. Shamika Ravi and Dr. Arvind Subramanian? It's very nice to have these genteel but sophisticated, high-quality economic debates. I'm very thankful for your time. Thank you for making the effort.
Ladies and
thank you
gentlemen,
for
put your
joining
hands
us.
together. Request both Ms. Ravi and Mr. Subramanian to stay on stage. So do stay on stage as I call upon Joyanil Mukherjee, Executive Director, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Once again, do raise a warm applause for Arvind Subramanian and Shamika Ravi. Thank you, Ms. Ravi. Thank you, Mr. Subramanian. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us about 20 seconds turnaround time and we are ready to power into our next session this afternoon. And it's a session you don't quite want to miss if you were completely enthralled with the Ram Mandir inauguration, because we'll have with us next the man who sculpted the Murthy that has practically all of India in ruptures. To take it from here and to introduce you to our guest, take you through our next session, Sculpting Faith, Bringing Stone to Life. This session has been sponsored by Gujarat Tourism. Calling on stage, Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today TV, to take it from here.
विद्रुम से अरुण अधर, बोलत मुख मधुर मधुर,
सुभग नासिका में चारू लटकत लटकनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र बाजत पैजनिया. Goswami Tulsidas painted a word picture about Bal Shri Ram, and that's been etched in our collective conscience, in our memories for generations, for centuries. But to carve that in stone for the next, not just generations or centuries, but for millennia, that miracle, that marvel. I have Arun Yogiraj ji here with us, and he did that tapasya. And those eyes that you see, those eyes look into your soul. Arun ji, ye kaise kiya aapne? How did you do this chamatkar that those eyes have just come so alive?
First of all, I would like to give credit to our ancestors. This is all the beauty and the strength of our Shilpa Shastra. Again, I'm very fortunate that I'm born in a family where we are doing sculpting from past 5 generations. That knowledge transfer really helped me to bring this divinity in the eyes. There is a process called Netromilan. It was written by our ancestors earlier, centuries ago. There we will be carving not only this idol, every idol which will get Prana Pratishtapan will be carved in a silver hammer and golden chisel. The same thing, no, I followed the same thing here. And so many people are asking me about that glitterness in the eyes. After completing Netromilan, we have a Dhyana Sloka and Bijakshara, we'll write a Bijakshara on the eyes. After that, we felt that there is a small hurt happened to eyes. To heal that, I just, it's not my idea, it's our ancestral given written things, and we applied a ghee and honey, so that day the whole nation connected through eyes because of that our ancestral given solution, given procedures of eyes.
And when this was being done, we were told that there was a Shubh Muhurt that was taken out precisely of 20 minutes, that the eyes had to be made in 20 minutes, and there was a tapasya that you did. There was a ritual that you followed before you used that golden chisel and silver hammer to make these divine eyes, sir.
Sir, हमको गणेश आचार्य जी ने कहा था, so Arun, the 20 minutes enough for you to sculpt the eyes. And I told, Guruji, this is enough for me to carve. And he told me some rituals to follow. One, he told me to take bath in the Saryu Nadi in the early morning. And he told, take the blessings of Hanuman. And also, do puja in Kanak Bhavan. Later, you do the eye opening part. And he given me Muhurtam and exactly 20 minutes. That is one of the most tense and very I can say बहुत tension था, क्योंकि I know so many types of eyes. वो 10 से ज़्यादा में तरीका से आँख बना सकते हैं, मगर selecting one in the 10 बहुत difficult था, and again I always believe that Bhagwan will help me and he will get it through me. So then I did a small prayer, puja to my Kula Devata, and I took the blessings of our Kula Devata and I sculpted this eyes in 20 minutes.
Just 20 minutes. By the way, भगवान शिव की ये विग्रह बन के तैयार होगा और आपके सामने in front of you he'll sculpt those eyes right here as we continue talking, and there is a specific way that you do this to make the eyes, that hammer, the chisel, the prayer, and I believe you used to talk to Lord Ram for inspiration.
Sir, what is our thought process? हमारा क्या इच्छा थे वो हमारा reflection of our soul is our art. हम क्या चाहते हैं वो बन जाता है. मैं वही चाहता था, हम पूरा देश से आने वाला माता पिता, गांव से आने वाला माता पिता, हमारा एज का, everyone should at least feel the darshan of Ram Lalla. This is what my thought process when I started sculpting from the first day. And that time, it's a huge responsibility, because we know that the whole nation is waiting for this. And as a normal human being, I'm not able to take this pressure. So to reduce my pressure, I always believe that it is not my work. He will get it through me. So मैंने ऐसे ही बात करना शुरू किया, because I spend most of the time with a stone. बाहर की दुनिया से बहुत कम रहता हूँ, क्योंकि पत्थर से वक्त ज़्यादा बिताता हूँ और कभी कभी आपको बोर हो जाता है. So I fight, I show my angerness, my love and my expression. Everything is for me stone from past 25 years. So this is what I did. मैं लल्ला से ऐसे ही बात कर रहे शुरू किया, बनवा दो, हम तो है आपके पास, आपको क्या चाहिए बनवाइए हमसे. So this type of interaction I keep always having with whatever the work I'm doing.
और रामलला ने आपकी लेकिन परीक्षा भी बहुत ली, क्योंकि बहुत कम लोग ये जानते हैं कि जब आपने बनाना शुरू किया विग्रह को, and I think you'd already worked 3 months on it.
Yes.
And there was a flaw in that stone, and that stone was rejected.
Yes.
What happened then?
Sir, I started sculpting in the month of June, and at the time of August, I almost completed 70% of the work. और मिश्रा जी ने फ़ोन किया, अरुण दिल्ली आ जाओ. I thought मैं तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा हूँ, वो शायद और बड़ी काम देगा मेरे को. So I arrived Delhi, and Mishra ji told, Arun, out of 8 tests, there is 1 report coming out negative. हम इस पत्थर से आगे हम नहीं जा सकते. And he told, we are answerable for the nation, and you are a young boy, you have 2 months more time. I think you can do the new one. Within a minute, not even a minute, less than a minute, I agreed, and I started the new sculpture. मूर्ति का निर्माण मैंने सितंबर में शुरू किया. So even I don't want to go ahead with that. अभी एक नेगेटिव रिपोर्ट आ गया, so even I don't want to work on that again. So परीक्षा तो बहुत लिया है,
लेकिन टेंशन भी बहुत हुआ, क्योंकि उस दिन मैंने सुना है कि आप बहुत बहुत दुखी थे कि अब कैसे होगा. कंपटीशन भी था.
Yes.
तीन विग्रह बन रहे थे, 3 अलग अलग मूर्तियां बन रही थी.
Yes.
और ऐसा भी चांस था कि ये कृष्ण शिला, the dark stone which was finally selected,
yes,
that may be rejected and the marble may be chosen. So
yes, ये बहुत difficult time at that day, because मैं तो हाँ कह दिया 1 मिनट के अंदर. बाद में एक टेंशन शुरू हो गया कि I'm very close, like I'm 1 among 3, this is the biggest opportunity of my life, and मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो गया. So बहुत डिप्रेशन में था. I would like to thank चंपत राय जी at that time. He realized that ये लड़का डिप्रेशन में जाएगा. So he left everything and he came back and he hugged me for at least 10 minutes. He started tapping on my shoulder. हिम्मत मत हारो, भगवान परीक्षा लेगा. So that word again, I just regrouped all my energy, and मैं 1000 फोटो सेव किया था to take the references. उसमें मेरा काम पिछले क्या किया था, 10 फोटोस ऐड किया, क्योंकि I would like to get my confidence back. और मेरा फोटोस भी देखने शुरू किया, हाँ मैं पहले काम किया है, क्योंकि उस वक्त मैंने भूल रहा था मैं कुछ किया है. It was so heartbroken thing happened at that time. I have to get my confidence back. इसलिए मेरा काम पिछले क्या किया था वो भी फोटोस देखना शुरू किया मैंने. And also again वनवास हमारा राम को नहीं छोड़ा, हमको सामान्य मनुष्य है.
ये कभी हिम्मत नहीं हारनी चाहिए. और ये भी था कि होए है वही जो राम रच राखा, तो whatever happens will be good, will be positive is what your thinking was. लेकिन एक परीक्षा आपकी और हुई थी. तो मैंने आपकी पत्नी विजेता जी का भी इंटरव्यू किया था. मैं लगातार 1 महीने से अयोध्या में था उस समय, और उन्होंने मुझे बताया, एंड आई थिंक शी हैड टीयर्स इन हर आईज व्हेन शी सेड apparently you had a major eye injury when you were sculpting this. Not many people know this.
Yes, stone sculpting, it's always a life risk work, because these days पत्थर तो बहुत हार्ड था. We'll take the help of technology like cutting and grinding machines, where cutting machine ran 28,000 times per minute, 28,000 rotation per minute. So while doing, I'll while chipping out. So sometime, definitely most of the time I'll wear the specs, but sometimes we need to have a look, very closer look. मैं थोड़ा निकाल के काम कर रहा था, just लग गई मेरा right high पे थोड़ा not very serious, but definitely बहुत pain हो रहा था. At that time I went to an eye hospital at Ayodhya. Doctor treated me and he removed it and he told me take rest for at least 3-4 days. Don't get डस्ट के थोड़ा बाहर दूर, डस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रहिए. वो नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि मेरा ज़िंदगी पूरा डस्ट के साथ ही है. So I wear a specs and immediately I told my assistant to do this at least for 2 days.
तो हम लोग बातें करते रहते हैं भगवान शिव की आंखें आप किस तरह बना रहे हैं. जो औजार है वैसे तो चांदी का हैमर होता है, हथौड़ा चांदी का, और सोने की चिज़ल होती है, लेकिन इसमें अलग है.
यस, अभी हम लोग स्टील में कर रहे हैं.
प्लीज.
एंड फॉर दैट आई एम यूजिंग a flat chisel, a pointed chisel, which was invented by our ancestor 1000 years ago.
आपको मैंने दूसरा से माइक लगा दिया.
Yes, just अभी आप देख सकते हैं इसमें आँख और लिप्स नहीं है. जस्ट आई विल ट्राई टू मेक दैट आईज एंड द लिप्स फॉर यू.
और जब आप ये करते हैं लगातार, तो आप गोद में रख के इन योर लैप यू कीप दिस एंड यू कीप कार्विंग एट ऑल टाइम्स and you keep talking. You were always in touch with your young daughter Sanvi.
Yes.
She kept boosting your morale, I believe.
No, while working I need a genuine feedback. And at that time, so many were giving me the feedback that अच्छा आ रहा है. Still I'm not happy with the feedback I'm receiving. So इसलिए मैं मेरा और फोटो किसी को नहीं दिखाना था उस वक्त. So इसलिए मेरा डॉटर को मैंने पूछा फ़ोन करके फ़ोटो दिखा के, सानवी वेदर इट इज़ लुकिंग लाइक ए ओल्ड बॉय और चाइल्ड. उन्होंने बताया बच्चे जैसे दिख रहे हैं. दैट डे आई गॉट अ कॉन्फिडेंट. सो और एक चीज़ हो रहा था. सो वाइल वर्किंग वी आर नॉट सपोज टू सी व्हाट अदर आर्टिस्ट्स आर डूइंग. सो एंड वी आर वेरी क्यूरियस वो लोग क्या कर रहे हैं. सो वी हैव अ स्टाफ देयर, अराउंड 5 to 6 staff, age around less than 20-21 years. They are taking care of our food and taking care of us from past 7 months. So मैं पूछता था, so because they have access to visit all 3 studios. So मैं पूछता था उनको कौन सी मूर्ति अच्छी आ रहा है, ज़्यादा नहीं पूछता था.
Always good to know competition क्या कर रहा है.
Yes. So they are giving me, they are telling that आप तीनों मूर्तिकार बहुत अच्छा बन रहे हैं. हाँ, और ये बताओ कौन सी अच्छा है आपको. So they told आप तीनों मूर्ति अच्छा बन रहे हैं, मगर आपकी मूर्ति में जान है, लाइफनेस है. दैट इज
तो डिविनिटी है.
नहीं, वो लास्ट में आँख बन गए. बट उस वक्त उनका फीडबैक सुनते ही मेरे को अच्छा लगा. तो समटाइम वी नीड कॉन्फिडेंट, वी आर इवन दो वी आर डूइंग, ये हमारा बच्चा है. सो दैट टाइम हम लोग हमारा बच्चा हर वक्त अच्छा दिखते हैं, हमारा बच्चा. सो आई नीड अ प्रॉपर फीडबैक फ्रॉम हमारा डिवोटीज वी कैन से. बट अगर उस वक्त हमको एक बहुत कंडीशन था, हम बाहर कहीं दिखाना नहीं है और बहुत कम लोग आते थे अंदर. सो ऑल दिस थिंग, सो हम क्या क्या मिलते थे उसी वक्त हमने एक फीडबैक लेते थे.
अच्छा, मैंने ये भी सुना कि कुछ डर ये था कि संगमरमर वाली मूर्ति अगर चूज की सबने, और यूनानिमस डिसीजन था, क्योंकि आपको जो डायरेक्टिव मिला था, मेरे को ये बताया गया, मैं उस समिति के लोगों से मैंने बात की, तो उन्होंने कहा उसमें बालत्व होना चाहिए, देवत्व होना चाहिए, divinity has to be there, that childlike features of Lord Ram, and of course the royalty of a king.
Yes.
What was it that was, how did you convey that into stone?
Sir, as we know, while sculpting, I don't want only the child face. I need a Ram in the child face, in the divinity. For that, what I did is, one is the Shilpa Shastra, a geometrical measurement given by our ancestors. First, I make what we call a geometrical measurement. We call it as a blocking. पहला मैंने blocking ठीक से हमारा शास्त्र के अनुसार मैंने किया. बाद में I started studying about the features of the boy, age 5, and also मैंने उधर 2-3 बाहर का लोग आते थे. I requested them to bring their children if they are age around 4 to 5, Saturday, Sunday, when they are school चिट्ठी थे उस वक्त थोड़ा लेके आइए. So I used to call some children there and I spent time with them. उनका पैर छूता था, हाथ छूता था, because वो टच में फील करके करना वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. So because I want to एक चीज़ में नहीं छोड़ना चाहता था क्योंकि I want to capture the शिल्प शास्त्र, the measurement, the divinity and the cuteness, हर चीज़, even the science, and also according to our शिल्प शास्त्र and also हमारा शिल्प निर्माण 700 to 1000 years ago कैसा होता था. So I want to touch every part. I don't want to leave anything because this is that type of situation I'm in. And also because of my 5 generations का एक काम करके आ रहा है, knowledge transfer happened, my grandfather to father to me. That really helped me here.
And the feedback that you got, because whether it's north or south, east or west, everyone sees Lord Ram, or there's been a change in which people used to see Lord Ram, and now that Vigraha, that idol, that Murthy has united our entire country, south to north.
Most of the time, I'm from South India. It's sometimes we get disconnected. Maybe sometime by seeing some marble idols, because we so much in South India you will see so much of black idols. Even in North India, they keep seeing the white idols more. So that is the biggest challenge again. But this time, the blessings of Ram, even in South India, they are so much connected. They are seeing. Sometime I got the feedback that no, ये हमारा वेंकटेश्वर भगवान जैसा दिख रहा है, और someone telling ये अयप्पा जैसा दिख रहा है, और सुब्रमण्य स्वामी. So according to their wish, he is giving the darshan. That is the beauty. And also I traveled Lucknow, and after it got inaugurated. So even there also everyone is happy with they are not talking about any color, but they are happy with whatever I'm able to create because of भगवान के आशीर्वाद से.
आप ये सोचिए कि 500 वर्षों की प्रतीक्षा थी, और 500 वर्षों की प्रतीक्षा के बाद एक दिव्य भव्य नव्य रामलला का विग्रह पूरे देश ने देखा, पूरे विश्व ने देखा. लेकिन जिस तरह से गोस्वामी तुलसीदास ने ये कहा था कि तुलसीदास अति आनंद देख के मुखारविंद, रघुबर छवि के समान रघुबर छवि बसिया बनिया. तो आपको क्या वही उस तरह की फीलिंग आई that this is unparalleled, nothing like this before or after?
सर, while मेरा अब उधर स्टूडियो दिया गया था, एक कार्यकार उधर काम करते तो उस वक्त ऐसा लग रहा था ये बच्चे जैसा दिख रहे हैं. बट आफ्टर ही एंटर्ड गर्भगृहम एंड हमारा वो प्रतिष्ठापन का विधि विधान होने के बाद इवन ऐसा लगा ये मेरा काम नहीं है. दैट आई एक्सप्लेन्ड दैट डे इटसेल्फ. So sometimes we, as a human being, we are not able to create God. He will guide what He wants through my hands. He will get it done. I never felt that I created Ram. Ram has chosen me to create this. That's it. So I would like to keep it simple.
True, sir. True. Before that, you've also made a very divine Murti of Jagadguru Adi Shankaracharya, which is at Kedarnath Dham, and also Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and we'll also show those here. What next for you? What next?
Sir, next, मेरा previous काम बहुत बच गया है, so I have to do all my previous work, or else because I requested my clients that मैं इस काम के लिए जा रहा हूँ, and they are very supportive. They cancelled their programs. They allowed me to come and do Ramlala Idol.
Yes.
Remember that time they have given some advance to me. From that I might have food, and my whole family lived on that money. I don't want to disappoint them. पहला उनका काम करके बाद में हम दूसरा काम देखते हैं.
या अब मतलब मथुरा में कृष्ण जन्मभूमि में भगवान कृष्ण की मूर्ति भी बनाने का प्लान है.
ये सुनते ही बहुत खुशी हो रहा है. पता मिल गया तो डेफिनेटली आई विल डू माय जस्टिस करने का पूरा कोशिश करता हूँ.
प्रश्न बहुत है, अच्छा बहुत लग रहा है, लेकिन समय इतना ही था आपसे बात करने के लिए. लेकिन चलते चलते मैं आपसे ये निवेदन करूंगा, रिक्वेस्ट यू यू नो फॉर द व्यूअर्स हियर, फॉर आवर फ्रेंड्स हियर हु ऑल असेंबल्ड हियर. भगवान शिव, देखिए ना, राम जी की बात हुई, कृष्ण जी की बात हुई, और अब आदि योगी शिव के दर्शन भी यहाँ पर होंगे. अब उसी की प्रतीक्षा है.
जस्ट हो गया सर. जस्ट so just I will show. नहीं आप लाइटिंग में दे सकते हैं.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Arun Yogiraj, the man behind Ram Lala's Murthy.
Thank you.
अरुण जी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Many thanks for joining us at the India Today Conclave and wish you all the best, all the best. आपने पूरे विश्व को राम जी का एक रूप दिखाया जो which is now etched in our collective conscience for generations and centuries to come. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Once again,
Thank you.
please raise a warm applause as I call upon Amar Sinha, COO, Radical Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Arun Yogiraj. Thank you, Mr. Yogiraj. Thank you, Gaurav. Give us about 20 seconds turnaround time and we'll be ready to go into our next session. Mr. Yogiraj is going to be here. You can, after our next session, maybe if you want to speak with him, you can. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are tweeting under the hashtag India Today Conclave 2024. Do keep the tweets going. Also, a reminder for those of you interested, we do have a breakaway session at 12:15 at the Mumtaz Hall, India and the Indo-Pacific Threat and Opportunities. It's about to begin in the Mumtaz Hall. Those interested can head there. But those of you who want to stay here for our next session, let me take you through that. Modern Love, the fascinating journey of the Infosys Couple, sponsored by Motwani Jadeja Foundation. To take it from here, inviting on stage Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Group, to introduce our esteemed panel and our speakers.
This is your mic, sir. Thank you. Sudhaji, your mic is next to you there. Sir. Thank you. Hello and welcome, Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today Conclave once again, where we are very privileged to be joined by a couple who I am going to describe today as, in many ways, Jodi number one. He is an iconic figure for India's startup industry and the infotech ecosystem that has exploded over the last couple of decades. She is an award-winning best-selling author and philanthropist who's now just become a nominated Rajya Sabha MP. And their power doesn't just extend to this country, but if you want to enter 10 Downing Street, they might well tell you how to get there. So in many ways, they've proven the world is flat, that you can move from Bengaluru to 10 Downing Street without a problem. But what makes them truly, ladies and gentlemen, Jodi number one is their love for each other. An uncommon love that has sustained for 50 years and counting. And to my mind, therefore, they represent some of the best values of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Narayana Murthy and Sudha Murthy join us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you both very much. I want to start, though. I'm going to ask my producer to just play a little video, because you've just a couple of days ago, ma'am, been sworn in as a member of the Rajya Sabha. There you are, getting sworn in, and I think that is another feather in your cap. Sudha Murthy ji, what was it like to now, in your latest innings, that you've decided to play as a Rajya Sabha MP, ma'am?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, this is a new chapter to me at the age of 73, I suppose. It's a new lessons, but for learning, age no bar. So let me...
So age no bar.
Age no bar.
Mr. Murthy, are you happy to now remain in the shadows of your wife?
Well, absolutely, but because right from day one, it was very clear that she was so much superior to me because, you know, as an engineer, I use data. I never got the first rank, never. But she always got the first rank in 10 semesters of her engineering. And at Institute of Science, Bangalore, she had got a scholarship to the best technology university in the world to do her PhD. She was the first woman to go to telco, all of that. So therefore, I had no doubt in my mind that she was truly the better half.
You're acknowledging that today, after all these years, because the truth is, Mr. Murthy, when you had the opportunity, you did not make her part of the Infosys startup team. Do you regret that today, that you didn't take your wife as part of the startup team, even though, as you say, she was eminently qualified to be part of it?
Well, life is all about learning and improving. Those days, I was an incorrigible idealist. Those days, the standard was family-run organizations, husband and wife, father and son, father and daughter, etc. So therefore, I said, having returned from France, I said, I want to do something different in India. And therefore, I thought one way of doing it is not to make it a husband and wife company, even though she was much more qualified than all the founders. Let there be no doubt about it. So it was an act of idealism.
It was an act of idealism. Have you forgiven him for it, Sudhaji, after all these years, that he didn't make you part? Because in your book, which has come out, you do mention somewhere that you felt a little hurt.
Yeah, of course, because I loved engineering, and a couple of years it hurt me, maybe 2 to 3 years. I felt it, I wish I could have been. But when I look back in life now, good I did not become part, because I would have retired as a technical director of Infosys probably. But I touched many lives in real life through Infosys Foundation, and I value it much more than any other position. So I feel helping others, being compassionate to others is more important than any position. Probably God closed one window for me, but He opened many doors, I consider that way.
And I'm going to play some photographs. And we're going to start with the early 70s, when over books, the two of you fell in love with each other, and that's your marriage day. That's
our marriage, and within 800 rupees we got married.
In 800 rupees?
400 each.
And you thought that he would look like Rajesh Khanna?
No, that was very clear. I knew him. Okay. I thought so before meeting him. After meeting him, I said, no, Rajesh Khanna is Rajesh Khanna.
Because when you first, it was love over books, Mr. Murthy. You wooed your wife with the fact that she was a bibliophile, and that is what seemed to attract you. But any memories of this special day?
Well, I think she walked into my room. I was sharing a room with a family in Pune, Deccan Gymkhana. She walked in, she was full of enthusiasm, she was very talkative, a lot of confidence, all of that. And I knew that the only hope I had of impressing her was my impressive array of books. And I had some very unusual authors. George Mikesh, who's a Hungarian English humor writer. And
George Mikesh.
Mikesh. And she was very much impressed by George Mikesh, not so much by me. And that was good enough for me.
So the way to a woman's heart is sometimes through books, to the point where, Mr. Murthy, you once love blossomed, an 11-hour train journey, traveling ticketless, because by then you were missing your wife.
Yeah. So she was not yet my wife.
She was not yet your wife, that's right. So it's okay to fall in love, spend time wooing a woman, and not necessarily have a 70-hour work day, right? Work week, right? Nothing wrong. Because a lot of younger India today believes the moment you said you must mandatorily have 70-hour work lives, they said, what is Narayana Murthy talking about? What about work-life balance?
Well, coming back to those wonderful days, I had just returned from France. I was somewhat bohemian, and I had no worries in the world. I had joined a think tank, NGO. I took half the salary they offered. And the day I met her, I wanted to meet her more often. We would go to a restaurant, a fruit juice shop called Dakshin. No, what is that? Darshan. In Pune. And I would go, she would order a queen-size orange juice, and I would order a king-size banana milkshake, and we would be sitting. And of course, once in a while I would say, Abhi na jao, and all of that, Chodo kar, dil abhi bara nahi, and all of that. And one day, one of the bandhus, the waiters were called bandhus, he came and said, I know you say a lot of true things, but this one is not true. You have been sitting here for 4 hours. Would you please vacate it now?
So did you all grow up, Sudha Murthy? I mean, in these years of falling in love with each other, did you, a more innocent age, the 1970s, holding hands in a cinema theater was seen as the maximum in public display of affection? Was that how... It was a more innocent age, wasn't it?
Yeah, because we never had Infosys. We never thought of anything more than being happy, going around in a nice city like Pune. But my life drastically changed when Murthy started Infosys. It was no longer that happy days in Pune. It was a responsibility, commitment, building a company is not a joke. It requires a lot of sacrifices from the family, support from the family, and a lot of give and then take. So the whole life changed once it came to Infosys.
But love blossoms and this entrepreneurial journey grows almost simultaneously. And there is this wonderful, incredible story, Mrs. Murthy. that you talk about, or we all now know about how you gave 10,000 rupees from your account. That's all you had in your savings account, and you gave it to your husband to start off his entrepreneurial journey. It is perhaps the most valuable 10,000 that anyone has given their husband. I mean, what prompted you? You had faith in this man, this bohemian man that you had fallen in love with?
Well, there are two things. Number one, when I got married, my mother told me, you know, we both come from a middle class family. We are not from rich family. We all come from a salaried families. So my mother told me, spend money with great care and save some money without husband's knowledge. And this money should not be used for jewels or the saris. Only in emergency you should use it. So I saved every month some money, and it was in a box I did not even count. When Murthy said, I want to start a software company in 1981, I told him we have good jobs. Both of us had very good jobs. We had our own daughter Akshata by that time, and I said, why do you want to start? Murthy knew that I'm very fond of history, so he wants to prove that historically, then I will agree. He said, when there was the Industrial Revolution, we were the colonies of other country and Britain, and we could not prosper because industrialization took place there. We only became the raw material suppliers. Now the second revolution has come now, that is software revolution. So if we miss this boat, we will never become legally, ethically rich. And this is the only way Indians, middle class people with good educational background can do something. So he said, if you help me out, I will start a company. I said, I don't have too much money because you're salaried people with a lot of responsibility. He said, if you don't agree, then I cannot start. You should wholeheartedly accept this, then only I would like to jump into this. I thought over it. It was a Wednesday evening. Thursday morning, I counted, it was 10,250. I'm not good in economics, I'm good in engineering, but not in economics. The only investment I've made in life is 10,000 rupees. That's all.
Well, it's the best investment you ever made.
I told Murthy, look, here is 10,250 again I kept inside. Because I never know this man will be successful or not. Because before that he had his own company, Softronics, he was not successful. So I took a little bit of risk and I said, take this money. I assumed I will write off, he may not be or he may be. If he is, well and good. If he is not, it's also well and good. Then he told me, okay, be ready for the bumpy ride for the next 3 years. Okay, I myself will be very busy, and with this money I will start. That's how I gave 10,000 rupees.
It's, as I said, one of the most valuable 10,000 rupees that any wife has given her husband. I'm going to ask my producer to put up another couple of pictures because family life begins, and I don't know about the holidays that you all spend. Where is this? Mr. Murthy, did you take your wife on, this is the first foreign holiday that you all ever did? You all went overseas? Where was this?
Yes, I think...
no, Murthy, 1979. Went to America first time on work. This is in Greece in the year 1996.
Yeah.
We took Akshata, a whole of us went. I was very keen, I'm very fond of history. So I told we should go to Greece. It's in Greece.
Because you have a reputation that you'd like to travel. There were all these rumors about how you prefer to even travel economy, not business class.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Well, till we reached $1 billion of revenue and about $280 million of net income, that is after tax profit, we had said we are going to travel economy, international, domestic, doesn't matter. However, at that time, some of the younger people came to me and said, look, we have made so much of sacrifice, all of this. Why don't you be a little bit more relaxed? And that's why we shifted to business class. But till then, the independent directors were given first class.
So independent directors travel first class while you traveled economy.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anyway, so that's when we shifted to business class. We used to stay in very seedy hotels in New York, even in Delhi here, near the old railway station. There used to be a hotel called Nataraj. When I came to get the license and all, I mean, we were quite happy. I think at the end of the day, what is more important than is your mental happiness rather than physical comfort.
You know, that is because you all, for a while, stayed in a small 1 BHK.
Oh, absolutely.
When you first got married with a common toilet.
Of course.
That's where it all started.
Yeah.
Then, of course, Infosys takes over your lives. And there is a poignant moment in your Uncommon Love book where you miss your son's birthday, Rohan's birthday, and he asks you, who do you love more, Infosys or me and Akshata?
Well, when I told them that I did love my daughter and son, they didn't believe me. It was very clear. They just smiled and went away.
I'll play what Rohan said. We've got something that Rohan has to say to you all, and listen into what your son had to say, who's now at the moment in London.
What happened?
Okay, I'm going to ask them to
increase the volume.
Okay, we'll try and get that audio of Rohan Murthy in a moment. But is that the sacrifice that you've had to make in a way? That your children missed out because you were on your entrepreneurial journey?
You know, I'll tell you, when I returned from France, I must be one of the very few people who left a Western country and came back to India. I had a very aspirational target. I said, I want to conduct the first experiment in India on democratization of wealth. I want to create a company of the professional, for the professional, and by the professional, as Abe Lincoln defined US democracy. I want to demonstrate in India that even people who have no connections to the government can succeed. I want to create a company that will compete itself with the best in the world. So these were all very aspirational, noble, objectives. When you have such a thing, there is no sacrifice because you're all the time focused on that target. So we never felt anything.
You never felt. Let's hear what Rohan had to say.
I was there. Why should worry?
I'm proud of in terms of my identity. It's come from trying to emulate him. And this was far before there's any success in his life. I mean, a very important role model. I don't want to make it sound like my father is the best and so on, but in my limited sort of life, all things that I consider a very important part of my identity come from my father. And my mother, of course. But I think I'm more influenced by my father.
But Sudha Murthy ji, it's not just Rohan now. Now you've got Akshata. We have some lovely family photographs of holidays that you all took together. And now she's out there as the wife of the British Prime Minister. Is it true that you told the immigration authorities when they asked you in London when you arrived, where are you going to go and stay? And you really told them 10 Downing Street?
Yeah, because that is the official address, and my son also stays in London. I won't remember these codes, N5, H7O, the British code. I won't remember that. So I was wondering, my sister was with me, which address we should write, whether it is the Rohan's address or her address. So when we were debating, so I said, okay, 10 Downing Street or something there.
And you put 10 Downing Street?
Yeah, no, at the end
And what did the immigration officer say?
The better is to put my son's address, because then a lot more questions will not be asked, So they felt very funny. Actually, me and my sister are arguing which address we should put it, 10 Downing Street or 11 Downing Street or what is that.
But these are lovely pictures. I want to ask you, what is your message to young couples? both are, the couples may be fierce professionals, but also want to, have a strong, conducive family life. How do you do that? How do you achieve the work-life balance?
Okay. When you are married, you are bound to fight. Number one, accept that. If they say we have never fought, then you are not husband and wife. Okay. Number two, when you fight, one person is upset, second should be cool. Second should not open their mouth. When Murthy is angry, I will never talk. I said, let him pour out what he wants to. Okay, I'll keep quiet. When I'm angry, he keeps quiet. But in real life, I keep quiet most of the time. Okay, you should never get upset together because that is the recipe for further fights. Third thing is, life is give and take, There's no perfect life, there's no perfect couple. Some plus, some minus. He comes along with that plus and minus, I come with my own plus and minus. Please understand. Number 4, I want all men of this generation should help their wife in the kitchen. It's very important. Only wife should help. She should be a software engineer, come back, cook. She should attend PTA meeting. No. You have to share the burden of your wife. Then only the family can. Because you stay in a city and you are young, both of you have aspirations, but you have to share your difficulties. And all men normally talk, oh, my mother was a great cook. Because she was not working. Then she will cook whole day. If your wife is working, then you expect she should be like your mother. It is not possible. So please understand, your wife is always dear to you.
Can I ask both of you in conclusion, what's the biggest regret and what's the one proud moment you most cherish? You start first, Mr. Murthy. What's your biggest regret after all these years of marriage and love and setting up Infosys? Your biggest regret and your proudest moment?
Well, I don't know if I have any regrets because right from day one, we operated Infosys as an enlightened democracy. There was certain highly daring things that we didn't do. We could have done them if we were not we didn't operate like a true democracy. So to some extent, maybe our growth was somewhat less than what we could have achieved. It's not a regret, but that's one.
And your proudest moment?
Proudest is really when I sat in front of those scorching lights on a high stool in NASDAQ when we became the first Indian company to be listed on NASDAQ. I think that was, in some sense, we were doing something that had not been done, in many senses, that had not been done at all by an Indian company.
Sudha Murthy, your one big regret and your proudest moment?
Regret is I never learned swimming. I feel bad about it. Because I come from an area where drinking water was so difficult to get, forget swimming. I always feel, when I look at swimming pool, I say, oh, so much water is there, we can use it. It never comes to me that I can jump into that. It never comes to me.
And your proudest moment?
When I helped Devdasis, 3,000 of them who were sex workers, converted them and rehabilitated them to normal life, that was the proudest. That day my wish list became empty. That day I said, okay, now I can converse with God saying that I served your children very well. I don't have any desire in my life. No desires.
I know that you all love books, and we're going to have a book signing with them for those who would like to have the Uncommon Love signed. But you're also a movie buff. You used to watch what?
Lots of movies.
20 movies a month. So
no.
Should we end with a nice duet from the 1970s? We are all, I like to see myself as a child of the 70s when music was quite brilliant. Is there a favorite song that you want to tell us? A love song that typifies love?
Oh, there are many are there. 50s.
Anything that, if today you had to sing to...
Kora Kagaz Tha Man Mera, Dilip Kumar, sorry, Rajesh Khanna and Shamila Tagore. No, I can't sing.
Kora Kagaz Tha Ye Man Mera.
Likh Gaya Naam Isme Tera. That's a beautiful song.
See, she sings it, then you have to respond.
No, Murthy.
Huh?
I thought I already...
Yeah, sorry?
Abhi na jao chhodkar. That,
Abhi na jao chhodkar ki dil abhi...
Bhara nahi.
Arey wow. You know, that in a way typifies their relationship because it is what, how many years and counting now?
I know Murthy 50 years. We are married for 46 years. Okay.
So you're about to reach a half century, but you knew each other 50 years ago for the first time. You're celebrating your half century, and it's been a remarkable journey from those days when you had your banana milkshake and your orange juice to today being on NASDAQ and being a Rajya Sabha MP. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Sudha Murthy and Narayana Murthy, truly inspirational and truly people who represent the best values of India today.
Thank you. Rajdeep, your father was a well-known cricketer. Yes. There's a good partnership in cricket, I suppose. Half a century at least we have scored.
When you have a cricket partnership, you're supposed to score a full century. So may you score a full.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Murthys. And may I please request them to honor us and launch the India Today Coffee Table Book. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director ICFIA, to join the Murthys for the launch of India Today's Coffee Table Book. It's the best of India, a collection, a celebration of the very many things our country's got right in its independent existence and the many famous Indians who've made our lives happier, healthier, more prosperous, and just plain better along the way. From our culture to agriculture, dance to Bollywood blockbusters, victories on the battlefield to the Olympic podium, and much more. The best of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Right after this book launch, the Murthys will be launching their own book and signing their own book right outside, An Uncommon Love. There are copies that are available for sale in the pre-function area. You can meet them there. May I please call upon stage Rushali Malpekar Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation right after this quick photo opportunity, ma'am. Just 10 seconds. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Murthys, put your hands together. May I please call upon Rushali Malpekar Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up and present a small token of our appreciation. This session was sponsored by Motwani Jadeja Foundation. And right outside at the pre-function area, An Uncommon Love, their love story, all encapsulated in a book right outside. Copies are available for sale in the pre-function area. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, do raise a warm applause. Thank you, ma'am. Well, they've also left us with a good tip. The Murthys have handed me one of the two books that was given to them because they said paper should not be wasted. They have one. It's a good lesson, good takeaway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to our next session this evening, Why the Congress Still Matters in 2024. Taking it from here, session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Group on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, just requesting you to settle down as our next guest joins us in a minute. Mr. Chidambaram, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Conclave. This conclave is being held on the eve of the big general elections. In fact, we've just learned that general elections will be formally announced tomorrow at 3 p.m. So we will have the model code of conduct starting tomorrow, and the big story, of course, will be who will win the elections. Now, most pundits are predicting that it is the BJP and Prime Minister Modi who will complete a hat-trick of victories. So where does that leave the principal opposition party, the Indian National Congress? To answer that question, I'm joined by a very special guest. Please welcome the former Union Finance and Home Minister, Member of Parliament and the head of the Congress's Manifesto Committee, Mr. P. Chidambaram. Mr. Chidambaram, our session is titled, Does the Congress Still Matter, or Does the Congress Matter? Because many believe that 2024 is a done deal. How do you respond to those in this audience and indeed across the country who believe that 2024 is a done deal? The Congress really doesn't have a chance. Prime Minister Modi will complete a hat-trick.
Well, if it's a done deal, you should recommend no elections then. People have to vote. I can't speak for the whole country, but I think there are places where the Congress will win. Whether it'll be enough to form a government, I cannot say. But let's assume that Mr. Modi's party, the BJP, gets the majority. They will form the government and we will be in the opposition. But opposition also matters in a democracy, isn't it?
The opposition does matter, but I'll tell you, and I'm going to put up a graphic to tell you why there is skepticism about whether the opposition can mount a challenge. I'm just putting, and to my mind, of all the various numbers, this is the most significant number that represents how Indian politics has changed in the last decade. It will reflect how things have changed in terms of votes between 2009 and 19. Take a look at Lok Sabha numbers between the two major political parties, the BJP and the Congress. If these as these numbers show, Mr. Chidambaram, the BJP's votes in 2009 were 7.8 crores. That's not rupees, that's voters, guys. It's gone up to 22.9. 22.9 crore people voted for the BJP from 7.8 crores in 2009. Congress votes have gone from 2009, 11.9 crores when you won that election with 200 odd seats, and you're still stuck at 11.94 crores. So the feeling is the BJP has grown exponentially, the Congress is where it is, even though the number of people voting in this country has also gone up. So your response? That's where my skepticism comes from.
In the lighter vein, these numbers could be right for rupees also. I think, anyway, yes, the BJP has been able to attract more votes, which is why it wins. Well, that's a no-brainer. Question is, can the Congress recover and win more votes? As I said, the position is different in different states. I think we can win more than last time in Telangana, in Karnataka, in Haryana. We can win. But in the North Indian states, the Hindi-speaking North Indian states, I cannot make any prediction, but they all seem to be swayed by the Ram temple and the fervor about Lord Ram. And coming from Tamil Nadu, I'm not able to think on that wavelength, but I can speak for the South, and in particular, I can speak for Tamil Nadu.
No, you seem to suggest there's a north-south divide.
Did I say that?
No, effectively you're saying, speaking from Tamil Nadu, I'm not able to understand how the Hindi heartland votes.
Yes. I cannot understand. That's my fault or my failure. Maybe you understand it better.
We had Nirmala Sitharaman at the conclave sitting where you were, and she said 2/3 is because of what Mr. Modi has done, and 1/3 is because the opposition has no narrative apart from anti-Modism. You've not been able to provide the country a compelling narrative as to why they should move away from the BJP and vote for the Congress.
Because the Honorable Finance Minister turns a blind eye to facts. The facts are, the Oxfam January 2024 report says 50% of the population holds 3% of the national assets and shares 13% of the national income. According to the government, only 5% of India are poor. I'm surprised. Why did they not claim 0% are poor? The point is, if you turn your blind eye to the fact that there is massive poverty at the bottom of the pyramid, that among graduates, the unemployment rate is 42%, that among children, the number of stunted children and wasted children is about 30%. In education, 8th standard child cannot read a 2nd standard text. That's the average for the whole India. If you turn a blind eye to all these facts, you will, of course, say, God is in his heaven and all's well with the world.
No, the politicians may turn a blind eye. We don't in the media, or some of us don't in the media. And I'll give you where your problem is. Our India Today Mood of the Nation poll said 71% of Indians feel that unemployment is either a serious issue or somewhat serious. Yet when those same people were asked, who will you vote for? They said, we'll vote for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. So the point, sir, is you were in power for most of the last 7 decades. People are saying, okay, there may be problems, but we seem to trust Prime Minister Modi and the BJP more than the Congress, which was tried and tested. Is that your problem?
No, that's your interpretation. I'm saying when there's massive unemployment, significant poverty, and huge gaps in education and healthcare, if the people are not voting against an incumbent government, it must be for some other reason. The some other reason, I think, is the Hindutva wave that seems to be sweeping Hindi-speaking northern states. I don't blame anyone. I don't criticize anyone. I'm stating a fact as I see it. If that is a fact, and if the Hindutva wave is sweeping across Hindi-speaking northern India and people are swayed by that, well, they will vote accordingly, and the country will have a government, but you will have these problems unattended, unaddressed, and people will suffer.
So you're saying it's a Hindutva wave that you think could be the reason for the BJP's rise. There will be those who will say Lok Sabha elections in particular in this country have become quasi-presidential. Voters want to know who is my leader. And then when they make the election Modi versus Rahul, or Namdar versus Kamdar, or Kamdar versus Namdar, that's where you lose out. Again, Nirmala Sitharaman says, Rahul Gandhi is scurrying around the country, one day Bharat Jodo Yatra, one day Bharat Nyaya Yatra. What does it mean in tangible terms? And then they compare it with Mr. Modi, and it becomes a no contest is what she suggests. That's the problem, not just Hindutva. The opposition has an opportunity. You need better leadership, more credible leadership before people trust you.
Now you're moving away to another subject now.
No, I'm not.
We are asking, why are people voting in a particular manner?
Yes.
Why do you think people are expected to vote in a particular manner despite unemployment and poverty? And I gave you my answer. I think despite massive unemployment and significant poverty, if people are voting, it must be because They are motivated by some other factor. And that factor, in my view, is Hindutva factor.
So you don't think it's about leadership? You don't think it's about leadership?
We'll come to that. It is about leadership. But the leader is seen as the principal protagonist of Hindutva. If you can't de-link the leader from the wave that seems to be sweeping across the country. The leader is identified as the principal protagonist of Hindutva. So if people are voting for Hindutva, they will naturally vote for Mr. Modi.
Mr. Chidambaram, on the other hand, people want to know what your party now stands for. You mentioned the unemployment crisis. You mentioned that poverty at the bottom of the pyramid is much deeper than many people imagine. What is your solution to it? For example, I see these Nyay promises you've made. The right to apprenticeship. 1 lakh stipend will be provided to every diploma or undergraduate holder below the age of 25. You talk about 1 lakh to a woman in every poor family will be given. Have numbers been calculated? Are you in any position to provide this? According to, again, dare I say, the government says none of this is actually empowering people. All these rights are in abstract. They don't actually empower people. The BJP, according to them, is empowering people by putting cash in hand and actually providing people tangible benefits.
If they put cash in the hands, it is cash in the hand. If we promise an apprentice 1 lakh a year, that's not cash in the hand. Don't apply these different standards. Let's take one by one.
They say they're empowering people by through the Vishwakarma scheme, for example, providing people the body blocks for them to actually reach up to an aspirational India. You're talking of a povertarian India, they talk of an aspirational India.
Listen, you can dress it up with words, and you are a wordsmith. That's not the issue. The issue is, if 1 lakh young people are put through a 1-year apprenticeship program, is that not empowerment? Is that not putting money in the hands of an unemployed graduate? 42% is the unemployment rate among graduates. You saw that police constable examination. Police constable examination, 60 lakh people applied, 48 lakh wrote the examination. Every railway station, every bus stand was crowded. They had to run special buses, special trains, and 2 days after the examination, they cancelled the examination.
So, but one of the highest one of the highest unemployment rates in recent times has been in Congress-ruled Rajasthan. The point is, you've got to put up a model state. If you say the BJP is doing A, B, C wrong, you've got to either create a model state where you're ruling, or show what you will do to ensure that next time a constable exam is held, you won't have lakhs of people applying.
That is what we are saying. Wait for our manifesto. You picked out 2 points of the manifesto. I will defend those 2 points. Those 2 points are perfectly valid. The apprenticeship is a good idea. There's an apprenticeship act. It's an anemic act, a toothless act. We're going to strengthen that. 45,000 companies have joined the apprenticeship program today. There are 10 lakh companies which can afford to have an apprentice, obliged to have an apprentice. From 45,000 to 10 lakh. If 10 lakh companies, 1/10 of them, 1 lakh companies take 1 apprenticeship each, 1 apprentice each, that is 1 lakh graduates will be through the apprenticeship program. What's wrong with that? What's your criticism of that program?
The question therefore...
What is your criticism of that program?
Sir, my question, it is not for me to criticize the people of this country.
You did just now.
People of this country are judging you by your agenda. You recall 2019, before the election, the Congress came up and said they would bring up minimum income scheme.
Yes.
Right? That time's Nyay program. You ended up with 52 seats. Now you're talking about the 5 Nyays that you're going to give the people. Again, we don't know where it'll end up, but the question is it then a problem of communication? If you believe these schemes are so good, why is it that the people of this country are not endorsing your party? Is there a disjunction between what you say and what the voter behavior is?
You are applying wrong measures to assess a program. I'm here to defend the worth of the program. If people do not vote for us, it's not because they are for or against that program. There are 100 thoughts that race through a voter's mind when he or she enters a voting booth. What finally impels a voter to vote for one party or against another party does not depend upon one promise or one manifesto point. There are 100 other things. Therefore, you are asking me the validity of a promise, and I'm ready to defend the validity of that promise. But why a voter does not vote for the Congress is dependent upon a number of other factors.
Is it that Mr. Modi has captured the zeitgeist, if I may use the word, of New India? That the Congress is seen to represent the old India, an India of Parivarvad, an India which is seen to, in some way you are still pigeonholed as a party tainted with corruption and scams. And Mr. Modi, on the other hand, claims, I'm cleaning up the system, na khane dunga, na khaunga, na khane dunga. And the younger voters in this new India finds his rhetoric, if I may use the word rhetoric, far more attractive than that of the Congress's older India.
I think you are listening to too many Modi speeches. You are speaking the language of Mr. Modi. Now let's take Parivarvad. Who are his allies in the last election and this election? Every one of his allies, to use his words, not my words, is a dynast. Akali Dal, JJP, INLD, RLD in Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Jayant Chowdhury, now his new ally, TDP, Mr. Naveen Patnaik in Orissa. Everybody's a dynast. Why don't you ask him? If you are against Parivarvad, why are every one of your allies a dynast? You won't get an opportunity to ask him because he won't sit in this chair. You will not be allowed anywhere 10 feet of the Prime Minister. But please ask him this question. Therefore, don't listen to too many of Mr. Modi's speeches. Listen to some other speeches also. What is the other thing you said? Zeitgeist or something.
Zeitgeist, these sort of energies of
German
words. Z-E-I.
I'm not surprised that they look to Germany, Russia, China, Turkey, Iran as examples. No. All these countries have turned their constitution upside down. And please read my column on Sunday. I'm afraid a third term for the BJP with a two-third majority will lead to major amendments on the constitution, which you will regret and I will regret. And this audience will regret.
You're saying that we are turning to, if Mr. Modi wins again, India is moving towards an electoral autocracy. Is that what you're saying?
It is already some shades of an electoral autocracy. That's how the VDem Institute describes India's democracy. But if Mr. Modi wins a third term, you can be assured, and you can note the date and the day and the time, major amendments to the Constitution will be made. Let the Prime Minister say, I will not make any amendments to the Constitution which interferes with the federal structure of this country. Let the BJP say that. They will not say that because they have planned to amend the Constitution. And the forerunner of that is this one nation, one election. Well, how is this democratic? Tamil Nadu will go into a state election in 2026. And the assembly elected in 2026 will have only a 3-year term. under Mr. Kovind's report, former President Kovind's report. So we will elect terms, we'll elect assemblies with 2-year term, 3-year term, 1.5-year term. What is this democracy?
Since you're raising questions about democracy, one of the big stories at the moment is electoral bonds.
Yes.
14 of the top 30 companies who've given donations through electoral bonds are companies that at some stage or the other in recent times have been raided or investigated by the enforcement agencies. When we asked this question to Nirmala Sitharaman, she said these are your assumptions that there is a protection being offered, and that's how any connection is being built between raids and donations given. What's your view? Since you are, many believe, the architect of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Mr. Chidambaram initiates it, the BJP implements it.
The point is, India Today, a famous channel and the most celebrated anchor, doesn't read the facts.
No,
I'll tell you answer.
Yes,
PMLA is a 2002 act.
Yes.
2002, who was finance minister?
Implemented by you, notified in 2005.
Allow me to complete.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you one question. You don't have an answer. I'll ask you two more. Who was the finance minister and who was the prime minister and which was the law, or who was the government in 2002? One. Second, when did the act receive the assent of the president? In 2003. FATF asked the government, the act has been passed, president has assented, why are you not implementing the act? If you don't implement the act, we will have to ask you to withdraw from FATF. We came into office in 2004. The tremendous pressure from FATF, you have passed a law, you have to implement it, otherwise you'll have to withdraw from FATF. So, in 2005, I made 2 significant amendments to the Act and implemented it. But nobody thought, not you, not I, not any lawyer, that you can weaponize a law. You weaponize a law, use it to tame or destroy political opponents, and the interpretation, of course, is another issue. We have a review petition. A Supreme Court bench has agreed to review the matter. Therefore, the interpretation made it worse.
But can I ask?
The law was passed by the BJP. The law was assented to in the BJP's time. We had no choice but to implement it. I made 2 significant amendments and implemented it. And the law has been weaponized. As long as we were in power, did we weaponize the law?
Sir, that is a contentious issue. Whether you misused or didn't misuse agencies, we can debate that separately.
You started PMLA.
Sir, may I just very quickly though ask you, just a minute. Number one, electoral bonds, according to you, therefore, and their links with enforcement agencies is the weaponization of those agencies. You're very clear about that.
I described electoral.
So give me a better
just
system.
A moment,
give me a better system for campaign financing.
The day the electoral bonds was introduced, I said it's legalized bribery. It's legalizing bribery.
You still maintain that?
I still maintain that.
What's the better system?
Better system is a multi-pronged system. One system is to allow more open campaigning. The Election Commission's restrictions have driven election campaigning underground.
Cash has gone underground.
Because they place too many restrictions. See, elections are a festival of democracy. It must have a lot of rhetoric, song, dance, speeches. They have restricted everything. Last time in Tamil Nadu, we were not allowed to take a road show. We were not allowed to fly flags. We were not allowed to paste posters in towns and municipalities. Therefore, the election has been driven underground. Bring back election over the ground. That's one. Second, allow a larger limit of expenditure for candidates. This is ridiculously low numbers. Nobody can win an election or fight an election by spending these ridiculously low amounts. To hire a car for a day To hire a car for a day in 1984, when I contested election, cost 300 rupees to 400 rupees. Today, to hire a car for a day will cost you 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. Third, state funding. There's a simple way to state fund. You take the 2024 election, take the 2019 vote share. Per vote, I give you 1 rupee. I'm giving an example. 1 rupee for every vote you got in 2019. The BJP will get more. It's entitled to get more because it won the election. So state funding on a purely neutral formula, every political party has to accept it, so state funding. And then revert to open, transparent donations to political parties, where the donor will reflect it in his books of account or the company's books of account, and the political party has to reflect it in its annual financial statement. Okay. There's a multi-pronged approach.
I'm sorry
Instead of that, you had an electoral bond which was devised in order to legalize bribery, and the ruling party will be the biggest beneficiary.
And I'm sorry to sound cynical, but much of this could have been implemented in the many years that you all were in power, especially state funding. But that's another debate for another day. I'm going to ask you, therefore, to where your psephologists had every now and then when we do a program, Mr. Chidambaram, particularly when we are dealing with numbers on television, has his own numbers and analysis.
You tell me my numbers are wrong.
He's an amateur psephologist, so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Chidambaram. 2014, Congress got 44 seats. 2019, you got 52 seats, including 8 from Tamil Nadu in alliance with the DMK. How much do you expect to get in 2024?
I can only speak about Tamil Nadu. I cannot speak about other states because I have not toured the other states. I'm not familiar with the situation of the ground. I can speak about Tamil Nadu, and last time we won Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Out of 40 seats, we won 39. I'm confident we will repeat that result.
Okay. Therefore, I ask you again, are you accepting where we started off, the inevitability of a Modi hat-trick? Are you accepting the inevitability of a Modi hat-trick, Mr. Chidambaram? Or do you believe that picture abhi baki hai?
Nothing is inevitable. Where was your channel in 2004 when the India Shining campaign was raging all over India? Mr. Vajpayee was a good man, a moderate man, not given to extremes. He led the campaign, yet the Congress pipped him to the winning post by 8 seats.
Okay.
So nothing is inevitable. Did you think that a Trump-Biden rematch is inevitable? But we are having a Trump-Biden rematch as an inevitable contest. Okay. Nothing is inevitable, but I concede from the numbers you put out, I concede if the Hindi-speaking states vote in a particular manner, vote in a manner that they voted last time, we have a battle on our hand.
Okay.
And how the India Alliance will cope with that battle is for the India Alliance leaders to determine. But I can speak for Tamil Nadu. We will repeat the same result as in 2019.
Let me leave it there, Mr. Chidambaram. Whether this is a Modi shining moment, we will wait and see. Or whether the Congress can actually prove that reports of its death are grossly exaggerated, we will know in a few months from now. For now, for joining us, and as always being combative, thank you very much. Mr. P. Chidambaram.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause, Mr. P. Chidambaram, as I call upon Alpana Kirloskar, promoter, Kirloskar Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Chidambaram. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause, former Union Minister, Finance and Home Affairs, Mr. P. Chidambaram. Thank you, Mr. Chidambaram. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 30 seconds, we're going to turn over the stage and power in to our big conclave debate. Knives out, the conclave debate. Lunch will be served here as well as the Shah Jahan Hall, viewers. It's a working kind of lunch. We're going to have the debate flowing here. Lunch will be served here as well as the Shah Jahan Hall, so you can make your way to Shah Jahan Hall as well. There's a full spread for you, but we are going to go into our debate, and it's a working lunch sorts for us. You can just sit back and enjoy. Once again, letting you all know, lunch will be served here as well as Shah Jahan Hall. And we're going to quickly prepare for our lunch debate, the big conclave debate, knives out. The motion for the debate, secularism is dying in India. Both for and against the motion. We'll also have a jury. All of that right here through lunch. Lunch is being served here as well as Shah Jahan Hall. A full spread for you there. You can make your way there as well. And I hope you're tweeting. We are tweeting under the hashtag India Today Conclave 2024. What we have next lined up for you is a unique concept. In our 21st edition of the India Today Conclave, we are introducing that to you. And we are going to dig right in through lunch in that debate while you dig into a sumptuous spread. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to get you up to speed, lunch is also being served at the Shah Jahan Hall right next door. And we're serving you lunch here as well. It's a new one for us, but in our 21st edition, we did think to do something new and to get you to imbibe the maximum out of the time that you've given to us. We respect that. And we're going to have a lunch conclave debate. The conclave debate, knives out, the motion secularism is dying in India. So do settle down. It's a working lunch for us, but you can sit back and dig in. So sit back, enjoy your meal, and we will go directly into our debate. We hope you're tweeting hashtag India Today Conclave 2024. We also have screens up at the Shah Jahan Hall. If you just want to go there and indulge in the spread, you can even catch the debate through lunch at the Shah Jahan Hall. All of you can hear me at the Shah Jahan Hall itself. So sit back, enjoy your meal, And let's get into a juicy debate whether secularism is dying in India. Knives out, a big conclave debate. All right, to take it from here, inviting on stage session's moderator, Rahul Kaval, news director, TV Today Network, managing editor, special online projects, executive editor, Business Today.
So much before we start, I just want to give everyone a heads up. Just get your food in order, sit down, settle down. We'll start in a few minutes. We'll call the debaters. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We're doing this for the first time, but we just want to ensure that everybody has food, because this is your lunch. So you have to earn your lunch. I'm sure you have since the morning. Once we start debating, then it'll be nice if people aren't talking to each other and there's some, because, you know, it's nice because you're eating and they're talking. That's not very nice. So just get your lunch, sit down, settle down. We'll start in a few minutes from now.
It from here. Inviting on stage our moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, Managing Editor, Special Online's Project, Executive Director, Business Today.
Most of you have QR codes, right, in front? Like you have a sheet of paper? Do you all have a sheet of paper somewhere in front which has a QR code on it? Can you just tell me whether you do? Yeah, like everybody's like really busy eating and no one's saying anything. You guys have a QR code, right? Yeah, because you have to judge the debate, so that's it. No, as long, okay, I can show it once, yeah. So basically, once we start and you've eaten nicely, you have to go to the QR code and vote after the debate gets over. So everybody has a role to play. I'll explain, but yeah, so that's part of the format. If everybody also settles down, it's just very nice. So hello and welcome to Knives Out. This is the big India Today Conclave debate. 10 years after the Modi government came to power, one of the biggest questions in our country is whether secularism is dying on the watch of the Modi Sarkar. That's the motion we will debate today. Allow me to introduce you to our speakers and explain the rules of the contest. Each of our speakers will have 3 minutes. There is a buzzer that will go off at the end of the 3 minutes. There's a countdown clock in front, so they have exactly 3 minutes to speak. So it's not like a TV debate where they can go on and on and on, and then they're not out of the control of the anchor and the moderator. After 3 minutes, the buzzer just goes off. So they have exactly 3 minutes to speak. And also, the debaters will be judged not just for the content that they put out, but for the style of performance, the theater, the drama, the delivery. It's not just the content. We have a very distinguished jury. The jury will be sitting here. And these are great debaters themselves. However, the jury will not tell us what they think. We don't want to know what their views are at this moment. They have to pick on the arguments of each of the debaters, what they liked, what they didn't like, logical fallacies in what the speaker said, and play a role in shaping the debate. So you have opening comments for 3 minutes, you have 1 round of interjection, then the jury speaks, and then we have 1 minute of concluding comments. And then all of you have a very important role because you have to vote who won. So there is this QR code that's in front of you. It'll also be on the screen. Basically, this is a URL that you go to and you decide who won, right? So there's a question, secularism is dead in India, not basis your own opinion ideally, but basis what you've heard from these two teams. You determine and decide who you thought won. So just play a role in helping decide who won this contest. So with all that said, allow me to introduce you to our debaters. We'll do this one by one. Can we begin by welcoming on stage the pugnacious young spokesperson of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party? Can we have a round of applause for Shehzad Poonawala, please? Our first debater at the Knives Out Conclave debate. Come, Shehzad. Speaking for the motion and representing the opposition Congress Party, can we welcome its national spokesperson, Shama Muhammad. Can we have a round of applause for Shama, please? Our next speaker in Shehzad's team, my college sparring partner, Hindol Sen Gupta. Can we have a round of applause for Hindol, please? He's an author, analyst, used to be a fierce debater. Let's see if he still got it. Come, Hindol. Now, coming down all the way from Kolkata, from the Trinamool Congress, is its spokesperson, Riju Datta. He's big on the Kolkata debating scene. Let's see what talent he's brought to Delhi. Can we have a round of applause for Riju Datta, please? Our next speaker, and remember, we wanted to make this interesting and not just very predictable, is someone who used to be a fierce, trenchant critic of the Modi Sarkar and has now found and seen new light. Can we have a round of applause for Shehla Rashid, please? Human rights activist from Kashmir, very strong one-time critic of the Modi government, now is talking a different tune. Come, Shehla. Our last speaker, who almost didn't make it, but almost in the end just did. Can we have a round of applause for our former colleague, journalist and author and analyst, Ashutosh. Gave us a bit of a scare, but made it in the end. Ashutosh, welcome. So that's it, 3 versus 3. Unlike a college or university debate where you know the people you're debating with, here we've taken 3 different people, put them together, made them into a team. Now they need to either sink or swim together. So best of luck to all of you. Now I want to introduce you to our very eminent jury. I want to introduce first Aryama Sundaram. Aryama Sundaram is one of the country's senior most lawyers, one of the sharpest legal eagles, and a very fine debater himself. He's never missed court on a Friday afternoon. And therefore he's made a great effort to come here, and we're very thankful for that. Aryama Sundaram, welcome. A very sharp debater himself, this time without his political robe, but only as a thinker and analyst. Can we have a round of applause for former member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, BJP spokesperson, author and analyst, Shwapan Das Gupta. Shwapan Da, can we have a round of applause, please? And our last member of the jury, just so that it gives a feel of being a serious debate, which it is actually, is Deepak Verma. He's the president of the Debating Society of India and a very fine debater himself. So can we have a round of applause for Deepak Verma, please? Deepak, welcome. So I said earlier that we won't tell you who speaks first, okay? There are 2 teams. The teams need to decide who speaks first. So I hope they've made up their minds. Let's call the first speaker who will speak for the motion that secularism is dying in India. Are you ready? अरे पहले decide करके आना चाहिए था, इतनी देर वहाँ क्या कर रहे थे? Okay. See, this is where teamsmanship comes out. And whether they've got a plan, not got a plan. Here, Riju. They have only 3 minutes. They can't go on any more than that. So here it is. 1, 2, Trinamool spokesperson Riju Datta speaking for the motion to explain why he thinks secularism is dying on the watch of the Modi government. Riju, go.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Let me start off by quoting one of the tallest leaders of BJP this country has ever seen, Bharat Ratna Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And he said, सरकारें आएंगी, सरकारें जाएंगी, पार्टियां बनेंगी, पार्टियां बिगड़ेंगी, पर ये देश रहना चाहिए और इस देश का संविधान रहना चाहिए. And secularism is dying in this country, and remember, constitution is at the stake. Secularism is dying in India. How do you know that? You know secularism is dying in India when the Prime Minister participates in consecrating a new temple and Mamata Banerjee has to take out a multi-faith rally to reaffirm our faith in the secularity of this country. You know secularism is dying in this country when the ruling party does not have a single Muslim member of parliament. You know secularism is dying in this country when the ruling party does not care about Article 14, 15 and 21 of the Constitution in their desperate bid to push our ethno-religious nationalist ideology of Hindutva. You know secularism is dying in this country जब आपके मुंह में है राम पर आपके दिल में है नथु राम. You know secularism is dying in this country when Jai Shri Ram from a warm greeting becomes a lynching war cry. You know secularism is dying in India when a justice of Calcutta High Court cannot differentiate between the apostle of Hindu-Muslim unity Mahatma Gandhi and a cold-blooded murderer Nathuram Godse. You know secularism is dying in this country when a Tablighi gathering is termed as terrorists spreading corona during lockdown, whereas the Kumbh Mela gets a go-ahead. You know secularism is dying in this country when a law which is unconstitutional, undemocratic, like CAA, is implemented on the country, where religion chooses or religion decides whether you are a citizen of this country or a refugee. How can religion be a fundamental definition of identity in this country? You know secularism is dying when the ruling government practices theocracy and not secularism. You know secularism is dying in this country when BJP, because of their brute majority, practices majoritarianism. What I mean by that is one temple, one God, one food, one religion, one nation, one election, one language, one party, and one leader. And when majoritarianism triumphs, secularism dies, and with that dies the ethos of India. These moments like this, it remembers me. I remember the last two lines of Rahul Tindori Sahab. सभी का खून है शामिल यहाँ की मिट्टी में, हिंदुस्तान किसी के बाप की थोड़ी है. And I'll just finish off by saying, there is one politician in this country, Mamata Banerjee, who's the definition of secularism. She celebrates Durga Puja, she celebrates Eid, she celebrates Buddha Purnima, she celebrates Guru Nanak Jayanti. And I hope and pray for the sake of our future generations that what Bengal thinks today, India will think tomorrow. Thank you very much.
It's good to debate, and it's good also to score some political brownie points with your boss. So Riju Datta, well done for that. Thank you very much. Our first debater, who argues that secularism is dying because religion determines whether or not you can be a citizen of this country. I want to call upon now our first speaker speaking against this motion to talk about why secularism is not dying, and the team speaking against the motion has chosen, interestingly, Shaila Rashid to come and tell us why secularism is not dying. Shehzad says this is Nari Shakti. I see some strategic mind games at play as well. So it gets interesting. Shaila Rashid, who once epitomized what was wrong with this government and spoke out very strongly, please explain why you think secularism is not dying in India. Your time, Shaila, starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Secularism in India has never meant dharm nirpekshta. Our constitution, for example, provides that minority institutions can receive state grants. We are not secular in the sense that the West is, or God forbid, China is. Indian secularism was always about Sarva Dharm Sambhav. And when the new parliament building was inaugurated, ceremonial prayers of all faiths were held there, including Islam. So I ask, if the Prime Minister of my country, why should he have to be ashamed of being a Hindu? If I am proud to be a Muslim, why can't Prime Minister Modi be a proud Hindu, I ask you? Secularism means treating everyone on merit. A Muslim cricketer recently got the Arjun Award. A Muslim educationist got the Padma Shri. A Muslim lady is in charge of space programs such as Aditya and Chandrayaan. That is secularism. Secularism means that the state does not discriminate against anyone. Nobody is turned away from a common service center on account of their faith. Secularism means that we need to think beyond our communities, and I as a Muslim, you as a Hindu, you need to think about what will take our nation forward. That is secularism. When we uplift ourselves, we uplift our communities and we uplift our nation. Many people accuse past governments of appeasement. Now, I would like to disagree with this view because at the peak of the so-called golden era of secularism, we had the Sachar Committee report saying that Muslims are doing worse than SC and ST communities. This is now being rectified through schemes such as PM Awas Yojana, PM Mudra Yojana, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, which are benefiting Muslims largely. At the height of the so-called golden age of secularism, if some of you remember, we used to have terror blasts. We used to have incarceration of Muslim youth. We used to have POTA, TADA, UAPA. Now look at the last 10 years. There is peace in Kashmir. There is peace outside Kashmir. Terrorist incidents have reduced. There is fear of law. There is rule of law. And who does that benefit? That definitely benefits the minorities. In Kashmir, in the last 4 or 5 years, lives are being saved. Who are these people whose lives are being saved? They are Muslim. So is the government not saving lives of Muslims by taking a strong stance against terror, by ensuring that there is fear of law, by ensuring that there is rule of law? Yes, it is. So I ask you, when we say that the secularism is dying, let's take a moment to recall what the golden age of the secularism looked like. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have a round of applause for Shaila Rashid for arguing why she thinks secularism is not dying in India? Very nice. Good to see camaraderie, teamsmanship. Now for our next speaker, Have you decided who speaks first? Because you seem to be deciding on the fly. But that's fine too. Pehle aap going on. Can we have a round of applause for Shama Muhammad to come and speak about why she thinks secularism is dying in India? And this is a very quiet audience. Please feel free to show your love, affection, brick bats, do whatever. Just don't throw anything at us. You got some food on your table, okay? Don't throw anything. Apart from that, you can make as much noise as you want when you hear something you like or hear something you don't like. Shama Muhammad, tell us, why is secularism dying in India? Your time starts now.
In 1961, Jawaharlal Nehru said, we talk about a secular state in India. In Hindi, perhaps we cannot find a word for secular. Some people think it means something opposed to religion. That is obviously not correct. What it means is that a state which honors all religions equally and gives them equal opportunities. Nehru's secularism never mixed religion with politics or elections. He sought to prevent Indian politicians from exploiting religion for political gains and sanctioned those who promoted religious polarization. Although it has been unevenly enforced, Section 123 of the Representation of People's Act 1951, the law that guides the conduct of elections in India, forbids politicians from campaigning on religious themes. Fast forward to today, what do we see? The present Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, invokes religion at every possible opportunity. Not an election speech goes by where he's not talking about mandir or talking about gods. The most dangerous thing is the ecosystem created by the present dispensation. Now, what do I mean by the ecosystem? Let me give you an example. In 2019, Pragya Thakur, inside the parliament, said, God se desh bhakta hai aur rahega. He is a terrorist, God say, for us. And what did the Prime Minister do? He said, main kabhi maaf nahi karunga. But then, what did he do? Nothing. She continued as a member of parliament. What do the people of India think? This is a norm. It doesn't matter. That is the ecosystem. When Bilkis Banu's rapists were released, C.K. Rolji, a BJP MLA, who was part of the state government and panel that recommends their remission to all the 11 men found guilty, said some of the convicts in the Gujarat 2002 riots are Brahmins with secular sanskar and values. They may be fixed due to their past family activities. Did the Prime Minister of India condemn it? No, he did not. So what happens to the ecosystem? What happens to the janta? They think this is the norm. BJP leaders like Kapil Mishra says, Goli maro salo ko. Who is the salo? The Muslim minority. Did the Prime Minister of India condemn it? Say something about it? No. Then what happens to the janta? They think, ye to norm hai. Sahi bola hoga. Hate speech is not fringe anymore, it is the norm. In 2023, India documented 668 hate speeches that targeted Muslims. In the 2022 report on international religious freedom highlighted continued targeted attacks on religious minorities, including Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, Dalits, and indigenous communities. Narendra Modi says, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. But he also says, those indulging in arson can be recognized by their clothes. हमें उसे कपड़े से पहचानते हैं. उसका मतलब क्या है? उसका मतलब क्या है? 86% of the people
Shama, I know you've got lots of pages. No, but there's no time. You can't speak anymore. It's
just
fine.
one last thing.
Sorry,
I just want to say
that's why your time ends.
India is not
you
at
could end up
today.
getting negative marks for your team,
The
Shama.
2024 Lok Sabha elections will determine whether India remains a secular democracy or an autocratic one-party.
This is not a television show, so you can't browbeat or bully the anchor, unfortunately. Fortunately for me, actually. But your time's up. Shama, thank you very much. That was Shama Muhammad speaking and trying to explain why secularism is dying. She had so many pages written out. I got a little concerned that, oh my God, what's going to happen to the rest? But then the buzzer goes off, so that's the amount of time that you have. So thank you, Shama, for that. Calling upon next speaker to speak about why Shehzad Poonawala is being very charitable and chivalrous. Pehle aap. Oh, you've decided, teamsmanship spirit here. Okay, Shehzad's taking charge and showing teamsmanship. Okay, Hindol Sen Gupta comes up next to explain why secularism is not dying in India. Hindol, are you set? Your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If truly secularism was dead in India, would we be having a debate in a five-star hotel about secularism? do note, ladies and gentlemen, that if secularism was truly dead, would I be the only Hindu member of a team with 2 other Muslim members defending the fact that secularism is not dead? I put to you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I put to you that my colleagues, debaters, are so fascinated at scoring points about their, or for and against their political masters, that they've forgotten that the real topic of today's debate is secularism dead in India? What India are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Is it the same India that one of my debaters mentioned that his party head had to take a rally out when the Ram temple was built? Well, I would argue that she could take a rally out against the Ram temple in India proves that secularism is not dead, ladies and gentlemen. It is exactly the reverse. It is exactly the reverse, I put to you. I want to say to my colleague, you come from the same city which organizes one of the biggest Christmas festivals in the world in Park Street, where I spent my childhood, and you still argue secularism is dead? That's not fair, ladies and gentlemen. I put to you that when you look at a debating topic like this, you must think as an Indian, not as a party person. And what is this India? It is the same India where only 6 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, Asia's biggest church was built in the same India in Nagaland. It is the same India where for the first time a woman parliamentarian from India who's not Muslim can go to Medina and have many Muslim commentators around the world, including Hassan Surur, say that this is an epochal moment in the history of Islam. It's the same India. Secularism is not dead. Quite on the contrary, India is showing what secularism truly is. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people spoke about Ayodhya. It's interesting, is it not, about the Ram temple, that one of the main Muslim litigants on the Ram temple issue finally accepted that double the amount of land was actually given to the Muslim side to build a mosque compared to what was given to the Hindus to build a temple. And therefore, Iqbal Ansari showered rose petals on the Prime Minister when a roadshow was happened and the Ram temple was consecrated. Secularism, ladies and gentlemen, is alive and well in India. Secularism is alive in many, many ways. It is alive because, do you know who's the biggest landowner in India after the government of India? It is an organization called the Catholic Church of India.
Okay. Thank you, Hindol. Thank you very much
is alive.
for that. Thank you. So we've had 2 speakers speak both for and against the motion. This is where I go across for the first time to our jury to get them to give us some sense of how it's going. Aryamar Sundaram, do you think your wards are doing a good job? What would you tell them?
Well, I think it's very determined, whatever each one is saying. They feel they're right. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to hear what they really think secularism ought to be in India.
He wants to hear, go deeper. Swapanda, going well, not going well? What are you liking, not liking?
It's quite fascinating. It's quite rhetorical, quite interesting. I have a few questions which I would like to ask. Maybe I'll ask it later, but just for 1 minute. When did India become secular? Was it India always secular? Or did it become secular only in 1950 or maybe in 76, 42nd Amendment? Second question, I'm a bit intrigued when he said, I think it was Riju who pointed out one nation, one language. He also mentioned one food. What is this one food we are talking about?
As long as you guys have some food on your plate, right? That's all that matters. Deepak, how's it going?
I think it's going fine. It would have been a little more appropriate if people had gone into the fact that secularism is always going to be a difficult concept in a deeply religious country like India. And therefore, how do you handle it? So I think a little more background would have been advisable.
Interesting. So thank you for your first comments. I just want to tell everyone, as you're busy eating, remember you have to vote after this. We have this QR code. If you don't have it, just look around. find somebody who will give it to you. You need to log in, not right now. There'll be a counter. It'll go for 1 minute, 20 seconds. That's when you vote and decide who carried the day. Now for our last set of speakers, speaking for the motion, secularism is dying in India. There's only one person left, so can we hear it for Ashutosh, please? Ashutosh. TV anchors are good when they're on TV. Can they be good debaters? Ashutosh, your time starts now.
I've never been a good debater, but I know how to speak. To start with, a High Court judge retires, joins BJP next day, and says he can't choose between Gandhi and Godse, need time to think. And still we believe that secularism in India is not dying, then one has to be delusional or ideologically blind. Secularism as an idea was a defining principle of the modern India, in which every religion has to respect other, whatever faith one has. Secularism cannot discriminate. If a state starts discriminating between the different faith and the religion, there is something wrong with it. In India today, the state is discriminatory. It discriminates between different faiths and different religion. That has to be understood. In fact, today, the media is unabashedly has become communal, and I'm saying this with all my responsibility. That was the last bastion. When we started our journalism, the secularism, come what may, has to be reflected in our reports and analysis. Not anymore. And unfortunately today, when a Tomar, Manoj Kumar Tomar, when he hit somebody doing namaz in front of a mosque, then he's hailed as a hero. He's not the only one. There is one Chetan Sharma who killed 3 Muslims in a train, and he was hailed as a hero. And then there was one raggar. He burnt, he killed, and when he was to be produced in Udaipur court, for 2 hours police could not do it because the thousands of supporters had out that area. And they hoisted a flag at the top of the court. Nothing can be more bad than this. But what is worrying is that this has a sanction of the state. It is not, secularism is no longer a guarantee by the constitution. Secularism is no longer a guarantee by the government. Secularism is not Modi's guarantee today. That's the unfortunate part of it. The fact of the matter is, and I still remember what Sardar Patel has written to Mr. M.S. Golwar on 11 September 1948. And he said, कि you Hindu, RSS is good. But the fact is, when he attacks Muslims, full of venom. And I still remember what the Golwalkar has written in his book. And he said the Muslims has to live like a second-class citizens. That's an unfortunate part of it. But those today who are in the government, they inspire from that ideology. So I don't blame Tomar, I don't blame Chetan, I don't blame Gangopadhyay. I blame the ideological system it is here today. And I dread to say this, but if this continues unhindered, India is heading for a historical accident. It's better we revive secularism, otherwise we are dead.
Thank you very much. Can we hear it for Ashutosh, please? Our last speaker now, and remember after this, we'll have one round of interjections. The jury will speak one at a time, and then all of you vote. So I hope you're ready for that. National spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party can speak no more than 3 minutes. Your time starts now. Secularism is not dying in India. Explain why.
Members of the jury, this August gathering, the opposition argues that secularism is dying in India. I want to give you a sad piece of news. Nehruvian version of secularism is dead, and I've worn black clothes so that I can reiterate that the pallbearers of Nehruvian secularism ought to know that it's never coming back. That secularism which says that women and men can't have equal rights in the name of personal laws from Shah Banu to triple talaq is dead. That secularism which says that the Uniform Civil Code should not be applied and a 9-year-old girl should get married to a 60-year-old year-old who has 3 wives is dead and it's never coming back. That secularism which says that Tazia should come out on the streets, but Durga Puja, Visarjan Yatra should not till the time the High Court has to intervene is dead, Riju Datta. And that secularism which says that the partition was secular, but the CA law which was committed by Mahatma Gandhi to get the refugees back from Pakistan and Bangladesh is communal, is dead. Today I ask only one question, it's Ramzan. Ya Allah, mujhe is Nehruvian secularism se kya mila? Mila to keval lynching or riots mila. Hashimpura, Bhagalpur, Meerut, Haryana, Bhagalpur, all of these riots, Ahmedabad, Jalgaon, Delhi, all of them happened under Nehruvian secularism's watch. 10,000 Muslims were chopped. It was almost 3,500 Sikhs who were butchered. And one Prime Minister got up and said, Bada ped girta hai to dharti hilti hai. And Sajjan Kumar and Jagdish Tytler were defended in the name of Nehruvian secularism. I ask, what did I get in Nehruvian secularism? 0 taps, 0 toilets, 0 houses, 0 bank accounts. And today when 25 crore people are out of poverty, when 13 crore people get toilets, 13 crore people get Nal Se Jal, Shehla gets it, Sagarika gets it. Mohit gets it, Mohammed gets it. At that time, secularism khatre mein hai. I want to ask that what is this logic that when the UPA government bats for CA law, when it implements it for 2 years, when it makes a parliamentary report that the Pakistani minorities, the Bangladeshi minorities should get it, when Manmohan Singh stands up and says in Rajya Sabha that we ought to have this law, and when Mahatma Gandhi advocated for it, it is secular then, but when the BJP walks the talk, it becomes communal. I want to also ask the question that today, abusing Sanatan, you said kicking a Namazi, Ashutosh, abusing Sanatan and saying Sanatan should be eliminated. Udayanidhi Stalin said it, High Court, Supreme Court came down heavily on it. That is secularism. But kicking a Namazi is communalism. Nobody justifies that. But I ask you today, when Ram Mandir is abused, when Ramcharitmanas is abused, and if I say Sar Tan Se Juda Mat Bolo, then I am communal. But Udayanidhi Stalin saying that Sanatan should be eradicated is becoming secular. This is the double standard. Your hypocrisy should be dead, actually. When I go to a iftar party wearing a topi, I'm neither a Rozadar nor a Muslim, and I go to a state-sponsored iftar party, that is secular. But if a practicing Hindu does the Anushtana and goes to the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, that becomes communal. And to answer Swapan Das Gupta, India or Bharat was not secular because of the addition of a word in the preamble. Bharat was not secular because of some Nehruvian concept of secularism. Bharat has always been secular because Bharat has a majority of Hindus, and the Hindus of this country are secular. And as long as the Hindus will be secular, Bharat will be secular. Nobody can take that away from us. Long live secularism.
Okay, good. It's good to see some camaraderie between the opposing sides. Here's what we'll do next. One of our members of the jury gets to observe, weigh in, and say something which will be responded to by either of the teams. So you can decide who wants to go first. Very brief observation, drawing from what you've heard, not from the biases that you brought or the views that you brought, drawing from what you heard. A very quick 1-minute interjection comment from any of the members of the jury. I think Aryama Sundaram has his mic up.
I actually found one person who touched on the point as to first understand what is secularism in the Indian context, and then debate the issue whether it's dying or not. Otherwise, you don't know what you're killing or what you're keeping alive. And I feel that is one thing I find that apart from probably one speaker, nobody has gone near as to what is the secularism in the Indian context.
Okay.
May I ask Ashutosh a question? He pointed out that the media has become deeply communal of late. I mean, that was one of his observations. Now, I remember a time when I started off in journalism, and we used to have lines such as, last Friday afternoon, a crowd of people of belonging to a particular community came out on the streets shouting, din, din. That was the sort of, is that supposed to be secularism? Where you obfuscate, don't talk about the realities.
Yes, of course. Here, you can stay there. I get you the mic. But no, you can sit if you want. You have only 1 minute to answer, okay? So there's only 1 minute to answer. Just bring the count.
That's a very typical of the right-wingers. You take one anecdote from the history and you say this is the general theory. The fact of the matter is everybody knows that how the riots were reported. Never Hindus and Muslims are ever mentioned by name. Today the Chief Minister mentions that. Is that secularism? Is media the way during the pandemic the minority communities were demonized in this country? Was that secularism in media? I think this is the time where we should introspect, we should find out why so much demonization. If somebody from the Kashmiri speaks a word, he's treated like an enemy on the TV channels. If somebody who's a Muslim with a dadi, he's treated like an enemy of the state. I think we have to understand, we have to introspect. And I said it, and I believe into this, that unless as a nation we realize the country is heading for a historical accident. Where will it lead? I do not know. The history is a witness for that matter. And Swapan, the fact is, you also know, and I also know, what is secularism. Secularism is a constitutional guarantee by the Constitution. It is not a Modi's guarantee, unfortunately.
Thank you, Ashutosh. No, you can't add to that, because there's just one by one, and now Deepak Verma.
Question to Shehzad.
You can sit, Shehzad.
Sit.
Free country.
You ended by saying that the Hindus are secular. How do you establish that?
May I start?
You have 1 minute. Go for it. Time's clicking.
Much before the preamble had the word secularism inserted in it at the time when half of the opposition was in jail at the peak of emergency, thousands of years before that, the Parsis, a community that I am very close to, landed up on the coast of Gujarat, and they asked if they could have refuge here facing persecution from the land they came from, and the Indians, Hindus, gave them refuge. In the entire world, the Jews were persecuted, especially in Western educated Europe, but the only land, the only bhumi where the Jews were not persecuted in any point of their history was the land of Bharat, and this was thousands of years ago. And therefore, India is secular because yahan ka swabhav, yahan ka janmanas secular hai. This is our existence. It is not a creation even of one word in the Constitution. It is not the creation of some anglicized model of secularism that was imposed upon us. It is exactly how you are, and therefore even if though I am a Muslim, I start my day saying, Ram Ram ji, kaise ho aap?
Thank you, Ashutosh. Now we'll have one round of interjections. This is for 1 minute, and ideally made by someone who hasn't had an opportunity to pipe in so far. So, and this is not based on what you would like to say ideally because you came with a long speech and this much is left. No, not that. From what you've heard from the others, some argument that you wish to tear apart. Don't look at me. You guys are a team. Both Riju and Shama have a hand up. Look at each other and decide, because your time's about to start. Let's go for it.
So Shehzad said something, that what is it against the Hindus? I want to make it clear. I'm a Muslim brought up by my father saying that Hinduism is the most tolerant religion. It's not against the Hindus. That is what we have to be clear about. It is what has happened after 2014, especially when you see in Parliament, you hear Jai Shri Ram. Vande Mataram is at the start of the session and at the end of the session. We hear it all the time. We hear Bharat Mata Ki Jai continuously. I remember Meenakshi Lekhi came to Kerala and told them, say Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Why do you force this on us is the question today. We want to live together. That is the most important. Mr. Sawant the Chief Minister of Goa says, I'm sorry, I can't get you beef for 5 days. It's not available. But in Haryana, Nasser and Junaid are burned alive on suspicion of transporting cow. So what's happening in this country? What we see is secularism means all religions are equal and all of them should be given equal opportunity. Nobody is against. The ecosystem started in 2014 because there is no condemnation from the top.
So thank you for that, Shama. I just also want to tell our debaters and everyone sitting here that you can use the interjection to actually put somebody on the mat by asking him a question which he needs to respond to, which is based on something that he said, but you didn't do that, which is fine as well. We now have somebody from the against team making an interjection. Hindol has the mic out. Go for it.
Since I'm the only one interested in history, professionally at least, let's make a historical point. A lot of people mention Nathuram Godse. Perhaps they don't know that Nathuram Godse in court gave a statement saying he stood for a secular version of India, and he said he never wanted any mixing of religion with politics in India. This is recorded statement of Nathuram Godse. He said he objected to Gandhi because of what happened with Pakistan and India and the division of the country, but he personally always stood for a division between politics and religion. And the other point I really wanted to make was Pragya Thakur was mentioned. Well, Actually, Pragya Thakur's case is a wonderful example of how secularism is alive. She said something, lo behold, she doesn't have a ticket today. So, you know, in my mind, this is a perfect example of secularism. You do something, well, you don't have a ticket. What better could be? What better?
Okay. Thank you, Hindal, for that. You know, lots of people who are sitting here are messaging, and some who are watching on digital and social are messaging. So I'll use my perch as the session chair to ask Shaila Rashid this question. Many people are messaging me and saying, Shaila ko kya hua? Given what she was and who she was earlier as a trenchant critic of the Modi government, they're saying, is this discovery of secularism or is this pressure? Shaila Rashid, 1 minute, go for it.
So it's quite clear that the last 10 years have not been an easy an easy conversation between the government and the Muslims. But what we need to realize is that what has ended, the era that is over, that we are talking about, is an era of tokenism. What has ended is lip service to the Muslim cause. Now, let me give you a small example. The scheduled caste reservation, for example, does not include Muslims. And this was the golden age of secularism under Congress. But now we see the EWS reservation. Does it discriminate against Muslims? Does it leave out Muslims? It does not. So, for example, the PM Vishwakarma scheme, if you look at it, it has 18 crafts listed under which youth are given training and they are given some per diem and they are given some livelihood. Now, these crafts are primarily practiced by Pasmanda Muslims, but the scheme doesn't say that. So, actions speak louder than words. That is what has changed. Earlier, we used to have only words. Now we have actions. Without paying lip service, without saying Muslim, 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 the government is teaching us, it is enabling us to stand on our own feet. That is what has changed.
Okay, so thank you, Shaila, for that. We're coming now to the business end of this debate. I just want to tell our debaters that you have 1 minute each for final comments. One person from both teams, whoever's not spoken, ideally that. Before that, from the jury, your final comments, and then the voting. So whoever wants to speak first. Just 1 minute each.
Comments, I think all of them are quite passionate in whatever they've said. I just want to ask a question. How does saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai or Vande Mataram undermine Muslims?
Okay. Arya Sundram.
Since everybody has a minute to answer, I want to ask you all a question. Do you think the question of secularism being under attack or not being under attack is because India seems to have made a departure from what is the philosophy of secularism? The philosophy of secularism is the state disassociates itself from religion. It is actually a passive role the state plays. Whereas the Indian Constitution appears to lead, as was said by a 9-judge bench in the Supreme Court, to a positive concept in India, whereby the state participates with one rule. The state does not have ethical morality, it does not have religious morality, it has constitutional morality. And constitutional morality means that political parties cannot bring religion into their political agenda, because that is, I'm quoting the Supreme Court, constitutionally impermissible and therefore constitutionally immoral. I would like it if anybody can comment as to whether this is the cause of our problem. So you have to do this. Remember,
in the concluding comments that one of you makes, you have to respond to the jury and what you've heard. It's not what you're itching to say, because everybody's already got his hand up and they're itching to say something. It's not necessarily what you're itching to say. It's in response to what you have, because we have a very smart audience, and the sharpest minds sitting out in the audience, they'll be judging you. So respond to what you're hearing from the jury.
Ask Aryaman, has faith got to be vetted by the Supreme Court?
You know, I have a plan. We set up a separate debate on the sidelines and do an adda. Swapan Das Gupta versus Arya Sundaram. Who's joining me for that later? That'll be fun as well.
On a lighter vein, if you gave the Supreme Court a chance to decide it, they would.
Oh, we can have the 9-judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court weighing in on this, and we can have Swapan and Aryama argue on both sides. That'll be a lot of fun. Our Law Today team would be very excited about that. Deepak Verma, final comments. Any particular direction you wish to take this debate in, and then final words. Mike.
I would have expected that people talk about the difficulty of having a Western concept like secularism incorporated into India. And the original debates in the Constituent Assembly about that. So that is something we did not come out at all during the conversations.
Deepak's not very impressed with the whole debate. He's like, "Pata nahi aa raha." Okay, we'll hopefully, the debaters will, in the last chance they have, rise to the moment. It doesn't necessarily need to be somebody who hasn't spoken. It could be anybody in the team, whoever wants to have a go, to speak first or against the motion. No, so because we started with speaking for, so this time we'll start with against. So speaking against the motion that secularism is dying, and then you can, because we started with you, we'll end with you. So here's your chance. You have only 1 minute. Shehzad Poonawalla, the last speaker, the last comment, after which is audience voting. Shehzad Poonawalla, explain, based on what you heard from the jury, why you think secularism is not dying. Your time starts now.
Because we veered around the Gandhi-Godse debate, and let me tell you what was the Gandhian concept of secularism. The Gandhian concept of secularism was, he himself said, Ram Rajya hona chahiye. His final words were, hey Ram. He wanted that the cow slaughter should be prohibited. But the Nehruvian form of secularism even dumped Gandhi, and by the way, the only person who's built a Godse Mandir, Babulal Chaurasia, is in the Congress party, and he continues to be there. So that much about their Godse love. But having said that, this is the true idea of secularism that the Congress party departed from, and which we are returning to today. And only one last point, exposing the hypocrisy. These people call themselves secular. They have allied with Uddhav Sena, which destroyed the Babri Masjid, according to them. They are allied with the Muslim League in Kerala, from where she comes from. And they are allied with ISF Furfura Sharif, who said he wanted Hindus' blood in West Bengal. This is their secularism. And our secularism is very simple, that the concept of our Vedas, the secularism is imbibed in that. That is the secularism. Ram and Krishna are on the pages of the Constitution, but they say Ram ji ke baare mein baat karna is communal. This is where Congress is at.
Okay, thank you. So our last speaker, the last 1 minute of this debate, and then we do the voting. You can come here, Riju. He got this debate off to a flying start. Let's see how he wraps this all up. Your time starts now. Final comments speaking for the motion that secularism is dying in India.
On a topic when secularism is dying in India, my dear friend from the BJP spoke about how many toilets were built and how many taps were built. Well, Shehzad, if you are in power for 2 consecutive terms and the majority of 150 crore people are voting for you, pardon my French, but that's your bloody job to do. Secondly, Hinduism does not need protection. We have survived. We have survived the Mughals, we have survived the British, and we will survive the BJP as well. It's a religion of compassion, generosity, and we are all in it together. But that does not mean we will undermine somebody else to make us look superior. I am a practicing Hindu. I have learned my religion from my parents and from my grandparents. The self-declared custodians of Hinduism do not understand that Hinduism traverses them all. And it will stay even after them, even after me, even after this country. Hinduism will stay here forever. But what Hinduism does not teach us is to undermine others to make us look superior. And if you want to know,
ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to an end of this debate. Thank you very much for joining us for the first Knives Out Conclave debate. Can we have a very big round of applause for our debaters? You know, and I just want to say, before we begin the voting, that it doesn't really matter who won or lost. Just the fact that they came, they made the arguments that they did. For us, they're all winners. But of course, there must be a winner, and somebody gets a pen and somebody gets something much fancier than that, right? So let's do that now. So this QR code that I spoke of is now going to come on your screen. So if you can zoom in and download the QR code from the screen, fantastic. Remember, once this starts, you have only 120 seconds to conclude. So I hope that everyone's got that tech game spot on, right? And you also have this QR code on the table in front of you. So just pick out your phone, go to the QR code, and then start to vote. So I hope you're all ready. We're just kind of building it up because you actually have just that limited amount of time once this gets kick-started to conclude your voting. If you aren't able to conclude, then we can't really help you because that's just the way it is. And because this screen may be too far away from some of you, therefore this sheet of paper is also somewhere near you, or you could just reach out and get one from someone who's nearby. But hopefully our tech team's done a great job and you're being able to download straight from that QR code. The question is, secularism is dying in India. That's the motion that we've been debating. You've heard from Say, you guys can't vote. I hope you're not Shahzad bhai. You're not voting, right? Oh, I thought he's like, okay.
I have a 5 p.m. on his channel. I'm giving the time for that.
The biggest concern is I hope elections aren't rigged and I hope the debaters aren't voting for themselves, right? That's not allowed. So don't do that. Yeah, I don't know. I hope our EVM is good. I hope our EVM is good. We have confidence in the India Today Group digital tech team. They've done a good job and hopefully it's working out really fine. Okay, so you have 116 seconds left. Okay, 116 seconds left. It's on your screen right now, and this is live voting. So as you keep pumping in your answers, this keeps changing. You get to vote only once. You can't change your mind. At this moment, 21% of the respondents are saying secularism is dying in India. 75% are saying no, secularism is not dying. 4% seem confused because they can't say. I mean, how can you not say? You just heard a great debate. You cannot possibly say you can't say. Who are these 3%? Not loud. Or maybe they didn't get any food and they're upset because India wale ne khana nahi khilaya. So don't do that. I hope you're voting. Now 22%, secularism is dying. It's going up just, I think the no's really just went out and voted straight up. The other team is getting their votes out very slowly. We've got 68 seconds to go. I don't know what Shehzad is doing. He's looking very dangerous. He's like, मैं अपनी army को लगाया था because this QR code, if you try online, I don't know if you can do it from home. I hope he doesn't have the full BJP army doing that. Download the QR code from social and digital and then vote. He's already passed whatever message he had to. Their toolkit is already activated if required. Or it could just be all of you. It could also just be all of you.
EVM hack करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है.
जनता ही hacked है. Okay, fine. We've got 43 seconds to go before we wrap up this debate. If you haven't voted still, please do. This is your last chance. And I hope it's only people who are here who are voting because that's the whole idea. You can't, I mean, you can, I suppose, if you're elsewhere and you were really quick, like a quick gun, Murugan, you pulled it out, looked at the QR code, you could do it from outside as well. 26 seconds to go. Is secularism dying in India? You know, this is where, is Rajdeep here? Because Rajdeep gets really excited. He says, I can call the election. That's when everyone else at the back end gets really worried, saying, don't call the election because it can change. But Rajdeep says, agar 11 seconds mein nahi hua, to ab change nahi hoga. And I think that's quite correct. So on the motion of whether secularism is dying in India, the India Today Knives Out debate, the results are in front of us. 76% of the respondents who are present over here, hopefully with no fixing, no hacking, no toolkits, they've come to the conclusion that secularism, in fact, is not dying in India. So they've carried this motion. Can we have a very warm round of applause, please? Very warm round of applause. Good to see some camaraderie between our debaters. I now want to call our team with the awards and the prizes, and can we get the members of the jury to give away the awards to the winning team? So if you can just come here. Arima Sundaram, Shwapan Das Gupta, Deepak Verma. Can we have a round of applause for them as well, please? And can we call our winning team first? Shehzad Punawala, Hindol Sen Gupta, Sheila Rashid, and those fancy gifts for our winners for making so much of an effort. And just give it to the gift. So you can come. Sheila, please come. Shwapanda. There's a lot of pehle aap happening. Huh? There's a kind of formed good camaraderie and teamsmanship. Sir, unko de do, please. Ek karke de do. Yes, thank you. Yes. So thank you very much. It's a group photograph. That's the winning team. Can we have a round of applause for our winners, please? They argued against the motion that secularism is dying and they carried the debate at Knives Out. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please come back. Can we have the team that fought hard but didn't carry this motion, couldn't win the audience? Can we have Riju Datta here, please? Shama Muhammad, Ashutosh, please come. No, just give it to the jury and they'll give it to the guests. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So please come back. If the jury can just stay with us, can we have the last three? Can we have a token of appreciation for our jury, please? Can I invite Kali Puri to come, our Managing Director, Executive Editor-in-Chief. It was her idea that we do this Knives Out Conclave debate. So can we have a round of applause, please? And can you bring the last three gifts for our jury? Starting with Shwapan Das Gupta. Arima said, I've never missed court on a Friday afternoon. This is a very expensive debate. So thank you for that, Arima. And Deepak Verma, thank you very much. Can we have everyone coming here for one photograph? 5 minutes. She came with a full...
Let's put it together for Rahul for moderating this. Put it together for Rahul for moderating this.
हो गया भाई, हो गया, शहजाद भाई, हो गया, जीत गए आप. Okay, can you all stand and can we get a photograph? And thank you very much. I hope you guys had great fun. Thank you for participating. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for the jury and our panelists this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank the panelists. Give us about 5-minute clearance time. We hope you've had a sumptuous lunch and enjoyed a sumptuous debate as well. We're going to just clear your tables and the stage, and we'll be back in exactly 5 minutes. Give us about 5 minutes. We're going to clear the tables. We hope you enjoyed lunch. We hope you enjoyed the debate. And we are ready to go into our next session, just about a couple of minutes. And we are back on. Start two tales of conviction, courage and cricket. This session sponsored by NIA. Once again, introducing to you our next session, Sensational Start, Two Tales of Conviction, Courage and Cricket, session sponsored by NIA. To take it from here, inviting on stage our session's moderator, Nikhil Naz, Consulting Editor, Sports, India Today.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. If you can just settle down, and then I'll call upon the two guests. They're waiting there in the aisle. I'll just allow the waiters to just clear the tables. If I could request everyone to just take their seats, please. Because the two guests are waiting, if you could just take your seats. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know that this is probably the toughest session to moderate, simply because this is the first session after your working lunch. And, I know after a sumptuous meal that you've just had, and sleep knocking on the doors, it's going to be tough. I understand that. But guess what? We've got the perfect antidote to your sleep in the two guests that are going to be coming up. What has actually made matters worse, and I just realized it while coming today, is that today also happens to be the World Sleep Day for some reason. But I'd just like you to celebrate your World Sleep Day maybe in another 10 hours or so. As I mentioned, the two guests that are going to be coming on stage are the perfect antidote. I say that because they're full of beans. If they show even half the energy that they showed on the cricket field, boy, are you in for a fine session this afternoon. Before I call them on stage, I'm going to give you a bit of a context. So for those of you who haven't been following cricket, you'd understand who I'm talking about. And for that, I'm going to rewind a couple of months ago. A couple of months ago, the English team came to India with the famous hyped approach called baseball. And to make matters worse for the Indian team at that time, two of their stalwarts in Ajinkya Rahane and Cheteshwar Pujara had been dropped. And then to add to India's misery, you had the superstar of Indian cricket, Virat Kohli, take a break from that India versus England series. And then there was more trouble around the corner. And then the two players that were going to replace the two stalwarts in KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer, they were battling injuries too. So India had their backs against the wall. If I was to say that, that'd be an understatement. So what did the Indian team do at that time? They called upon two youngsters to come and step up into the shoes of a few legends that were supposed to play. And the rest, as they say, is history. Those two youngsters, one of them got a 15 both the innings of his first debut test match to help India win that Rajkot test. And then this next youngster in his second ever test match for India, scores a 90 and a match-winning 39 to get the man of the match and to help India win the next test and with that, win the series. So, with a huge round of applause, we are delighted to be joined by two future superstars of Indian cricket in Sarfaraz Khan and Dhruv Jurel. Please welcome them. थैंक यू सो मच आप दोनों का आने के लिए, हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे बात करने के लिए. एंड माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ऑब्वियसली इज, व्हेन यू वर प्लेइंग, जब सीरीज चल रही थी तब कई बार आदमी को पता नहीं चलता क्या हो रहा है. यू डोंट रियलाइज व्हाट यू गाइज हैव अचीव्ड. नाउ यू हैड अ बिट ऑफ टाइम, थोड़ा डाउन टाइम मिला है. हैज़ इट संक इन, रियलाइज हो रहा है कि क्या किया? ध्रुव, आपके साथ शुरुआत करूँगा.
नहीं सर, इट वॉज ऑलवेज बीन ए ड्रीम टू प्ले टेस्ट क्रिकेट, क्योंकि which I believe that test is the purest form of cricket. I always dreamt that I want to play test cricket and I was very sure that I'll play test cricket someday. So sir, अच्छा लग रहा है कि test cricket खेला and I am glad that I contributed for my team in a win. So sir, always been a dream and dream come true moment for me.
सरफराज, Instagram followers बढ़ गए सडनली, आपने रियलाइज किया?
जी बिल्कुल, कुछ टाइम 3-4 साल से मेरे 600-700 के पास ही थे. सडनली इंडिया खेलने के बाद 1.5 मिलियन हो गए, तो ठीक है, बढ़िया है.
The power of Indian cricket. He was outstanding. मैं ये जानना चाहता था, कहीं आपको ऐसा तो नहीं लग रहा दोनों को, इतने साल से ड्रीम था, फिर आप टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेलते हो, इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस जो मैंने मेंशन की, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं लगा लोग टेस्ट क्रिकेट बोलते हैं, व्हाट्स द फस ऑल अबाउट? ऐसा तो नहीं लगा?
नहीं, मेरे लिए तो ऐसा नहीं है, क्योंकि बचपन से सुनते हुए आ रहा था और रियल क्रिकेट टेस्ट क्रिकेट को ही माना जाता है. तो मतलब मेरे अब्बू यही बोलते थे कि टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेलना है. जब हम लोगों ने खेले, और ऐसा नहीं था कि प्रेशर नहीं था, ऑब्वियसली उस समय था, तब वहाँ पर खेल के पता चला कि हाँ भाई, रियल टेस्ट क्रिकेट यही होता है.
क्योंकि सरफराज मुंबई से है, मेरा अगला सवाल थोड़ी मुंबई भाषा का इस्तेमाल करूँगा. ध्रुव, लेकिन आपसे सवाल है, बैसबॉल हम सुनते रहे, इंग्लैंड की टीम बैसबॉल ले रही है, बैसबॉल की तो वाट लगा दी आपने.
सर, वो उनका तरीका है क्रिकेट खेलने का, इंडियंस का अलग तरीका है. मेरे को लगता है कि 5 डेज हैं तो उनका यूटिलाइज क्यों नहीं करते? क्योंकि इफ़ यू प्ले T20 और ODI, आपको एक दिन में रिजल्ट मिल जाता है. बट इन टेस्ट क्रिकेट यू हैव टू विन सेशंस, और कभी सेशन डाउन हो फिर जीतना अगला, तो हर एक मैंने गेम में रहते हो आप दोनों टीम. तो मेरे को लगता है कि इफ़ यू वांट टू प्ले टेस्ट क्रिकेट यू हैव टू विन सेशन बाय सेशन.
क्योंकि मैं बैसबॉल क्या है आप लोगों को पता होगा. बैसबॉल का मतलब है टू प्ले अग्रेसिव क्रिकेट. And I think if you were to compare the two teams, there was only one winner there. Only one team played aggressive cricket. That was India. I wish मैं वो footage चला पाता, but मैं सरफराज का एक सेशन था, एक प्ले था, मार्कवुड वर्सेस सरफराज. मार्कवुड डालता है 150 kmph पे. He hits him for a 4, no look shot, नीचे देख के straight down the line. The bowler gets angry, bowls a bouncer at him. He hits him for a 4 again, पीछे की तरफ. फिर वो और गुस्सा होता है, एक और शॉर्ट बॉल आती है, देन ही हिट्स हिम फॉर अ 6 देयर. उसके बाद उसका गुस्सा पूरा उतर गया, ही जस्ट गोज बैक टू द पवेलियन. वो अभी हाइलाइट्स देखते हो, गूज़बम्स आते हैं जब वो मोमेंट चल रहा था?
जी बिल्कुल, अभी तक तो वैसे शॉट सिर्फ रोहित भाई को मारते हुए देखता था टीवी पे. तो जब मैंने भी वैसे शॉट्स मारा, ऑब्वियसली इतने टाइम से उस चीज़ों की प्रैक्टिस चल रही थी, तो उस समय इतना नहीं पता चला. लेकिन जब रील्स हम देखते हैं तब तो ऐसा, हाँ भाई मैं ही हूँ, वेल डन करके खुद.
अच्छा, एक चीज़ आप दोनों ने कही, एंड ये थोड़ी क्रिटिसिज्म भी होती है इंडियन क्रिकेटर्स की, कि अब IPL आ गया है, T20 आ गया है, और आप दोनों ने IPL खेला भी है, तो टेस्ट क्रिकेट की अब वो इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं रही है. आपने कैसे, इस जनरेशन के होने के बावजूद आप दोनों ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट को कैसे उतना इम्पोर्टेंस अभी भी दी है? क्या है माइंडसेट आप में?
So mindset तो मैंने आपको बताया, as I told, I always wanted to play test cricket. I still remember in my under-19 days, they asked me one question, what are your goals? So I was just simply telling them that I want to play 200 test matches for India. And after that I realized that's a lot, but I was very sure about test cricket.
कभी ऐसा नहीं लगा against the glamour of IPL, T20, अभी आपने बोला भी कि my bat is itching to go to play IPL, थोड़े छक्के मारने, उसके ग्लैमर में कम तो नहीं हुआ आपकी नज़रों में कभी टेस्ट क्रिकेट?
नहीं सर, जब आपको पता चलता है कि यू गोना डेब्यू, तो आपको जो बैगी कैप मिलती है, आपका उसमें कैप नंबर लिखा होता है, और वो बैगी कैप आपको कोई सीने प्ले देता है, सर उसकी फीलिंग बहुत अलग है। हमेशा से बोलते आए हैं कि वाइट बॉल, रेड बॉल, लेकिन मेरे को लगता नहीं इन दोनों का कोई कॉन्टेस्ट भी है। टेस्ट क्रिकेट इज़ वेरी वेरी।
सरफराज?
नहीं सर, देखिए ऐसा है कि क्रिकेट में ऐसी चीज़ है कि आपको बस हर चीज़ में मेहनत करनी है। अगर वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट आ रहा है तो आपको उसके लिए अलग से प्रैक्टिस लगती है। ऑब्वियसली टेस्ट क्रिकेट डिफ़िकल्ट है क्योंकि 5 दिन तक चलेगा, वो लंबे रेस का घोड़ा बनना पड़ता है उसमें। तो डिपेंड करता है कि आप प्रैक्टिस कैसे करते हो। अगर आप दोनों चीज़ को साथ में लेके चल सकते हो तो वो बहुत ही अच्छा होता है। तो अच्छी प्रैक्टिस की ज़रूरत होती है। अगर T20 आ रहा है तो उससे पहले हम वाइट बॉल से अच्छा प्रैक्टिस करें, प्रिपरेशन करें, और डेज मैच के टाइम पे ज़्यादातर विकेट पे रुकने की कोशिश करें, वो माइंडसेट दिमाग में लेके चल, तो डिपेंड करता है।
अच्छा, हाल ही में BCCI ने भी अच्छे स्टेप्स लिए हैं टुवर्ड्स टेस्ट क्रिकेट। सडनली द मैच फी हैज़ इंक्रीज, सो टेस्ट क्रिकेट को वो इंपॉर्टेंस दी जा रही है। व्हाट डू यू टू मेक ऑफ दीज स्टेप्स दैट द BCCI हैज़ टेकन? ध्रुव, आप शुरू कर सकते हैं। सरफराज?
नहीं सर, एक बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है, बट मैं और सरफराज तो फिगर आउट कर रहे हैं कि वो क्या इनिशिएटिव है। अभी ढंग से समझ में आया कि वो उन्होंने कुछ वो निकाला है, लेकिन है इनिशिएटिव। क्योंकि जैसा सर आए थे उन्होंने बताया था वी टुक इनिशिएटिव दैट वी आर गोइंग टू इंक्रीज योर सैलरी, तो वो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया, लेकिन ये है कि हाँ, खाम का वो एक टेस्ट क्रिकेट के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है।
I'll tell you why is he saying समझ में नहीं आया, because it's a very convoluted formula, so you have to be a math genius to understand. So I figured it out after the session. आप दोनों के साथ एक छोटी सी मैथ क्लास होगी, I'll explain. But yeah, what do you make of जो ये स्टेप है BCCI ने लिया?
नहीं, हमने भी समझने की कोशिश किया लेकिन समझ नहीं पाए। जैसे कि आपने बताया, जब आप समझ जाओगे तो हमको बाद में आप भी समझा देंगे।
Okay, maybe this question is best asked after the session, after I have that session with you in the private. One thing that is common in both your stories, and it's an incredible story from where these two come, humble backgrounds to have made it this far, is the role of their parents. You can understand how much their parents played an important role in their life. I'll just mention 2 things. Sarfraz here wears a jersey which is 97, which is his birth year, but it's also 97. It is dedicated to his father, who worked throughout his life to have him as a test cricketer, because 9 and 7 in Hindi will be 9 or 7, so Naushad is his father's name, so that's why he picked the 97 jersey. Just tells you the role that his father played. Dhruv, on the other hand, the day he made his debut, sometimes people put their own pictures that I'm getting this debut, this is my cap. His Instagram had the picture of his father and his mother, and I'll read the caption that he had mentioned. He had written, "Aap dono se zamana hai, abhi aur bhi naam kamana hai." This is what he had paid a tribute to his parents when he got picked for the Indian team. दोनों से मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, just एक कोई स्टोरी बचपन की जो आपको ग्राउंडेड रखती है। जब आप मैदान पे खेल रहे हो, जितना भी फेमडम मिला, जितने भी बड़े आप स्टार बने, आप हमेशा वो स्टोरी को याद कर लेते हो बचपन की, अपने पेरेंट्स की, और आप ग्राउंडेड रहते हो। सरफराज, आप स्टार्ट करेंगे?
सर, मैं तो कई बार ऐसा होता था कि दिन भर ग्राउंड पे रहता था, छोटा था, और 2-2 महीने मैंने जब समर वेकेशन का टाइम होता था, दिन भर हम ग्राउंड पे रहते थे, तो मैं प्लॉट पे भी सोया हूँ, ताकि घर पे जाने पे मुझे 8-9 बज जाते थे, लेट हो जाता था। मैं फिर सुबह 5 बजे उठ के आओ, फिर सुबह प्रैक्टिस, दिन भर मैच और शाम में प्रैक्टिस। तो यही सब चीज़ें, मतलब कि मैं बहुत ग्राउंड पे रहा हूँ, विकेट भी बनाई है, माली लोगों के साथ रहा हूँ। और एक टाइम ऐसा भी था कि जब इनिशियल आगे बढ़ रहा था, मैं क्रिकेट जस्ट चालू किया था, तब डैडी का, मेरे ट्रैक पैंट का धंधा भी था। मैंने ये सब चीज़ें कहीं किसी को बताई नहीं लाइफ में। तो वो पूरी जंबो थैली पीछे बाइक पे आगे रख के, और अब्बू आगे ड्राइव कर रहे हैं, ऐसे पकड़ के बारिश में भीगते हुए जाना, वो सब लेके। तो बस इतनी मुश्किल से आगे आया हूँ मैं, उनके साथ मेहनत करके कई सारी चीज़ें देखी लाइफ में। तो ये सब सोच के इंसान ज़्यादा उठता नहीं है, नीचे ही रहता है।
लवली। हिज फादर कुडंट बी हियर। ध्रुव, आपकी कोई बचपन की कहानी?
सर, हमेशा से, सो माय फादर वाज इन आर्मी, सो आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू जॉइन आर्मी एज ए मिलिट्री, लाइक स्पेशल फोर्स। तो ये था बचपन से। सो आई वाज जस्ट प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर NDA। तो ज़्यादा मन नहीं लगता था, टू बी ऑनेस्ट बताऊँ, बस पापा को इतना देखता था। माय फादर वाज वेरी डिसिप्लिन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डाइट, ट्रेनिंग एंड ऑल। तो मैंने उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखा, क्योंकि सुबह वो जाते थे 5 बजे, शाम को आते थे, तो डिसिप्लिन बचपन से ही था। तो मैंने पापा वॉज नॉट इन ए फेवर टू कि मैं जाऊँ और क्रिकेट खेलूँ, बिकॉज मिडिल क्लास फैमिली की होता है कि जस्ट गो एंड डू गवर्नमेंट जॉब, कि इससे दोनों की फैमिली सिक्योर हो जाएगी। तो मैंने पापा को बिना बताया मैं क्रिकेट स्टार्ट करी, थोड़ा खेलने लगा। फिर पापा को पता चला कि ये वो, पापा ने मेरे को कन्विंस करने की कोशिश करी कि जस्ट डू नॉट प्ले क्रिकेट, जस्ट फोकस ऑन योर स्टडी। तो मैं नहीं माना। तो अब सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर तो था कि पापा तो मान नहीं रहे, मम्मी मानेंगी। तो मैं मम्मी को भी पूछा, मम्मी थोड़ा कन्विंस हुई, फिर पापा से बात करी, फिर दोनों एक पेज पे। तो मैं करूँ तो करूँ क्या अब। तो मैं मैच खेलने लगा तो पापा को बोला कि पापा मेरे को बैट चाहिए। तो पापा ने समाओ करके वो स्लॉगर बैट था एक कश्मीर विलो का, वो कैसे करना कैसे दिलाया। फिर मेरे को किट चाहिए थी, तो वो किट आती थी शायद 5-6 हज़ार की आती होगी। तो पापा को बोला, पापा ने बोले इतने सारे रुपए मेरे पास नहीं है, तो क्रिकेट छोड़ दे। तो मैंने बाथरूम में नहाता नहाता बोला अगर तुमने क्रिकेट किट नहीं दिलाई तो मैं घर छोड़ के चले जाऊँगा। तो मम्मी ने सुन लिया, सारी मम्मियाँ ऐसी होती हैं। तो बोले कोई बात नहीं, मेरे पे एक गोल्ड चेन रखी है, वो बेच दो और इसके लिए किट ला दो। तो जब टू बी ऑनेस्ट सर, जब इतना रियलाइज़ नहीं हुआ मेरे को कि मम्मी ने इतना बड़ा सेक्रीफाइस किया, थोड़ा मैं क्रिकेट खेला ये वो, तो मेरे को रियलाइज़ हुआ कि बहुत बड़ा सेक्रीफाइस किया है। तो मैं 16-19 शायद खेला था। तो मैंने मम्मी को प्रॉमिस किया था कि जब भी मेरी कोई अच्छी अर्निंग आएगी तो मैं आपको गोल्ड के सामान दिलाऊंगा। तो वो लास्ट ईयर मैंने मम्मी के लिए किया।
Wow, mom sold that gold chain to sponsor his first kid. How much he loves his parents was also visible on the cricket field. When he got his first half century, he kind of dedicated it to his father. If we have that image, I'll show it to you. For those of you who saw that match, you would know what Dhruv did. But he saluted his father when he got to his first half century. You know, luckily enough, that's it. That was his salute to his father, who's a Kargil war veteran. Even though I'm running short of time, but you know what, his father is here, so I'm going to take that liberty. Sir, मैं एक चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे। इन्होंने तो सलूट कर दिया आपके लिए, लेकिन फौज में एक ट्रेडिशन होता है ना, जब कोई सलूट करता है तो सलूट वापस करना होता है। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि इस सलूट का आपको रिप्लाई देना पड़ेगा और अपने बेटे को सलूट करना पड़ेगा। आप कर सकते हैं हमारे लिए? अगर खड़े हो जाएं आप तो।
मैं भी इंडियन आर्मी में था और ये भी इंडिया के लिए खेल रहा है, तो सलूट वाली बात है तो मार सकता हूँ सलूट, वो भी भारत के लिए खेल रहा है।
बिल्कुल, तो दे दीजिए। लवली सर, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। अच्छा सरफराज, आपने ये जो कहानियाँ सुनाई ना, इसमें आपका ये पता चलता है कितनी मेहनत आपने की, कितनी मेहनत आपके फैमिली ने की। यूजुअली जर्नलिस्ट को तो हमेशा क्रिटिसिज्म ही मिलती है हमें कि हम लोग अपना काम ठीक से नहीं करते, बट मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन, मतलब 0.001% कंट्रीब्यूशन आपके डेब्यू करने में इंडिया टुडे का भी था। अब आप पूछेंगे ये कैसे था, तो मैं आपको एक इंटरव्यू दिखाता हूँ जो आपके सिलेक्शन से कुछ चंद महीने पहले हमने किया था। हमारे एक्सपर्ट हैं सुनील गावस्कर, उन्होंने क्या कहा था मैं आपको सुनाना चाहूँगा। इफ़ यू कैन हैव दैट वीडियो अप प्लीज़।
What do you make of Sarfraz? His non-selection in test matches, do you think his time is going to come?
His time is definitely, I mean, with the scores that he is getting, he has to be pretty much in the frame. Because, at the moment, sometimes, you start to feel frustrated. What do I need to do? He's scoring runs, he scored triple hundreds, double hundreds.
Zami, you reckon it's his fitness that probably goes against him?
So I think at the end of the day, if you're unfit, you're not going to score hundreds. So the cricket fitness is most important. If you're looking for only slim and trim guys, then might as well go to a fashion show and pick some of the models and give a bat and ball in their hands and then include them. But that's not the way cricket goes.
Okay, so this particular line that Mr. Gavaskar said, that if you're looking for slim and trim guy, go to a fashion show and don't see cricket, that became headline across all the media. And sure enough, few months later, if Mr. Gavaskar says something that carries a lot of weight, sure enough, few months later, Sarfraz made his debut. तो कुछ 0.1% contribution हमने किया। आपको पता चला था इसके बारे में?
नहीं, मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे 1-2 बार ऐसी वीडियो देखी थी। मैं गावस्कर सर को भी थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ, साथ ही साथ इंडिया टुडे को भी, जिन्होंने मेरे लिए हेल्प की है, जिन्होंने भी मुझे सपोर्ट किया है, उनके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
अच्छा, जब थैंक यू, बट जब आपके टफ टाइम चलते थे, जब ये, क्योंकि मिस्टर गावस्कर यहाँ पे कह रहे हैं ना, आपने सुना कि आदमी फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाता है. यू आर मेकिंग अ लॉट ऑफ रन्स इन डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट, 100 आफ्टर 100 एवरी सीजन, द टॉप रन गेटर, बट यू आर नॉट गेटिंग पिक. सो आपके फादर तो शेर व शायरी करते हैं, वो मोटिवेटेड रहते हैं. कुछ शेर सुनाया था आपको जो आप हमेशा याद रखते थे इन दैट टफ टाइम?
नहीं, मैं पूछता था उनसे कि अब्बू मैं कब इंडिया खेलूँगा, ऐसा वैसा, तो वो सिर्फ बोलते थे कि मैंने बोला अब्बू हमको कौन सपोर्ट कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, तो बोले कि मैं तुझे सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ बोलना चाहता हूँ. वो भी शायरी में बोलते थे, कभी गिरते तो कभी गिर के संभलते रहते, बैठे रहने से अच्छा था कि चलते रहते, और चल के हम गैर के कदमों से कहीं के ना रहे, खुद के पैरों से चलते तो चलते रहते. तो बस उन्होंने यही बोला कि तू इंडिया के लिए खेलेगा तभी भी तुझे रन बनाना है, और तू नेक्स्ट मैच अपना डोमेस्टिक का खेलने जा रहा है, ये सोच के जाके तू इंडिया के लिए खेल रहा है, वहाँ भी तुझे रन बनाना है. तो मेरा बस एक ही काम था कि जिधर भी मैं खेल रहा हूँ मुझे बस रन बनाना है.
Lovely, great attitude to have. Maybe a lot of us can learn from that. ध्रुव, क्योंकि हमने गावस्कर साहब की बात की, उनके लिए तो तारीफ की, उन्होंने एक और चीज़ कह दी है अभी, which is, and this is coming from the legend Sunil Gavaskar, that this man sitting next to me, Mr. Gavaskar, thinks is the next MS Dhoni. He said it on record that he's going to be the next MS Dhoni. That's how well he's done in that limited space. No pressure तो नहीं है?
नहीं, thank you so much Gavaskar sir.
MS Dhoni, I'm just going to quickly test it, that if it's still there.
खोल के मत दियो.
It is. I'll put the photograph up a little later. It is still of MS Dhoni. Achha, I'll tell you, very interesting. Why is it that you must be wondering that Mr. Gavaskar compared him to next MS Dhoni? I'll illustrate it with a picture. Okay? So this happens in Dharamshala Test, and MS Dhoni is just not known to be a good wicket-keeper batter. MS Dhoni is MS Dhoni because he's a sharp thinker. Behind the stump, he tells the bowler what to do, and that's a bit of genius that Dhruv displayed in the Dharamshala Test match. I'll show you with an illustration of a couple of pictures that we have. The first picture is from the first innings of the Dharamshala Test, and this is Dhruv Jurel.
नहीं, मेरी आवाज़ है वो.
अच्छा. So this is Dhruv Jurel saying to, was that you, Sarfraz?
बढ़ेगा आगे, बढ़ेगा आगे.
That is your आवाज़?
Short leg में, हाँ.
And not his?
नहीं, मेरी आवाज़. इससे पूछो किसकी आवाज़ थी वो. सच बता किसकी आवाज़ थी. बढ़ेगा आगे, बढ़ेगा आगे, बढ़ेगा आगे. किसने बोला?
शॉर्ट लेग पे काउंट.
भाई लेग स्लिप पीछे वाले पे हूँ मैं. इधर
वहाँ से तो आवाज़ आ ही नहीं सकती आपकी वहाँ.
अरे मैं हूँ.
ध्रुव बोल रहा है उसकी आवाज़ है.
अरे नहीं, मेरी आवाज़ है. मैं आपको सुनाऊंगा रील पे.
ध्रुव, किसकी आवाज़ है?
बढ़ेगा आगे. तूने बोला था तो तू बता दे, मैं हार मान जाऊंगा.
शॉर्ट लेग पे कहो, तुम दिखाओ तुम.
अरे मैं थोड़ा ही पीछे हूँ यहाँ से.
कहाँ पर
नहीं रहे आप तो
थोड़ा पीछे. ये इतना क्यों? इससे आगे बढ़ाओ.
ध्रुव, चलिए अभी के लिए मान लेते हैं कि ध्रुव की है, ठीक है ना, क्योंकि आप दिख ही नहीं रहे यहाँ पे. क्या आपको कैसे आइडिया लगा कि आगे बढ़ेगा? एंड गेस व्हाट हैपेंस आफ्टर दैट. लेट मी शो यू द नेक्स्ट इमेज सो यू एन आइडिया. दिस इज द बॉल बिफोर. वो आगे बढ़ता है एंड ध्रुव जुरेल स्टम्प्स हिम.
और उधर कौन खड़ा है पीछे? उधर देखो कौन खड़ा है पीछे. वो फोटो गलत दिखाई.
अच्छा, यू टेल मी, आपको कैसे लगा आगे बढ़ेगा?
मुझे, क्योंकि उससे पहले वाली बॉल पे मैं शॉर्ट लेग पे खड़ा था सामने की तरफ. ठीक है, और उसके सेकंड बॉल जिस पे वो आउट हुआ, मैं लेग स्लिप पे आया, तो मुझे पता था कि लंच से पहले 3 बॉल बची है और वो बचने के लिए सिंगल लेके उस तरफ जाने की कोशिश करेगा. और मुझे पता था कि कुलदीप भाई के पास अच्छी गुगली है, इसीलिए पहले उनको मैंने बोला बढ़ेगा आगे, बढ़ेगा आगे. उन्होंने गुगली फेंक दी, आउट हो गया.
लवली. ध्रुव, आपका वर्जन?
नहीं सर, मेरा तो काम है एज ए विकेट कीपर ना, तो मेरा काम है बॉलर को बोलते रहना. ऐसा कोई प्रेडिक्शन था नहीं मेरे को सिर्फ बोलते रहना. मैंने बहुत सारे डिसमिसल्स में बोला है, जो हुआ भी है नहीं भी हुआ. जैक क्रोली वाले में बोला है मैंने. तो सर मेरा ये काम है, अगर मैं बॉलर को नहीं बोलूँगा तो कौन बोलेगा कि मैं बीच में खड़ा रहता हूँ.
अच्छा, he did that and continuously throughout the match. There's one other thing, ध्रुव, जो आपको बहुत प्रेशर होता है. एक तो ये, दूसरा होता है DRS. देखो मैंने बोला भी नहीं, he said DRS. So tell me which is tougher. DRS की कॉल सही लेनी में आप पे ज़्यादा प्रेशर होता है, या प्रेशर व्हेन यू आर कीपिंग 2 स्पिनर्स लाइक कुलदीप यादव, रविचंद्रन अश्विन, रविंद्र जडेजा, इनको कीप करना भी बहुत टफ है, और DRS में रोहित भैया खड़े हैं, वो भी बहुत टफ है. टफर क्या है?
सर 3 रिव्यूज़ मिलते हैं, बट वही है कि साथ में जैसे सरफराज हो गया और कौन करता शॉट,
जो नजदीक वाले रोहित भाई हो गया,
तो उनसे
ध्रुव हो
ज़्यादा
गया।
पूछा जाता है। तो सर आपको पता है, तो आपको आइडिया है कि हाँ एज लगा है, इम्पैक्ट बाहर है, लेकिन आप बोल नहीं सकते। मतलब बोला आपने हाँ भैया लग रहा है, लेकिन 2-3 सीनियर आए, नहीं तू लग रहा है, अब मैं क्या बोलूँ, 3 सीनियर बोल रहे हैं ये और मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये। तो सर अभी डेब्यू सीरीज थी, तो इस चीज़ से थोड़ा सीखा है कि हाँ थोड़ा बोलना पड़ेगा। फिर वो गलत हो जाता है, उनका नहीं देखा जाता कि उन्होंने क्या बोला है, कि ध्रुव ने क्या बोला, ध्रुव ने क्या देखा।
Very tough. I don't envy you. This is the toughest job that there is on the planet. But I can now, now that I'm thinking, I can believe Jo Sarfraz was saying. He was the one who must have said that. I'll tell you why. I'll quote another example that happened in that particular series. There is a player called Shoaib Bashir from England, Pakistani origin. He comes out to play and he's batting. And first thing that you can catch Sarfraz saying on the stump mic, isko Hindi nahi aati, isko Hindi nahi aati, isko bolo. So Bashir says, nahi, mujhe thodi Hindi aati hai. So that was just a test. Now he's figured out that Bashir knows Hindi. Next ball after that, he's telling Bashir, chal jaldi se shot khel, out to upar jayenge, snow ke mountain घूम के आएंगे in Dharamshala. You said that, right?
मैं देखो मेरा तो काम था उसे जल्दी जल्दी आउट करवाना, ठीक है। मैंने उसको बैट की भी लालच दी कि तुझे बैट भी दूंगा, कहता मेरी बैट खराब है। मैंने बोला ध्रुव की ले लेना, लेकिन आउट हो जा बस।
He's a master sledger. That's why आपको जावेद मियादाद के साथ कंपेयर किया जाता है कई बार। आपको अच्छा लगता है वो कंपैरिजन? बोलते हैं अरविंदा डिसिल्वा, जावेद मियादाद।
नहीं, काफ़ी लोग बोलते हैं कि मैं मतलब जब मैं सिंगल लेता हूँ तो उनकी तरह लेता हूँ। मतलब काफ़ी सारे मतलब कवर्स के पास से ले लिए, कभी स्क्वायर लेग के पास से ले लिए सेम बॉल को। तो बस ये सब अब्बू ने सिखाया, अब्बू की देन है। मारा भी बहुत है उन्होंने, सुन रहे होंगे तो सुन लें।
Okay, final question. The time is up, but I'm going to take one question from the two of them. One thing, Dhruv, I'll start with you. IPL है, IPL के बाद T20 World Cup है, ठीक है? T20 World Cup टीम के लिए we don't know who's going to be the wicket keeper captain. Everyone's looking, wicket keeper batter. Everyone's looking at you as the Dhoni. वो aspiration है कि can you be part of the T20 World Cup team? Are you going to be playing the IPL with that in mind?
Sir, to be honest, कि मेरे को इतना सोचना नहीं है। जो चीज़ मेरे को यहाँ तक लाई है, one day at a time, just control the controllables, rest will fall in place। तो मेरा यही है कि unnecessary pressure नहीं देना, expectations नहीं देनी खुद को। जो होगा वो होगा ही, अपना जो कर सकते हो हम वो ही करेंगे।
Sarfraz, to you finally, you do not have an IPL contract right now. Test series के बाद कुछ phones आए कोई franchise के कि आ जाइए?
नहीं, देखिए अभी ऐसा आईपीएल में बड़ा सीज़न होता है, कभी कोई प्लेयर इंजर्ड होता है तो उसमें बुला लेते हैं कभी कोई, बट मेरे हाथ में है कि मेहनत करते रहना। ऑब्वियसली मैं नहीं हूँ, फिर भी कभी मुझे कॉल आ गया तो उसके लिए डैडी ने प्रिपरेशन करके रखी है, घर पे जाते साथ ही प्रैक्टिस करना है और साथ ही साथ रेड बॉल को भी साथ में लेके चलना है।
All right, that's all the time that we have, but another huge round of applause to the future superstars of Indian cricket in Sarfraz Khan and Dhruv Jurel. Thank you so much. You're a great audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Dhruv Jurel, Sarfaraz Khan. As I call upon Satya Manjula, Deputy General Manager, New India Assurance Company Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to both the gentlemen. This session sponsored by NIA. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for this young dynamic duo. Thank you, appreciate it. To more glory in the next coming days. And with that, we are ready to go into our next session this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, just 10 seconds turnaround time on the dais, and we are ready to power into our next session. Hope you are tweeting. Do tweet under the hashtag India Today Conclave 2024. And let's immediately dive into our next session. Indian Equity Outlook 2047 Viksit Market for a Viksit Bharat. Inviting session moderator on stage, Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, and Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief, Chief Analyst and Editor, Markets Business Today.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for our guest, globally well-known commodity guru, Jim Rogers. Jim, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. Jim, I must tell you that Indians are absolutely in love with cricket, and the session before this was with two young upcoming cricketers. But after cricket, if there's one love that Indians have perhaps equally, is gold. And ladies and gentlemen, Jim Rogers is known as the gold guru all over the world, and not just gold. Silver also fascinates him. So it's great to have you here at the India Today Conclave, and we are talking about India, and as you have described it, at a very sweet spot in history. So I want to begin by getting you to tell us your latest views on India. You've been an India watcher for several decades. How is India looking to you at this point of time?
Wow. That's a complicated question. First, I want to say to everybody here, because I tell many people in the world that if you can only visit one country in your life, the country to visit is India. Well, this is very serious because I've been to many countries. There's no country like India, with man-made and natural sites, food, languages, religions, everything. It is an absolutely astonishing country. For those of you who have not seen the whole world, I will tell you, I tell everybody in the world, if there's only one country, it should be India. So you are at the right place at the right time, and I have often been skeptical of the government in India, but for the first time in my life, I'm beginning to think maybe they're getting it right now, and maybe things are going to change so that India is going to be even better in the future than it is now. So if Mr. Modi does what he says he's going to do, wow. India is going to be even more astonishing than it is now. Now, as far as you want to ask me about India?
No, well, that's a good start to the conversation, but let's get to ask you, are you currently invested in India? If you are, why? And if not, explain the reasons.
Well, I am not, I'm embarrassed to say. And the reason I'm not is the Indian stock market is now making all-time highs. Somebody's doing something right in India. But more important is many markets around the world, Japan, America, many markets are making all-time highs. And in my experience, when you have a lot of countries doing well at the same time, it usually means it's getting late. It's getting late in the day, and so I am watching. Now, it does not mean you should not buy because the market is making an all-time high, and I have certainly missed many markets because they make all-time highs, but at the moment I am not investing in India because everything is going right. You're doing a good job.
Jim, you've been investing across the globe and across asset classes, and chiefly in commodities, mainly in gold. Gold is also at a record high. Where do you think it is headed from now on, and are you buying it these days?
Well, gold is at an all-time high. If I were, and I own gold, I own a fair amount of gold, and I have for many years. Everybody should own some gold, no matter what. But I also own silver. Silver is down 50% from its all-time high, and gold is at an all-time high. I own both, and if I were buying today, I would buy silver.
Do you have something on you?
See?
Are you gifting that to us?
No. This is just...
Okay, no.
Just for demonstration.
It's the Indian magic trick. It's gone. Can you see it? Well, I can show you. This is a panda and a cub and a silver coin of 30 ounce, Jim?
This is just for demonstration.
No, we'll keep it till the show.
We were thinking this
But
was
what about gold? Where is the gold?
Well, never mind. I have gold in my pocket. I have silver in my pocket for demonstration. I own both. If I were buying one today, I would buy silver. I have learned a lot from India about gold and silver. You've been buying gold and silver for centuries. A lot of rich Indian women own a lot of gold and silver, as I have learned. So I own both, and I hope to buy more silver soon.
Okay. Jim, when you look at, you've yourself said you were an India skeptic, and you visited the country earlier as well. What do you think has changed between then and now?
Between then and now? When the first time I came to India, oh my gosh, this is a different country. Some of you may remember India a few decades ago. Nothing worked. The people in Delhi were not very excited if people made money. They did not want people to make money. They thought it was bad for people to make money. But now, for whatever reason, India has changed. If you go, in those days, a lot of Indians left India because they thought there were more opportunities outside of India and everywhere in the world. There were rich Indians, rich and successful Indians. But now, you have these great universities in India, and some of them are turning out extraordinary engineers. So a main difference now is there's a lot of entrepreneurship in India. There's a lot of entrepreneurship and capitalism in India, and even more successful Indians now than in the past.
Jim, we have a chart right behind us, and this is gold price, 10 grams, and silver price per kilo. Indian prices between 2019 and 2024, we can see the increase in prices both for silver and gold. And Indians continue to have this appetite for gold, which despite the introduction of paper gold in India, the government wants to encourage that, still remains so high. But we also have something called Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is at all-time highs. Between gold and Bitcoin, what would you buy?
I have never bought Bitcoin. I have never sold short Bitcoin. I do have a lot of gold and silver, as you can see. In my view, cryptocurrencies apparently are good trading vehicles. I have never bought nor sold either. I expect them all to disappear someday. Many of them have already disappeared. If you're a good trader, do it. Do it. Get rich. But I have no confidence in the future.
Okay. Jim, everybody here would like to make a quick buck as far as markets are concerned. All of us want to get wealthy. You are wealthier than most of us here. I just wanted to understand, over the next 5 years, what should people do sitting in India to create supernormal wealth?
Well, your stock market is making all-time highs right now. You said for 5 years. I would not suggest that you own stocks for 5 years, because nothing has ever lasted very long. If I were in India now looking for something for, I guess farmland. I guess agriculture in India would be a fantastic investment for the next 5 years. So if any of you know how to drive a tractor, go and become a farmer.
Well, become a farmer, that's a pretty radical suggestion.
Can you drive a tractor?
I haven't tried my hand at it.
See? nobody can drive a tractor. Go and become a farmer.
Okay, that's good advice. Shell, he's moving us away from the stock markets. Perhaps you're concerned with the froth or overvaluations because, like you said, the stock markets are at an all-time high. Gold is at an all-time high. Property is doing very well in India, rising constantly. Bitcoin is high. But the larger macro question is, are the markets, are asset classes across the board overvalued in India and the world? And does it concern you that a big crash could be coming soon?
Well, you just said it. Nearly everything you mentioned is at an all-time high. That's fabulous for everybody who's in the markets. But if everybody is making a lot of money, that usually is the time to get worried. I've been investing a long time all over the world, and when everybody is happy and singing and making money, you should start thinking about something else, and you should start thinking about something else.
Jim, you always look at buying depressed assets across the world. I think the only depressed asset in India at the moment are the opposition parties. Sadly, they're not listed, so we can't offer them to you. Look at it from another point of view. Why not buy high and sell higher?
Fabulous. Yes, you have just had good instructions if you know what you're doing and if you can do it. And there are people, and I have known people who are extremely good at buying high and selling higher. And if you're one of those people, hooray, hooray, I will buy you a beer later. But most people who buy high do not make money, even in India.
I want to turn the debate towards India and its position in the global order. Fifth largest economy on its way to grow at near 8%, 3 years of consecutive 7% growth. No other country, large economy in the world has had that kind of growth. But very clearly, if we have to go ahead, we have China and the world's investment, especially in manufacturing in China. In your reckoning, where does China and the Chinese economy stand at this point of time? And what can India do to sort of benefit from the strategy where people all across the world are de-risking their supply chains?
Well, you're correct. China is depressed right now. China had the virus, and China had a property bubble. China had one of the biggest property bubbles in world history. They tried to stop it, but they were not successful. Then the market stopped it. And the Chinese property market is a huge disaster right now, one of the biggest disasters ever. So China has the problem of two things, the virus, the COVID virus, and the property disaster. It is hitting bottom. It's going to take a while. After any country has a huge bubble like China had, it takes a while. You bump along the bottom for a while, several years sometimes. So I see that China's doing better or stopped doing worse, but I anyway would not be rushing to buy a lot of Chinese shares right now because they had a huge, huge bubble.
What we'll show you, ladies and gentlemen, is a graph of how our markets, the US markets, and in particular the Chinese market has performed over the last 3 years, and they actually are absolutely in sync with what Jim has been talking about. You'll just see the graphic coming in front of you. The returns on the Nifty have been fantastic, followed by the US markets, and sadly the Chinese markets are depressed, as Jim says. But Jim, for us, paint a picture. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if the FDI flows come in, if what Mr. Modi promises in terms of changes in the macroeconomy, in the laws, happen to take place, where do you see India from now, 10 years later?
Well, I will repeat, if Delhi does what it says what it's doing, and it makes the currency convertible, and it makes the markets investable by everybody. Wow. India is going to be spectacular. Much of the world maybe have a bear market in that time, but if India continues to open up, and if Delhi does what it says it's doing, it's going to help and encourage manufacturing. Why not? You have the largest population in the world. You have a lot of very smart people. Those universities in India turn out a lot of smart people. So if Delhi is supportive, and really supportive, now, India will be great. But see, I have a history. I remember, some of you might remember in 1990, the world was opening up. So Delhi said, we're going to open too. We're going to privatize, like everybody else in the world was doing. The communists were privatizing everybody. Delhi privatized one company, and it was a bakery. I mean, I said to myself, what is wrong with those? What's wrong with them? Why don't they privatize the whole economy like everybody else? Now, that has changed. This is not 1990 anymore. And as I said to you before, and I will say again, if Delhi really does what it says it's doing, wow, India is going to be a phenomenal country again.
I want to turn the attention back to the global situation. It's said that when the United States economy sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. What's your reading of the United States economy, particularly from the point of view that it's heading into elections? November will be the big US presidential election, and markets all over the world are concerned at the outcome. Would it mean continuous printing of more money, for example?
Well, I will tell you, you said people all over the world are concerned. I'm concerned. You should be concerned because, you know, one of the people who's running for president is over 80 years old. He's not very smart. The other person is nearly 80 years old. He's not very smart either. So I don't see that the next administration in the United States is going to be good for the world, nor good for the markets. I would suspect that the American stock market in the next 2 or 3 years is going to have problems, whichever one of them is elected. America is now the largest debtor nation in the history of the world. And the debt keeps going higher and higher every year. So, I mean, add it up. If you look out the window and you see staggering debt going up every day in a country that's run by people who are not very smart, I worry. I am worried.
Is that why you moved to Singapore, Jim?
No. I moved to Singapore because I wanted my children to speak Chinese. And we could not do it in New York. It's purely because I see the rise of China as being important in their lifetime.
Okay. Why just Mandarin? Why not Indian language? We have hundreds apart from English.
When my children were born 20 years ago, India did not have the prospects then that it does now, if you ask me. I will say to you what I've said again. India now may be on the verge of having an amazing sweet spot. If Delhi does what it says it's going to do, India is going to change for the better very, very dramatically.
So, Siddharth, and to everybody in the audience, Mr. Rogers was always known as a Chinese bull. And it's now only a matter of time that he'll turn into an Indian bull as well.
Well, maybe if I have more children, which is very unlikely, I will teach them Hindi.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are actually looking at the world's youngest trader.
Well, I will say the Indian women are the most beautiful in the world, so maybe I should have more children.
Okay, I want to ask you about what you can tell our audience about your best investment decision ever in your lifetime and the worst mistake that you have made as a professional investor.
Did you ask me about my best investments? Well, I will tell all of you that for many years I thought children were a horrible waste of time and money and energy. I felt sorry for people who had children. Oh my gosh, how could you be so foolish as to have children? I want you to know I was wrong. I was completely 100% wrong about children. I have 2 children now. Everybody here should go home and have children. Go home for lunch, you know. And if you have children, you should have girl children. Girls are better than boys. I know that in India you think boys are better, but they're not. Girls are better. So I hope everybody in this room will go home after this and have children. It will be good for India, good for you, and good for the world.
What about your best investment decision?
Well, that was my best investment. My worst investment, oh my gosh. Whew, I can tell you I have made many mistakes in my life. You want to hear about my first wife? Oh my gosh, what a horrible mistake that was. I guess my first wife was my worst mistake, and my children are my best success. If you meet my first wife, do not marry her.
Our final question, Jim, to you. Since you troll the bottom when it comes to buying quality assets at depressed prices, anything in the world at this moment that looks depressed to you? Anything in the world of assets that looks depressed to you?
As a good opportunity to buy anything in the world that is currently, according to your investment philosophy, at depressed prices and something that's ripe for the picking?
Well, I guess probably the best opportunities now are farmland somewhere. Probably now, one of the great opportunities is farmland in Ukraine or in Russia. I am not buying farmland in Russia or Ukraine. I'm an American. But I have learned in history that if you buy something during a war, after the war ends, you're probably going to make a lot of money. And both of those countries have some of the best agricultural farmland in the world. So probably right now, farmland in Ukraine or Russia, I cannot do it, I am not doing it, but that's probably the best. If you know about it, but you don't know how to drive a tractor. Okay. Not for you, not for you. But for those of you who are smart and can drive a tractor, buy a farm in Ukraine.
Well, you get me the land and I'll learn a tractor too. Jim Rogers, thank you very much for your time with us. A round of applause for one of the world's best investors of all time. Thank you very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon stage Shantanu Dhar, CHRO, Hindustan Powers, to come on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Once again, please raise a warm applause for Jim Rogers. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shailendras. Thank you, Siddharth. 10 seconds, and we are ready to go into our next session. There's a lot happening, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, by about this time, we'd know what the election dates are for 2024. So this next session that we have planned out for you, some of the top psychologists of the country coming together on one stage and giving you an idea on what is their idea as a look forward to 2024 general elections. Once again, like I pointed out, by this time tomorrow, we know the election dates. It'd be an interesting session up ahead. Some of India's top psephologists on one stage giving you an idea on what is their idea as a look forward to 2024 general elections. Inviting on stage to take it from here are two sessions moderators, Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TV Today Network, Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director, Business Today, and Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Okay, everybody, your mobiles off and your mics are next to you. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's election time. The 18th Lok Sabha elections are upon us. It's the world's largest democratic exercise. And a critical question is, who will get how many numbers? At the end of the day, this is the numbers game. Across this country, people want to know not just who will win, but often by what margin. That's what we're going to do over the next 45 minutes. Dive deep into those numbers, try and understand cephalogically and politically which way is the country heading. So Rahul and I are joined today by a very special panel of people who are going to stake their reputation by telling us who's going to win come the third week of May. Not just who's going to win, Rahul, but by what margins. Who gets how many seats? And all of it is being recorded, gentlemen, so you will be tested on the day the actual results come out.
So you've seen them dance on television. This is where their numbers will dance for us. We did this in 2019, just before the general election. This was one of the most widely tracked sessions. It was buzzing on social media and digital television for very long. So we're very excited about doing an encore. Most of our cast and crew is the same. Some faces have changed, new talent has emerged. So allow me to introduce to you our guests. Pradeep Gupta, known largely for his dancing, sometimes for his numbers. Access My India, thank you very much, Pradeep. Yashwant Deshmukh, thank you very much for coming down all the way from Dubai. We've got Amitabh Tiwari, used to be a sharp numbers wizard on the banking side, is now applying the same skill, the same assessment and analysis to election data. I said, I'm a Bihari, politics is in my blood, banking was something I was just doing for a living. So thank you. And GVL Narasimha Rao, I thought he'd come all suited, booted, because this is the conclave, he's come in his Neta avatar. So he's clearly telling us, I'm Neta first, numbers later. I want to start by showing you the image as it stands. This is the picture from the last Lok Sabha. It gives you a sense of the starting point in this election. And then we'll talk to each of the experts about where we may end up sometime in May. So, basis the last Lok Sabha elections, I'll just walk across and try and show this to you here. This is where things stand. So, in the states marked out in grey, the BJP maxed it. So, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, they've done as well as they could. The areas demarcated in this yellowish tone are the states where there is some room to grow. So they had an 85% strike rate in Maharashtra, 38% in Odisha, 43% in West Bengal, 64% in Assam, 80% in UP, Andhra Pradesh they had nothing. So that's where you can grow. So that's the headroom that is available for the Bharatiya Janata Party and for the National Democratic Alliance to grow in the 2024 Lok Sabha election. So the alliance needs to increase its strike rate from 40% to 57% in 16 states to achieve this target. Elsewhere, they've already peaked out in the Hindi heartland. So that's the starting point. To ensure that Rajdeep and I had to do the minimum amount of work and the experts did the maximum amount of work, so we could juice them for them having come here. We got them to send us some visualizations and some assessments on what they believe is critical. What do they think will determine this election? The Prime Minister says 370 par for BJP and 400 par for NDA. Will that happen? So I'll start by getting Pradeep Gupta to explain what he thinks can change. And since this is about psephology, it's about numbers, we'll get them to explain some visualizations for you. So the first visualization, this is done by Pradeep and his team at Access My India. It will give you a sense of what can change. So Gupta ji, mic uthao, there's no music, so you only need to let the numbers dance. Here it is on your screen right now, his assessment on what can change, and then you can explain it.
So at Access My India, we have divided these states into three major groups. The group number one, where you can see there are 257, 250 odd seats, where NDA won 238, meaning 90% plus strike rate they scored. The first and foremost, for NDA to cross 400 marks, they have to maintain their strike rate in these states. And particularly, if you can see in this group, Maharashtra is very critical and important state to be seen. So this is the group number one. And of course, the Karnataka, where BJP has done very good in last Lok Sabha election, but recently concluded assembly election, BJP lost very badly to Congress. So that is, these are the three states, Maharashtra, Bihar and Karnataka in this group to be seen closely. And of course Delhi, where Aam Aadmi Party and Congress has formed the alliance. So this will be interesting to see. Last time all three fought separately. Now the group 2 is where...
So can I just call that visualization? So what we've done is we've divided this into two parts. One is called happy hunting ground, where the BJP has the chance of doing better than it did in the last elections. And then we're classifying tough seats where they haven't done well in the last elections, and therefore how have things changed? So Pradeep, there it is behind us.
So group 2 is where BJP has done fairly good. They secured 60% of seats out of total 180 odd seats. So here is some scope or elbow room to improve their tally from 60% to maybe to 80%, which means about 30 to 40 odd seats there is a scope in this group. And most important here is Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. In Uttar Pradesh, last time BSP and SP fought together and secured 15 seats among them, and Congress won 1 seat. So this will be interesting to see. So there is an elbow room of about 16 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Bengal, BJP won 18 seats out of 42 seats and 24 seats won by TMC and 2 seats by Congress. So here is another, some scope one can say, but it can go other way around as well, particularly in Bengal, considering last assembly election, they decimated the BJP in that sense. And the third group, which is very important and critical, and everybody should focus, particularly in NDA side, where there are about 100 odd seats, the NDA could win only 5, meaning 5% strike rate, 95% strike rate in favor of opposition. Last time AIDMK had the alliance with BJP or NDA, meaning they have won 1 seat out of 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, of course. Then the Punjab, this time also all 4 parties seems to be contesting separately. Last time Akali Dal and BJP had the alliance as NDA, and both of them won 2 seats each. So this is the battleground for NDA particularly. Try and improve their tally as much as possible to come close to 400 seats.
So but essentially, Pradeep, where I want to challenge you on this is that you're basically going by the premise that 2024 is a done deal. That it's all about whether the BJP gets 300 to 325 on its own and with allies goes to 350, 360, or the BJP itself goes to 330 to 350 and with allies goes to 400. Am I correct? Then essentially you're telling me, despite the fact that there is possible losses in Maharashtra, double digit, Maharashtra, Bihar, to some extent the potential in Karnataka for the opposition, this election is basically about whether the BJP peaks at 320, 325 or whether it goes above 350. That's what the game is, right?
Rajdeep, I didn't say the done deal. All I am saying is this is the number game may play out in the forthcoming election. So that's the reason why, in Karnataka, where BJP won like 26 seats out of 28 seats, only won by JDS, and this time JDS is coming in the fold of NDA, which is the BJP fold. Last time they were with the Congress alliance. Maharashtra also, categorically I mentioned. So these are the 3-4 states in the group one needs to be watched very carefully if BJP is able to maintain their strike rate.
So basically what you're saying, BJP has to maintain its strike rate across what some would call the northwest monsoon. Because if you look from Goa all the way to Jharkhand, and I'm including Jharkhand for a moment in the north, the BJP won 85% of the seats in this entire belt. Essentially 230 to 240 of their total number of seats, 303 came from here. You're saying, A, they have to either retain that and then add in South India, which has been their traditional weak point, or the lotus has to bloom in the east, where between a Bengal, possibly Odisha, and the northeast, the BJP could make up for any potential losses it suffers in either North or West India. Am I broadly correct?
Yes, you are absolutely right.
Chalo, good. Thank you.
No, so if you look at what's at the back, in Andhra Pradesh, which is where GVL comes from, there's now an alliance with Janasena and Chandrababu Naidu's TDP. Remember, last time the NDA had 0. There are 25 seats up for grabs, GVL. If you look, for example, at Odisha, there is supposed to be an alliance between the BJP and the BJD. They had only 8 seats last time, 21. Now, the point here, GVL, is you're stitching alliances which just on the surface don't make sense. Typically, the number 1 party and number 2 party don't ally. I mean, have you ever seen the number 1 party and their prime opponent come together? I mean, that simply doesn't make electoral sense, usually. How are you making these things happen? This is quite... Like in Punjab, the AAP and the Congress couldn't really come together because they were 1 and 2. What is this magic wand that you have which can make the winner and his prime opponent come together in an alliance?
Rahul, this hasn't happened yet, so it's premature for me to comment on this. But this is an election after 4 decades. I have been a close watcher of elections. I haven't seen an election like this for 40 years. You have never seen a Lok Sabha election where you could pick a winner well before election. This has not happened even in 2014. This has not happened even in 2019. Every time you expected it to be a hung parliament or no single party majority government. Here we are talking about a BJP tally at 325 or 350. So one fundamental difference is opposition is decimated well before the elections have been even announced. Okay? So...
No, decimated in the conclave. Not
no.
Because there's a sense
you
that
have to,
no, just a minute. To push you, there is a sense that this is the BJP's ploy to physically intimidate the opposition or politically intimidate like the West Indies would do on a cricket field. You went on a cricket field, there were 4 fast bowlers, there was Clive Lloyd, the opposition was decimated. Similarly, there's Narendra Modi ji as Clive Lloyd, there are his 4 fast bowlers, Amit Shah, you can add another 3. The opposition already feels, yaar, India Today Conclave mein bol diya 400 seat, to 350 to kam se kam aayega. That this is psychological. When you look at the numbers, why are you then plucking around looking for allies? Why are you taking congressmen from other parties, giving tickets to former congressmen who've switched over? Are you as certain about these numbers as perhaps you're telling us here?
Clive Lloyd or Vivian Richards? That's a different debate.
No,
we don't
captain
get into
was Clive Lloyd, but go ahead.
No, absolutely, Rajdeep. The question of either the victory or the magnitude of victory is not in question. But this is the time that anybody who wants a political future for himself wants to align with the BJP. States like, for example, Andhra Pradesh, which you talked about, the parties are very keen to align with the BJP.
No, but poor Jagan Reddy will feel so cheated. He helped you on so many occasions in the Rajya Sabha.
I don't know.
Last moment you leave him.
No, I think it's not for you to comment for any individual. I have not seen any party making a comment like this. It is our right to align with any party to further our prospects. The bigger mandate is not 2024 election. The real target is 2047. Vikasit Bharat is our agenda. We are not fighting just for a majority in this election. To realize the dream, it's an aspirational election. You see, normally in an election like this, voters will feel unenthusiastic about the election because the outcome is already known. No, Prime Minister Modi ji, the way he's creating that aspirational India, people will turn out in larger numbers than
so
what
then why
seen.
tie up with the Chandrababu Naidu who called the same Prime Minister a hardened terrorist before the 2019 election? You see, my point is, if you're so confident of your numbers, why do you even need these alliances? Is that a recognition that there are limitations, especially south of the Vindhyas or in a state like Odisha, and therefore, because this time has to be about 400 or about 350 plus, Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed, election, kuch bhi karna hai, forget what's happened in the past, be flexible and tie up, open door policy, anyone wants to come into our party, please come, this is the time.
No, Rajdeep, there is, I think it's the larger mandate, as I mentioned to you, is Viksit Bharat. You need to get as many political parties on board. You need to get as many state governments to partner with you in this larger mission, because we already have a 2/3 majority. Parliamentary passage of bills is not really our concern. But for realizing your dream of Viksit Bharat, you certainly need to get everyone on board.
Okay. So that was Pradeep Gupta's analysis. I want to come now to Yashwant Deshmukh, because we asked Yashwant the question, will the BJP cross the 370 mark? So there's a visualization that's coming up on your screen. Take a look at it very carefully. And then Yashwant can explain, because you've broken this up into 3 categories. Seats which are tough fights for the BJP. That's the first category. There are 100 such seats. The second category is where it's BJP versus Congress in a direct fight. The third is where it's BJP versus a regional party. Yashwant, 370 par honge ki nahi?
Just, I want all of you to basically deconstruct everything into very, very simple 3 figures. 543 is the total Lok Sabha strength. Remember 3 numbers, 100, 200 and 243. Easy? What we have simply done is the 100 seats where the BJP is completely absent. Forget about number 1, forget about number 2. BJP is not even number 3 or 4 maybe. 100 seats, BJP is just absent. Look at the 2014 and 19 vote shares over here. BJP polled 7.3% in these 100 seats and 5.8% in these 100 seats in 2019. BJP might be very happy to triple its vote share, even it reaches about 15% vote share. Will that convert into any seat? No. Big no. Maybe one or two here and there, that's fine. I mean, you may have an odd in Trivandrum, one Kanyakumari, one Coimbatore, those kind of things, that aberration is fine. But zilch. Second is 200 seats. This is where the meat is. BJP versus the Congress, direct fight. Look at the gap of the BJP and the Congress vote share, almost about 20% plus in 14, 20%, 25, almost touching 25% in 2019. And there the BJP strike rate, look at that, 171 out of 200 in 14, and 185 out of 200 in 2019. And as per our MOTN, which will come in right now, which we did in January, by the way, BJP was almost touching 190 out of these 200. So what does it tell you? That between the BJP and the Congress, these 200 seats where the direct fight is, the BJP is leading over the Congress by more than 20% votes. There are number of states where BJP is voting more than 50%, number of states where the BJP is polling more than 60% votes. So no matter how much Nyayatra works out, this figure is not going to change, just the way the first block is not going to change. BJP, no matter how much tries, nothing is going to change in the first block. No matter how much Congress is going to try, nothing is going to change in the second block. Third block is the most critical. That is 243, where it is BJP versus the regional parties. That is where the meat is. Now, out of here, 2014, BJP was about 27%. Look at the BJP vote share going up to 35% plus in 2019. Can it go even further? They got 108 in 14, 118 in 2019. Can they take it from here? Can they go further north from here? That's the big question. So question about 370, Rahul, and 400 plus, it's not about the zone 1 and zone 2. It's the zone 3 where it is going to come down.
But therefore, basically, since we are also entering IPL season, when I look at your numbers, if I was a captain of if I was Mumbai Indians captain, I want the Congress bowlers at me. Basically, what you're saying, the perfect matchup for the BJP is the Congress. Where there is Congress, the BJP is in a comfortable position. Where it is a regional party, it's a tough situation. And there are certain traditional areas, like Kerala, for example, where the BJP is still a single-digit party in terms of vote share. Broadly, therefore, I want the Congress to oppose me in as many seats as possible. It's the Congress which is the Kamzor Kadi as we go into this election.
Absolutely. For the opposition alliance, their weakest link is the Congress. For the NDA, their weakest link, by the way, are actually their alliance partners in many states. For example, in Bihar, those who are contesting on BJP ticket have much better chance to win than the alliance partner JDU's ticket. Similarly, in Maharashtra, those who are contesting on a BJP ticket are likely to win much better than those who are contesting on Eknath Shinde or Ajit Pawar ticket. It's that easy. However, one interesting thing which Radhi has happened after our MOTN poll came out, GVL's party all of a sudden realized that, putting up a manufacturing unit in certain area from the ground zero in a greenfield investment is a long shot. Acquisition is better.
No, so let GVL respond to this. This is very important because each time the mood of the nation is put out by the India Today team, the BJP takes that very seriously. Last time we had the mood of the nation, which showed that the NDA alliance wasn't doing well in Maharashtra. You broke Sharad Pawar's party. You took Eknath Shinde away from Uddhav Thackeray. Then the next time we put out a poll which said that they weren't doing well in Bihar, they took Nitish Kumar back and took him. So, it's very difficult to do data when the factors that make up the data keep changing.
Basically, BJP should put in the brackets MA, and MA is not Mukesh Ambani, it's mergers and acquisition. You're very good at it. You're very good at merger and acquisition.
To be very honest, our leadership, our politics is not media driven. We are not going to change our politics.
हमेशा mood of the nation के बाद ही होता है.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Because I'm telling you, I don't want to name our leaders, but we certainly look at media with respect. But our decisions are never Never, ever driven by media. So therefore don't...
So why did you... That's my home state. Why did you break these two parties? If you were so confident, you see, as Yashwant has pointed out, BJP very strong when it comes to the Congress. When it comes to the regional parties, you're in more difficult waters. So why break a regional party or why acquire a regional party?
I think it's very unfair to ask me why they split up. You should ask those parties, what did they find so uncomfortable within them? Possibly
they say they found the ED uncomfortable.
Then Congress should have split several times. Should Congress not be splitting? How many Congress leaders have been raided? Should every other party, should DMK not be splitting? They should have come back and joined the NDA. So should the BRS not be splitting? So don't be unfair. Okay. So, parties which have split, they have split because of their internal turmoil, because their inability to accept their own leadership, because they are corrupt parties, because they are family-driven parties. There is no scope for leadership to gain and emerge. Otherwise, if what you said is right, every party should be splitting daily.
But they are corrupt only while they are in the opposition. Once they come to you, they are a washing machine.
Again, it is you in the media who keep targeting us like this. We have never given a clean check to anybody because he has joined either the NDA or BJP. So that's not fair. If there are any such cases, please approach the courts. What prevents the opposition from going to the court? These are only political allegations.
Only of two things can be true. Because it's an equation ultimately, no? Either the BJP sees the mood of the nation and makes changes in states where they aren't doing well, which is possible, which is my theory. Or the BJP already knows what the reality is and the mood of the nation captures the reality, and therefore you have to act basis that reality, which means that we do a great job with mood of the nation.
We give ourselves too much of credit. The BJP is Here I must be on the side of Modi Shah.
If you don't want to take credit, don't take it.
Rajdeep, be very careful about what you're saying. Rajdeep is saying I'm on the side of Modi Shah. I don't know where this is going next.
Only to the extent it's a supreme election machine. You and I do one poll. The BJP today has resources to do half a dozen polls per week, tracking it on a day-to-day basis. It requires lots of money, and they have no shortage of it. I'll give you an example of a seat in Maharashtra. I know they've changed their candidate specifically after they did 4 rounds of polls in that constituency. Now, you and I and Yashwant or anyone, even Pradeep may be doing it for them, which is another matter. But the fact is, you're getting, therefore, data of a kind that we've never seen.
But I disagree with Rajdeep. I think all parties are doing polling. They do very extensive polling. In fact, the pollster of the Congress in 2009 was so horribly wrong that he convinced the Congress top leadership that they were winning. I'm not making this up. Rajdeep, is this not true? Once again. Is this not true? So it's not as if they aren't polling. They are polling as extensively, as rigorously. It's just that they have terrible pollsters.
I never said I have also done polls for my own party. But let me tell you as a pollster.
No, once again, were your polls good or bad?
They have their nose to the ground. They will not, if you come and tell them, I'm telling you, if I do a poll and go and tell them, Tamil Nadu we are sweeping, they'll say, tum kahan kar rahe ho? Tum kya kar rahe ho?
No, but
leadership
but Rajdeep, once again, let me ask Rajdeep, is this not true? That in 2019, the internal polling of the Congress party had convinced the top leadership of the Congress party that they were actually winning. That when the result came out, it came as a shock to them because their internal polling, they were spending money on it. It's not as if money wasn't being spent. Was telling them that they are winning.
Because Congress doesn't live at the ground level.
This question should be posed to the Congress leadership. B, the fact is if I have 10 rupees in my pocket, there's only so much I can do. If I have 100 or 1,000 rupees in my pocket, I have far more options. The BJP, as I said, is a sophisticated, resource-rich election machine. But having said that...
No, but if you have 10 rupees, how much of that gets spent on polling and how much gets kept away? That's also a fact.
Well, they could save all the money, Rajdeep. They could save all the money and simply read India Today. That's fine with them. Because I remember the 4 states boss asked me to, red flag. That was in 15th August issue last year. I was talking to AP and, I end up learning every time something. And he asked me, what is the red flagging that of the BJP? I said 4 states, that is Karnataka, Bihar, Maharashtra and Bengal. And look at the way BJP has moved around that. First thing, the lowest hanging fruit, JDS in Karnataka, 10% vote share, they got them in. I don't know why Congress did not do it, God knows. Second thing, Bihar, the unthinkable as they can. Of course, Maharashtra is a kind of they are doing in installments, whatever they are trying to do.
हो नहीं रहा ठीक से.
जो भी हो रहा है वो होता
Try तो बहुत करे, हो नहीं रहा
है. And Bengal is going to be the mother of election. Let me tell you one thing which Pradeep would agree with me, and even Amitabh would agree with me. This election, all the other states, 30 as you may call it, quasi-states and states, everything is this way or that way. There is only one state where actually there is going to be a fight for each and every bloody seat. That is going to be West Bengal.
Okay, let's get Amitabh Tiwari then to give us our
I just
final...
want to tell everyone, since we want to make the conclave experience as immersive and as experiential as possible, we want you all to vote. So we did some jugaad in the way that India can do jugaad and India Today can do jugaad, and hopefully it will work out well. I will throw up that same QR code, remember from the debate which you guys were eating and watching and I was working. From that debate, we'll put out that QR code which will have 4 options of where you think the results of the poll will be. And before anybody trolls us, yes, we understand statistics and this is not a representative sample, it's highly skewed, it's very urban, it's very suit boot, it's not really the real voter, but we're just having some fun, right? So we will have that up and you tell us, so get your phones, get your QR codes and then we'll do this in just a while. Amitabh Tiwari. So we'll have your visualization on the question of whether they'll get to 370 or whether they'll even cross 272 as Rajdeep is asking. What's your sense?
See, essentially, we've heard a lot about ABC category of seats in newspapers. So what we have tried to do is, we have divided the 543 seats into A, B, C category. A is strong and relatively strong. So 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3 wins in the last 3 election is A category. Strong, relatively strong. If the party has won only 1 out of 3 times in the last 3 elections, it is category B, which is relatively weak. And if the party has not won any time in the last 3 elections, it's a category C or a weak seat. This is the breakup of seats of BJP. So BJP, it is very simple for BJP to attain a simple majority because the A category seats of BJP are 262, the first column, which it has won 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3 times in the last 3 elections. So if it's able to maintain, then it will be very near the simple majority. Out of that, if you see, 147 seats, which is more than half of the seats, are from the northern region, which means that the party has maxed out in the northern region, and that's why it has to look for other regions to expand. Now, if you see, there are 82 seats in the B category, which it has won only 1 out of 3 times. Here, most of the seats are in eastern region, where the focus of the BJP is. Odisha, where it wanted to have an alliance or tried to have an alliance with the BJD. Then Bengal, where Sir is saying that it is the mother of all battles. Half of those seats are there. And then you look at the weak seats of BJP is 199, almost 200. Some of these seats, the allies would have contested. Now in this, if you see, half of the seats are in south of India, 98. And the balance, or other 61 seats, are in eastern region. So the 80% of weak seats of BJP are in south and east. That's why BJP has a look south and a look east policy, because here the focus is of the BJP. So all this effort,
because the Prime Minister, and he's going to be here at the India Today Conclave, and we're all looking forward to that. The Prime Minister is spending a lot of time, energy and effort in the south. Do you think that has some impact in this election, or are they playing a much longer game? Work hard now, benefit later, or work hard now in the hope of benefiting right away?
No, of course, BJP is looking for some gains in the short term and longer gains in the long term. Like the alliance with TDP is part of its long-term strategy in the southern state, because Chandrababu Naidu is already 73 years of age, and the party may want to co-opt the party after it retires.
What does co-opt mean?
Co-opt means like what has happened with Shiv Sena, like what has happened with NCP, like what is likely to happen with parties, regional parties who do not have stronger succession plan, like JDU or a BJD.
You know, in a sense, therefore, Rahul, when you said, the Modi-Shah election machine, what stands out for me, they're actually focusing, and they've done it before we put out these graphics, on 161 seats which they did not win last time or came second and third. Now think about it. Normally in life, we first strengthen ourselves where we are strong and then think about our weak areas. Here you've got a party which has spent the last 2 years focusing on their weak areas. You're seeing the Prime Minister now in South India, traveling a lot there. You're seeing him focusing on East India, but they've actually planned this out. There have been a minister assigned to every 3 Lok Sabha constituencies, and most of them have been assigned to constituencies which the BJP did not win in 2019 and 14. So that's where I say the election machine. You see, this is very systematic use of your political acumen along with resources, and I keep maintaining all of this needs resources, and your power machine. I know GVL will disagree on the ED point. You use it. But the fact is, at the end of the day, you have to give them credit for the way they are thinking. South India, Rahul, is about vote share. It's about 2029. In Bengal, if you look at the numbers, 10 years ago, they were nowhere in the race. They were almost a single-digit party. Today, they are competing for power. So it's been a 15, 20-year race. That's a 20-year race in Kerala. It's possibly a 15-year race in Tamil Nadu. So I can see where the BJP is going. The real question in all your graphics, Rahul, you put is, kya BJP 370 or BJP 400? The question I ask, where's the opposition? Where can the Congress cross 54? That's the question, Rahul. Not where BJP can cross. If the Congress can reach 100, actually I was hoping one of our 4 guests would tell me, how can the Congress, if I was playing game theory, how can the Congress cross 100? Because if the Congress can cross 100, then the BJP can be brought below 300. And that should be the game if the opposition really was focusing on the 2024 election seriously. Unfortunately, it appears all of us are taken away and believing 400 par, so we're not thinking 100 par.
There were some opposition-leaning psephologists who we'd invited for this conversation. They didn't even want to come. Now, at least you can come and argue and make your point. I mean, they ultimately didn't even want to come. So I don't want to say anything, but that tells its own story. So now we're out of time on this debate. As I said, pick up your phones, and there's a QR code that's coming up on the screen. This is by no means a representative sample. It's not stratified. It's none of that. It's just, we're just having some fun. We're seeing what the pulse of what the mood of the conclave audience is. That's all that there is.
And be prepared to be trolled.
Who will get trolled?
The audience.
Why will the audience get trolled?
Because look, Rahul and I are not voting. We are only the judges here. We are the neutral umpires.
This is the mood of the... Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's anonymous, but you're being treated as a collective. The great and good of India.
Also, I know it's post-lunch and stuff, but some people haven't picked up their phones. That's not nice. Please pick up your phones. And there's a QR code in front of you. So get involved in this. Let's otherwise...
And don't worry, there are no...
And that's the problem the EC also has. That voter participation has to be high. Otherwise, what's the point?
And don't worry, there are no central agencies at the moment here. So when you're voting...
And your electoral bond won't become public.
And the electoral bonds are also unconstitutional.
So all that said, please, there it is. And it's on your screen. So if you can just scan that QR code, go to the question... I still see some people are very excited and doing it.
Should we get our 4 guests to first give their numbers?
No, we'll do that after this.
At the end?
While that's going on. So now, I hope everyone's doing it. A lot of people are doing it.
So while they're going on, we'll get their numbers.
Okay, so
now, GVL, you start.
Let's finish this, others will get put.
No, we finish then give the...
Oh, there it started.
Okay.
So there it is. So there are four options here, okay? So very quickly, I mean, it's very simple. Will the BJP get... less than 272 is this category. You can click it if that's where you think they'll end up. 272 to 325 is this category. 326 to 370 is the third category. And 370 plus is the fourth category. So you've got 90 seconds on the screen. This group of people are not very nice. They should vote. Oh, you voted. Oh, sabse tez. By
the way, can all the 11% stand up?
Who? No. The 11%. That's like making the electoral bond public. Nahi karna hai re. Abhi bola kya? No.
The 11% who are saying less than 272 stand up.
You cannot make them stand up.
Mr. Modi is coming tomorrow. He wants you to be identified.
No, that's not fair. We said it's private.
Very unfair.
It's very unfair. I agree. It's very unfair. Okay, now have you all voted? Not voted. The front tables look like they're very sophisticated to do this.
Ballot.
You can't be so sophisticated to do. You've done this. Okay, they've all voted. You guys have voted. So now 53 seconds to go. GVL, आपके supporters थोड़े कम है यार, वो 370 it's increasing now. I hope you don't have some people outside voting for you.
Not
You
at
knew
all.
this was happening, you didn't know what's happening.
If I had managed to get somebody, then you would have 90% plus in the last, in the bottom.
मैंने fixing की होती तो अच्छे से करता.
Because in this audience, we don't get the same level
This
of
is
support.
BJP. Please understand, I presume this is BJP, not NDA?
No, this is BJP.
Only BJP.
This is only BJP.
So
Okay.
26 seconds to go. Will the BJP get 272 and less is 10%? 17%, 272, 320. You have 18 seconds still. Is there anyone who hasn't voted, said this is a waste of my time, I'm not doing it, I'm too classy and sophisticated for this? Oh, I hope you guys joined in, right? Okay, good. So now 10 seconds to go. I think it's kind of stabilizing. Rajdeep likes to say, as I said, can we call this election now, Rajdeep?
3, 2, 1. Okay, we can call it. 10% have said BJP less than 272. If you want to identify yourself, one last chance. 272 to 325 is 16%. 326 to 370 is 34%. 370 plus is 40%. Now,
Rajdeep, I have a small... See, those who have said less than 272, it is my firm conviction.
Yes.
They believe BJP will get more than 272, but they want it to get less than 272. Please talk to them and you will get this answer. Unko bhi pata hai, Modi ji.
Yeah, but you know, those who've given 370 plus are also going to find it extremely difficult to tell me where that 370 number is coming. But that for another day. I will give the panel 10 seconds each. What are your numbers? Your final numbers, this will be repeated on counting day. Yashwant Deshmukh, you start. If you were polling, how much does the BJP get? How much does the Congress get? Come general elections day. Very quickly, 20 seconds
Very
each.
quickly, BJP is gone.
ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं बोलना, number बताओ बस.
Number, just the number.
41% vote for the BJP, 46% plus votes for the NDA.
No, seats.
No,
ये हमारी ड्यूटीज बटी हुई है.
No,
देखिए ऐसा है, आपने अभी जो नंबर्स देखे बहुत क्लियरली बोल रहे हैं, बहुत सिंपल सी चीज. 10 सेकंड में 10 सेकंड दिए ना आपने. हाँ, जितना 335 हमने MOTN में दिया है उसके ऊपर जो कुछ भी आना है मर्जर एंड एक्विजिशन से आना है.
Okay. Pradeep Gupta, your numbers.
No, Pradeep will come last. 1 second. Amitabh Tiwari, your numbers.
Okay.
See, 400 looks attainable. Prabhu Ram is helping BJP, and it is. Please. It is regain lost seats in 2019, attain, add new seats, and maintain the 303 seats. Regain, attain, maintain.
Now, what's your number?
400 is attainable.
Okay, GVL Narasimha Rao.
This is an election, this is a vote for Modi. Prime Minister Modi and for
Number.
Morality.
Number.
I'm giving you a number. Morality, optimism, development, and innovation. So
how many
it's
of
going
you
to
will
be
live by these acronyms?
404.
Okay, you know, the thing is the BJP has been taught the art. Okay, 404.
303, 404.
So less than Rajiv Gandhi in 1984, that's another debate, but go ahead, Pradeep.
No, I don't have number.
Give me a number.
No, I mean, still the alliance.
Give me a range.
Rajdeep, alliance has to be formed in its proper
Odisha.
shape. Odisha, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu.
अरे इतना लंबा तो बताओ, number बताओ.
Boss, number I cannot say because of my some agreement. I am bound with those agreements. I am not supposed to reveal any kind of number, any platform. We do reveal number only once. That is on the exit poll day. That is on the exit poll day. Only once we reveal the number.
Okay.
We are out of time. Rajdeep, we are out of time. This was a lot of fun. If you want Pradeep Gupta to give your numbers, pay him like serious amounts of money. Otherwise, he doesn't give you. Just getting a conclave ticket doesn't cut it. But Yashwant Deshmukh and Amitabh Tiwari were a lot of fun. GVL Narasimha Rao for coming here to the conclave. Thank you very much. Ram is the concept that you put on. Everybody's kind of getting onto these abbreviations. We're very thankful for your time and delighted that you could join us.
But Rahul, let me say this, because otherwise no one will watch television over the next couple of days if you think the election is a done deal. In India, picture abhi baki hai. Whether the BJP crosses 400 or actually maybe the opposition does a bit better than what we think, we'll know sometime in the 3rd to 4th week of May. But for all of you for joining us, thank you very much, and great to have all of you here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for our panelists while I call upon stage Sudhir Upadhyay, Executive Vice President, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists, some of the top sophologists of the country. This session was sponsored by Radico Khaitan. Once again, do raise a warm applause for our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Give us about 10 seconds. We're going to turn around our stage. Actually, we're going to let go of everything on the stage because our next session is not so much of a session but a performance. She's the current internet sensation, a social media star, packed with talent. In 2021, won the Super Dancer, a category which usually sees anyone from 20 to 35 participate, and she did that when she was all of 7 years old, as young as 7 years old. So she was 7 then when she won the Super Dancer. She's 10 right now. And she's taken social media by storm. She comes from Assam. She's cute as a button, but she's power-packed with talent. And if you don't believe me, ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for little 10-year-old Chota Packet Bada Dhamaka, where Florina Gogoi, winner Super Dancer. Florina, thank you कि आप यहाँ आए. She's like I said, she's cute as a button, but she's packed with so much talent. क्यों आपको cute नहीं बुलाए?
नहीं, आप लोग बुलाओ.
बुला लेना. चलिए. So she is very cute, पर she was 7 years old. 7 साल के थे जब आपने सुपर डांसर जीता था?
6 years.
6 years के थे. अभी आप कितने साल के हो?
10
years के हो.
अभी तो मैं बड़ी हो गई हूँ ना.
पूरे 10 years के हो गए हो. अच्छा, आप ये बताओ, जब आपने सुपर डांसर एंटर किया तब आप 6 years के थे. आपके सारे बाकी जो कॉन्टेस्टेंट्स थे वो कितने साल के थे?
वो लोग मुझसे बहुत बड़े थे. सो देन 11-12 years.
11-12, वो आपसे बहुत बड़े थे, पर तभी भी आप फर्स्ट आए.
हाँ, शायद से, क्योंकि आप सब लोगों ने मुझे ढेर सारा प्यार दिया, इसलिए.
आप मुझे बताओ, ये जो डांस फॉर्म है आपका, क्या डांस फॉर्म है, किसने सिखाया?
ये मुझे संतोष सर ने सिखाया. एक्चुअली मैं आपको मेरा जर्नी बताऊंगी, ठीक है? हाँ. सॉरी. हाँ. सो व्हेन आई वाज 4 years old, तब मैं डांस किया था. व्हाट इज डांस मीन्स मुझे कुछ भी नहीं पता था. सो जब भी मैं गाना सुनती थी, एनी म्यूजिक, तो मैं आई जस्ट मूविंग माई हैंड्स एंड बॉडीज. और उसके बाद मेरे पेरेंट्स ने नोटिस की. सो वो लोग ने सोचा कि पढ़ाई के साथ साथ कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करना चाहिए, इसलिए मुझे डांस डांस क्लास में मुझे एडमिशन दे दी. तो मेरा स्टाइल था कथक. उसके बाद मैंने 1 साल तक डांस किया, और उसके बाद मेरे पापा का कुछ ऐसा आने जाने का प्रॉब्लम हुआ, इसलिए हम कंटिन्यू नहीं कर पाए. तो मुझे मम्मी ने फिर से एक डांस क्लास में एडमिशन दे दिया. वो है डांस एकेडमी. ओ सॉरी, क्या था? सॉरी मैं
बताऊं क्या था? बताओ, चलो आप बताओ.
हाँ. एक सेकेंड. मूनवॉक डांस एकेडमी. सो मुझे सिखाया, और मेरा स्टाइल था हिप हॉप स्टाइल, जो मैं अभी डांस कर रही हूँ. सो उसके बाद मुझे अंडरग्राउंड बैटल्स भी करने लगी. उसके बाद एक्चुअली सुपर डांसर चैप्टर 4 ऑडिशन स्टार्ट हो गया था. जो मेरे सर थे, उन लोगों ने मेरा वीडियो ऑडिशन दे के सुपर डांसर में मैं सिलेक्ट हो गई. होने के बाद लाइव ऑडिशन था, वो भी मैं सिलेक्ट हो गई. उसके बाद हमें कोलकाता बुलाया. कोलकाता में भी सिलेक्ट हो गई.
फिर आप सुपर डांसर बन गए?
नहीं.
अच्छा.
उसके बाद हमें मुंबई जाना था. सो मैं डर रही थी, क्योंकि कोरोना वायरस आया था तब, इसलिए बढ़ जा रहा था बड़े होके. सो इसलिए मैं डर रही थी. तो मेरे पापा ने बोला इस साल नहीं जाएंगे, हम अगले साल जाएंगे. पर मेरी मम्मी ने स्ट्रॉन्ग डिसीजन लेके बोला कि नहीं, डोंट वरी, आई एम विथ यू. सो मैंने सोचा कि मम्मी तो सही है, तो मैं भी गई मुंबई में. उसके बाद जो मुझे चाहिए था कि एज ए सुपर गुरु, और वो ही मुझे मिले. तो वो है सुपर तुषार शेट्टी सर.
तो आप सुपर डांसर बन गए. अब ये बताओ फ्लोरिना, आगे आप क्या बनना चाहते हो?
आगे तो मैं मुझे खुद नहीं पता, पर मैं आगे गुड ह्यूमन बींग्स बनना चाहती हूँ सबसे पहले. एंड सेकेंड इज गुड डांसर. और आप सब मुझे आशीर्वाद और प्यार दोगे तो मैं और बढ़ती जाऊंगी, है ना?
फ्लोरिना, गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग, गुड डांसर तो आप हो. होपफुली आप गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग भी बनोगे. और एक चीज़ बताओ, बॉलीवुड एंटर करना चाहोगे?
क्या?
बॉलीवुड.
हाँ, मैं करना
चाहोगे? तो फिर अगला सॉन्ग प्ले कर दें?
यस.
दो मुझे.
और मैं आप सब के लिए मैं ये गाने में डांस कर रही हूँ, और आप सब भी बहुत एंजॉय करना, ठीक है?
चलो 2 और डांस करो. थैंक यू.
One year.
Up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to this small but massive talent, Florina Gogoy. फ्लोरिना, एक स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट आया है, क्या आप एक सॉन्ग पे और डांस कर लोगे? हाँ बच्चा,
मैं इतना रेडी तो हूँ नहीं उस गाने में, तो मैं थोड़ा सा पानी खा लूँ, ठीक है?
हाँ, मैं आपको पानी देती हूँ और फिर आप जो वो 3rd नंबर पे डांस कर लोगे। अच्छा शीत सिंह, आप क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछोगे, आप चलो आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं। आप आगे आप बॉलीवुड जाओगे या आप असम में ही रहोगे?
मैं चाहती हूँ कि इंडिया मतलब मैं कैसे मतलब भारत को, क्योंकि मैं इंडिया गर्ल हूँ, भारत की बेटी हूँ मैं, इसलिए कैसे इंडिया को ज़्यादा नाम कर सके। हाँ, थैंक यू।
तो आप कहीं पर भी जाओ पर आप ऐसे ही डांस करो, क्योंकि आप इतना अच्छा डांस करते हो कि सबको लगता है कि वो भी थोड़ा डांस कर लें आपके साथ। आप पानी पियो और फिर जो आपका 3rd सॉन्ग है जो हमने सुना था उस पे करोगे? हाँ अभी? हाँ रेडी?
यस, आप सब शोर करना थोड़ा सा, इसलिए तो मुझे स्ट्रॉन्ग मिलेगा ना। यो 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 ऐसे, ठीक है?
थोड़ा और पानी खाना है? रेडी? चलो लेट्स गो। आप स्कर्ट में इतना अच्छा डांस कर लेते हो, मुझे भी सिखा देना बैक स्टेज।
ठीक है पर बहुत मुश्किल है इस ड्रेस में क्योंकि मैं पापा का टी शर्ट पहनी हूँ ना ढीला ढूला। आप सबको तो पता ही है कि पापा का टी शर्ट मुझे कितना एनर्जेटिक देता है ना। हाँ।
जब आप डांस नहीं करते आप क्या करते हो?
तब मतलब
अगर डांस नहीं करते हो, प्रैक्टिस नहीं करते हो तो फेवरेट चीज़ क्या है?
ओके तो वो है क्राफ्ट, ड्राइंग एंड प्लेइंग बैडमिंटन।
चलो वेल डन, थैंक यू कि आप इतनी दूर से हमारे लिए आए। थैंक यू सो मच, वी विश यू सो मच लक एंड लव।
थैंक यू। आप सब मुझे हर दिन प्यार और आशीर्वाद देते रहना। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Florina. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Florina Gogoi. Thank you, Pani. अपना गिफ्ट तो ले जाओ फ्लोरिना, गिफ्ट ये रहा आपका गिफ्ट। Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go into our next session. That was a welcome break, especially after that boring, number-driven psephology session. I don't know, I didn't find it boring, but this was fun. All right, let's move on to our next session this evening. New generation, new rules, leadership in a disruptive world. This session, ladies and gentlemen, is sponsored by Kirloskar. To take it from here, would like to invite on stage session's moderator, Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor, Anchor, Business Today.
Good evening, everyone. Well, after that power-packed performance, I think the energy of this space has also risen so much, and I'm very excited now to be speaking to the flag bearers of India Inc. 2.0 for this session. And the next generation leaders from the largest conglomerates of Indian businesses which have a legacy of so many decades and even centuries. So first up, I'd like to invite on stage my first guest, Shashwat Goenka, who we all know is the vice chairperson of the RPSG Group, which has a 200-year-old legacy, 35 companies in all in various sectors. And of course, Keshav Reddy is going to be with us on the stage as well, and he is at the forefront of the GVK group. And as his Insta bio really says, that he's built your airports before, and now he's building identities with his new company, which is Equal, which is a digital identity company, and we'll find out more about it during our discussion. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for joining me on this discussion. And the session is titled My Generation, My Rules, Leadership in a Disruptive World. So Shashwat, let me begin by you. Does it really happen in family businesses which have a legacy of 200 years old and successful legacy at that, really my generation, my rules? Or are you given a secret recipe that, we know how we run businesses and this is how you should run too?
Fair. So for us, our business is over 220 years old, right? So I think there is a huge legacy, but for us, I think with legacy comes a huge sense of responsibility. And I think the whole idea for us is how do you grow that legacy and build on that legacy that you have. So I think there's no secret success mantra or anything that you get, but I think this culture of growing that legacy, not just maintaining, but actually adding value to it, is something that's ingrained in us from the time when we are born, I think. So it's just innate in us to kind of try and do a lot better and build on what we have.
So you always knew that you're going to be joining the family business?
So, to be fair, when I was graduating from college, I had that option. And to be fair, mom, dad, my grandparents, no one kind of imposed that this is what you need to do. But I think somewhere I knew that India is where all the action is at. And at that point, this was in 2012, I was very certain that the next century is going to be that of India's. And I think the kind of responsibility you can get in your own business it takes you get that much faster and at a much younger age than you would if you were working outside. So
okay, Keshav, let me bring you in that conversation. So you've been a part of the core business of GVK. You've been building some of the exceptional airports in India, and now you're venturing out to build Equal. And many more startups you've funded as well, especially in the digital ecosystem, in the fintech world as well. Tell me, what is easier and what is more difficult? To grow the businesses in the scale that you're expected to, or to venture out on your own and set up something of your own?
No, thank you, Sakshi, and thank you everyone here. I think taking a step back, the world when my grandfather started GVK in the 70s was very different, and today is extremely different. Software and technology is at the core of every business today. And in terms of that, if you see 3 decades ago, 10 of the largest companies in the world were oil and gas companies. In the decade after that were all Chinese banks. And then this decade are all software companies. And I think in the last 1-2 months, it's actually had 2 AI companies come into that. So the world is changing, and so should we. So I think family businesses, as we see it, have also evolved quite significantly over the years. So what we have done is we've moved to a family office construct, wherein we build businesses with software at the core of it, but at the exterior of it, they're actually just old school businesses as well. So I think there's a great blend that's going to happen with India, and we just saw that earlier as well, with the new India, right? The energy, the excitement that's there. I think we all are moving towards a new India with even family businesses progressing to being family offices and investing in new businesses.
Absolutely. Shashwat, would you want to add to that? Because, how difficult is it to have family offices also evolve in that way? Because the world is changing at a very rapid pace, and it's very difficult to stay catching up with everything that's changing. So how difficult is it, and how do you do it?
You mentioned we're a 200-year-old business. We are, but I think what we did 200 years ago and what we do today are very different. And I think taking a cue of what Keshav said as well, is the whole idea is you have to continuously keep evolving. And I think earlier it was a generational evolvement. Each generation evolved that business, added new businesses within the fold of the family business. But I think what's changing now is the world is changing every couple of years. And so you have to figure out what is it that you want to be in, and your business model has to be that dynamic to be able to change with the changing expectations.
Okay. So Shashwat, also, of course, this is a very diverse group that you come in from. Of course, it has old age businesses, energy, it has, of course, and all those FMCG businesses. You are now at the forefront of 2Yum as well. IT is evolving with First Source Solutions. Then you have music and entertainment with Saregama as well. And where Caravan has been a very big success for you. So some of the innovations we're already seeing. But do you feel torn when you're pulled in so many directions? 35 businesses in various sectors, or do you keep your focus to some certain segments of the business where you're more passionate about and you have a great vision going forward and taking the next leg of the growth going forward?
So I think, for us, it's a two-pronged strategy. So one is businesses which are either legacy businesses or large businesses within the group. They may be having an old world origination. But the idea is how do you get them set up for success over the next decade or two, right? So when you really look at our electricity generation and distribution business, which was primarily thermal, the idea is how do you move into now renewable sources of energy? How do you kind of move from being, from a purely utility perspective to a consumer-first company, right? And similarly, for all of the businesses, the idea is really how do we convert them to become consumer-first? So whether it's FMCG, whether it's media, whether it's music, entertainment, whether it's retail, whether it's First Source for that matter, we want to touch consumers and make consumers' lives better. And when you really look at India and the world at large, I think the consumer story is still yet to unfold, and we want to be at the forefront of that.
Okay. Keshav, you're building Equal. Tell us more about it, because we do know how hugely successful Aadhaar was, and now you're talking about digital identity. But the moment you talk about digital identity, everybody has this fear that whether my data is protected at all costs or not. We are still at the policy stage. We do not know how protection policies will shape up going forward from here. But and deepfakes is another problem that has now emerged in our senses. How do you think you're going to be building a foolproof product right there?
I think the Aadhaar and the DPI are phenomenal, and they've put India on the map in all respects. What we are doing at Equal is leveraging that to build a nicer, a simpler experience for a consumer. And the purpose of Equal is to power identity for 100 million Indians. And we use the word power because today it's in your hands. Digital has made every Indian very responsible, and the control of that is with your hands. And I think the new DPDP Act is going to be just helping that and pushing those boundaries where consumer with consent will do what he wants. And I think we're the leaders in the world in respect of that as well. We talk about data digitization, but we talk about data democracy, where you use your data for your benefit. So I think it's going to be phenomenal the next decade with data, and Indians are going to be at the center of it. I mean, we just saw earlier, that's the new Bharat today. It's amazing. And the kind of platforms that are there today in the next decade, it's really India's time in order to do all of that.
Okay. Shashwat, you're also passionate about cricket, and we do know that you own the Lucknow Super Giants, and it was the most expensive purchase in terms of IPL. Tell me, how do you foresee? Was it like just a passion, passionate acquisition when it comes to cricket, or does it really have the thought process of a business going behind it? Will it really add value to the conglomerate going forward?
So I think this was also a step to move towards becoming more consumer first, right? Entering into sports. And I think when you look at sports today, it is not just a passion for most people, but I think as a business, the economics make phenomenal sense, right? And I think for us, the bid was not a bid which was guided by passion. I think for us at work, we are very dispassionate as far as our likes come. It's business is business, right? And I think, so the bid was very much keeping in mind what we believe was the true value of a franchise like Lucknow. And I think it was just the first of many for us. So we've also got, say, for example, a team in the South Africa Premier League as well. We've got Mohun Bagan Super Giants. And for us, sports is going to be a big thrust area, whether you look at it from a franchise perspective or a team perspective, or even if you kind of venture into esports. So we will be looking at the overall gamut of sports as we move forward.
Yeah, so esports is interesting, digital sports, the way it is shaping up. What do you foresee going forward? Is fantasy games something that's on your mind? Is digital sports, how big are you going to be thinking of capturing this market into? What are you thinking?
So I think, like I said, for us, it's still relatively new. We've been in the space for the last 3 years. And I think we strongly believe in that business potential. I think we are still analyzing further, but we are certain that sports is going to be one of the mainstays for the group going forward.
Okay. Keshav, let me ask you, you funded so many digital startups, 6 of them are unicorns as well. But tell me, why is the new generation really focusing on these kind of businesses and not focusing on the old age businesses like energy, infrastructure, all of those? Is there a sense that perhaps those were too regulated, sectors, or perhaps too much of government intervention was there? Is that somewhere on the back of the mind when you're thinking about these?
Of the 111 unicorns in India, 65% are in the regulated space of financial services. So actually, people don't realize that most of the unicorns are actually regulated directly or indirectly. What I think people do is they find a problem statement in India and they build something. And most of these companies are built by first-time entrepreneurs from a small town. They've gone into an IIT or gone somewhere and realized, okay, there's a great potential, and they have nothing to lose. So if you meet any entrepreneur today, they're just phenomenal. They're limitless in their ideas. Anything can be disrupted and can create insane value. So I think when an entrepreneur comes in, and the best thing that we can do, or as a venture capital firm that I run from the family office side, we actually just support them and we say, we will take an exit when you do. And that really builds a lot of trust. So of the 6 unicorns, I think we've been there 6 to 8 years at least in each of them. But we see that, for the best returns for any company, it takes 2 decades. So if you see when SoftBank invested in, Alibaba or Tencent with the Naspers, it took 18 to 20 years. So I think we're also looking at a longer duration where these companies become massive companies over the next few decades.
So when could be the next Alibaba coming in from India, and be that large in its extent?
No, hopefully. I think...
Coming from you.
No, fabulous. I think, we were just talking about it earlier, but of the 10 largest companies in the world today, 2 of them are AI companies, and then 2 of them are pharma companies, right? Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. They've been propelled due to technology. due to finding or drug discovery in a potential area which has insane potential, which is, weight loss. We do that in our pharma service business. We see so much, moving towards gene therapy or CRISPR or new age technologies which are going to change the landscape of our health ecosystem. So I think it's super exciting. It's the best time to build in India. It's the best time to fund companies in India because, all our stars are aligned. In all true respects.
And you were talking about the Eli Lilly's weight loss drug, which has become the talk of the town right now. Is something like that coming in from you?
No. the Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, but those are phenomenal success stories. You could have never imagined or even had a chance to think that these would be couple $100 billion companies and inching into a $1 trillion company. So, the days have changed, and so do all of us have to. So.
Okay. Tell me, Shashwat, about the challenges that were, faced by previous generation entrepreneurs, and how have the challenges changed in your time? Are things easier for you to do business in India now?
So I think, it's difficult to say the challenges that the previous generation faced, but I think they had, for a large part of their careers, a license Raj, which kind of changed at some point, and there was a flux in terms of how business was to be done. But I think where we are today, I think we are in India's golden age. And I say that with all my heart. I think in Prime Minister Modi, we've got one of the strongest leaders that the world has ever seen, a visionary, and someone with a very strong bias for action, and someone who's able to instill that bias for action in almost every Indian. It is, I think, when you look at a large part of Indian heritage, it was a very pehle aap kind of a heritage, right? And I think he's kind of changed that, and if I can use my Lucknow tagline for that, it's, he's made it a ab apni bari hai. There is no reason to walk with your head, kind of down. You should be proud of who you are. You should believe in yourself, and you should trust yourself and have that courage of conviction to be able to do whatever you think you want to do, right? And I think that's what Keshav was also saying, is out of the over 100 unicorns, and a lot of these out of India have come in the last 3 to 4 years, and India hasn't seen that in the past. So I think with that, I think there is no reason why anybody shouldn't be in business and shouldn't be in business in India. I think there is enough for entrepreneurs to do in India. We have a superbly young demographic, and we have to reap that dividend essentially. And I think the world is yet to see, I think, the India story. So.
Okay, the world is yet to see the India story, but ab apni bari hai, like you said. What about you, Keshav? Do you also feel that the economic landscape, the way it has changed over the last few years for India, has it become more conducive for new age entrepreneurs, or is it more challenging?
I think it's become extremely conducive. There's no doubt about that. Because what has happened is we are at a golden era between geopolitically, where Prime Minister Modi has placed us in the right position, in terms of demographically, that everybody knows, and then economically as well, right? The pace at which we're growing. And also, counterintuitively, it's a zero-sum game globally. China's loss is India's gain. It's so evident, right? The China +1 strategy, so many aspects of companies coming to India, not finding aspects of investing globally. So I think that is going to be the era. So we need to ensure there's good policy which is being done. There needs to be capital coming in. There needs to be opportunities, and there needs to be transparency of those policies and governance. And I think that will lead India to being a phenomenal nation. And I think we are super excited more than ever to be part of India and its growth story.
Yeah, but there's this one missing link that everybody talks about, that private capex has not picked up. Do you think that there is a change in which new age entrepreneurs are thinking of how to deploy money, how to make their money? Perhaps because we're looking at the stock markets, we're looking at the Bitcoin, we're looking at the financial world, the way they have immediate gratification coming in from, you put that money there, you'll see it grow 10x. But do you think that is the reason why private capex is suffering?
No, I think private capex has nothing to do with people investing personal capital. Private capex will come. If you see the middle class is becoming so wealthy, and you see that everywhere. You go to a hotel, you take a flight, you go anywhere, right? It's becoming so wealthy that the whole landscape of private capex is going to change in this decade as well. And I think that's already starting to happen. If you see the investments in new energy, you see the investments in other aspects of business, I think that's going to happen very quickly. On software side, of course, it's a very different landscape. It's a lot of foreign capital that comes in, and I think people are investing in people. And I think that which is our biggest resource.
Absolutely. So when you talk about people, a lot of corporates are setting different guidelines, different rules for more inclusivity when it comes to women-first policies, maybe transgender inclusion as well. What is your thought process? Are you doing that or such things in your companies as well?
I mean, I'm running a software company right now, so we don't wear jackets, suits. It's a very different landscape. And we're exclusively like, inclusivity is really important for us.
Yeah.
And, if you're, the best leaders that I know are actually ladies.
Yeah.
They are great managers of people, of capital, of resources. And I've seen so many boards that I'm part of that, the people I admire. So I think that's going to change, and you're going to see a lot of inclusion. You're already seeing that at the helm of all large companies as well. So super excited. We always support, and we try to actually hire. If there are two people, and if there's a female who's leading it, we will always hire the person there.
Okay, Shashwat, do you want to add to that?
Completely echo his sentiments, and I think for us, we have over 55,000 employees, and today we're at about 45% of them are women. And this story was very different as recently as 7 years ago, right? And I think one thing that I completely echo that Keshav said is, women are by far, I think, better multitaskers, better leaders. They're able to think better, to act better, to do better, right? So I think what's changed is the role of male and female in society. And I think as that's changing and more women are coming into the workforce, you are seeing them taking on more leadership roles. And I think that is going to be a large part of India's success story as well.
Okay, that's a wonderful point. But tell me, from previous generation to now, how has the way you do business changed or is changing, or you're bringing in change in your companies the way, and you say to your father that, you don't know this, I know this better, I'm going to be doing this way.
If I told my father that, I'm not sure how well that would go on a lighter note, but I think the way we do business is significantly different, right? I think the ways and means of doing business 3 decades ago versus doing business today is very different. Dealings are a lot more transparent. Corporate governance is of paramount importance. Transparency is important. And I think what's also changed is the kind of workforce that you're able to get, where they want to be partners with you in that journey of creating wealth, in that journey of creating equity for themselves. And therefore, the sense of accountability, the sense of responsibility is much higher in them. And I think, so I think a large part of the success that all of us see is because of the people who work with us. And so therefore, it's changed from being, I think, leadership back in the day may have been more top-down, more authoritarian. I think today it's really more about more participative, more collective, and that's what's leading you to do better things and have better outcomes.
Keshav, is there anything that you want to really imbibe from your dad and from your previous generation while you're doing business, or is there something that you want to really change and you want to usher in?
No, I've been very blessed and grateful. From my grandfather's side, on both sides, GVK Reddy and TSR Reddy, and my parents, Pinky and Sanjay, I think I've been very lucky and fortunate. There's nothing I would ever change. So in that sense, I think, we have to take on the responsibility and be very grateful and build, opportunities for us, for the country, for everyone around. So I think that's the only thing
I think you want to take the fitness lessons from your dad more.
My dad is extremely fit. He's doing a triathlon at 60. So.
Yeah. And are you also as into fitness?
No, not as much as him.
Okay, would you like to at least aspire to be that? I think he's already tried 2 Ironman challenges, right?
That's right. He's already done them. So.
And at this age, at 60.
At this age, that's correct.
And does that make life more difficult for you? And
no,
more
actually, it's really exciting because I do long distance cycling with him. So we go for 50 to 100 kilometer cycling, at 4:35 in the morning. So it's really enjoyable because we have similar passions. So a lot of fun.
Right. Shashwat, what's your passion? You're not into fitness at all, you told me.
I mean, well, not into it at all in the sense it's not a passion. I do it because I think I should. And I think, like in his case as well, I think Dad is definitely very into fitness as well. He does a 1.5 hour walk every day, 1 hour workout every day. So that's a lot of time that goes into being fit. So definitely something that I do, but it's not my passion. I think for me, surprisingly, one of the things that I love to do is actually cook. And for me, that's a big stress buster. And for us, it's now become a family activity where both Shivika and I do it, and now my daughter's almost 3, and we're starting to get her into it. So it's a fun Sunday activity that all
What's the
three of us...
best meal that you've cooked for your family till date?
You'll have to ask them. But I'd like to think I cook most things well.
So is Sunday lunch on you, like always?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Well, great to speak to both of you. Many thanks. And thanks a lot, audiences, for being so patient and listening. And looks like, our future is going to be very, very bright. We saw Florina, but flag bearers are definitely taking it way forward. Many, many thanks for being with us for this very special conversation.
Thank you,
All the very best to both of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call on stage Alika Kirloskar, Vice President, Kirloskar Group, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Once again, do raise a warm applause for the two gentlemen. This session was sponsored by Kirloskar. A warm applause for Mr. Goenka, Mr. Reddy. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get into the next session, a Pacific Convergence of Interests with India, sponsored by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Just give us 30 seconds and we are ready to power in to our next session this evening. To take it from here, would like to call on stage Geeta Mohan, Executive Editor, India Today Television. I hope so.
Good evening. We are here joined today by the stars of the diplomatic circuit here in India, and we will be discussing the Pacific Convergences of Interests with India. How can the world, these major powers come together, striving for peace, conciliation, and unity in a distorted, disjointed, and completely divided world? This is a moment where Quad meets AUKUS, and so we will have the entire Indo-Pacific conversation, but looking at how India really plays a role in this entire region. No opening remarks for everyone because we have a timer that's set, and we are very short of time, so a lot of questions. Let's begin with the Q&A. Ambassador Garcetti, to you first. Now we know we've heard a lot about the importance of Quad and the role India has to play, but explain to me how India is important in this Quad architecture, given the fact that India does not patrol the waters with Quad partners. India is not part of the IPEF trade pillar. So while India says, and the Quad partners say, that it's an economic structure, we are not part of the trade pillar. We say it's not a military structure, we are not part of patrolling, and most of the work that India and all these Quad partners do in developing countries are bilateral in nature. So how is this important?
So thank you, Geeta, and thank you to all of you and India Today for having us here. It's an honor to be on the stage with my colleagues here in, I guess, what would be called the caucus, if it's the Quad and the AUKUS together. Okay, caucus. You heard it here first. Welcome to the caucus. And the Quad is really, I think, we've always said it isn't a military alliance, all four of us. We have strong bilateral relations, each aspect of the Quad, each country. Those do work in strategic and military spaces. Those do work in economic spaces. Those do work in people-to-people and cultural, educational spaces. But the Quad really is, I think, a reflection of values and of geography and the shared interest that we have to have a peaceful, democratic, just, open, accountable Indo-Pacific. And that happens, I think, in so many rich ways through the Quad, whether it is looking at ecological and climate issues, whether it's in emergencies like we saw during the pandemic, when the Quad really became a force for assisting each other. And I think, that's a better question for each country to answer, not for one country to reply to. But India is in many ways in the driver's seat of the Quad. And that's, I think, exciting for India. I've described that India loves geometric diplomacy, triangles, squares, quadrilaterals. The multilateral you can get lost in places like the UN right now, which are important convening spaces, but with a divided world, they're just as divided as the world. Bilateral is really helpful, but there's a limit to bilateralism sometimes. And so I think there's a real shared set of principles that in a discussion I had with National Security Advisor Doval, he said it's not just strategy, it's not just affinity. We do think alike, our hearts do feel alike, but it's really about ideology. In this moment when there's extremism, whether it's religious extremism, whether it's dictatorship versus democracies. And we can get hung up on the idea that the narcissism of small differences, the few areas where we are looking maybe at democratic values sometimes differently, divide us, when the reality is we are very deeply united. And also I would include, of course, the UK in that. Even though UK isn't part of the Quad, we share, I think, these moments, these intersections that will define not just forms of governance, but what happens with technology, what happens with trade, what happens with economic prosperity, or the 4 Ps, as I call them: peace, prosperity, planet, and people.
All right, Australian High Commissioner to India, High Commissioner Green. Australia is a part of the AUKUS and Quad. What is your reading on why is India hesitant to join a military bloc? Is China a factor? Is it because India is an immediate neighbor, unlike all the other countries in the AUKUS and Quad, and has to bear the brunt of Beijing's aggression should it be part of any military bloc?
Well, India has a very long history of finding its own way in global affairs. For a country like Australia, close partnerships with our neighbours and our friends from far away have been part of what we've always been. India's finding new ways of making its way in the world with strategic autonomy and multi-dimensional partnerships. So it's really for India to decide where it fits into these partnerships. For us, the Quad tries to deal with a region which is increasingly contested, where democracy is under threat, where countries are increasingly unable to pursue their sovereignty in the ways that they want, that they get forced into choices that they wouldn't prefer, and that economic coercion is a feature. That's what we're standing against. We're standing up for, as Eric said, a number of values which are important, and we're backing that by demonstrating that we support things which will make our region better. Health security through vaccines, maritime domain awareness so that countries can understand what's going on in their near abroad, infrastructure which gives them options for things which are built in public goods which will be sustainable and done according to the best principles. AUKUS is entirely different. It helps develop a world which can better avoid conflict and deter military action, but it's essentially designed to create military capability between our 3 countries. In the first instance, submarines, which are going to be crucial for avoiding a major conflict, but in the next instance, a whole range of new technologies which will help all of our nations better defend ourselves and make our regions more secure. So the two are very different. The two are complementary and help us build a region and a world where peace is more likely.
Well, High Commissioner Alice, UK High Commissioner to India, the fact that there is a lot of focus, and AUKUS was born out of that need to have a military bloc at a time when the world was faced with aggression, particularly coming in from China. Do you see a future where India could be part of a bloc such as the AUKUS, and how much of the focus is on aggression from China?
I guess for the last generation, when I joined the public service, the Euro-Atlantic was sort of the center of the world in 1990. At least that's a very British thing to say. The next generation, Indo-Pacific, is going to be the defining area of the world. You may want it, you may not want that, but that is the case. And so there's a great deal more intense focus on what goes on here. And the central drivers of prosperity and human talent, India is definitely one of them, been one of the three defining countries of the rest of my life, and China and the United States, and they are all in this region. So it's not surprising that that's where we return. We've had a strong point of presence here for a long time. And we share the ideology. You know, how are you going to maintain, how are you going to allow for prosperity and prevent coercion? And you do it in a lot of different ways. You do it in some ways like, you know, mapping the oceans, how you're going to deal with climate change and resilient infrastructure, all this kind of stuff. But there's also a harder edge to it as well. We can't kid ourselves. You need that too. You need all the elements of power, not just one bit or another bit. AUKUS comes in two bits. One is about nuclear-powered submarines, but the other is about technology, exactly as Philip was saying. And there you would I suspect you're going to see a great deal more cooperation, not just at a bilateral, but between a series of countries about how you develop technology. And that will be, the United States will be at the forefront of that. It's a technological superpower, but it will include the United Kingdom, not least because our research is so strong. And the Covishield vaccine is a kind of example of basic technology combined, well, actually complex technology combined with unbelievably effective manufacturing distribution by India. So the future will be, I suspect, in these maybe it's a rhomboid-shaped diplomacy, I'm not sure, between not just one country and another country, but a series of countries, which essentially are driven by a shared sense of wanting freedom and to prevent coercion. And that's where I think the UK comes in.
Okay. Former Foreign Secretary of India, Ms. Nirmala Rao. Ms. Rao, let's zoom in a little. Let's look at the Indian Ocean. Now, we do see a lot of divergences in the region in the recent past. How do you see India play a role to have convergences of interests? Again, looking at China and China making inroads into these very important countries in the region, be it Sri Lanka, the Maldives, or for that matter, our relations with Nepal or Bangladesh.
You know, geopolitics is a very popular word in the Indian vocabulary today. And when you look at the geopolitics of the region, and you're talking of the Indo-Pacific, you are essentially referring to what the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe spoke of when he talked of the confluence of the two oceans. So I really don't want to look at the Indian Ocean as a separate entity in the context of our discussion this afternoon, because the Indo-Pacific is the arena of competition today. Somebody called it, you know, a contest for supremacy in the region. I don't look at it as any kind of new great game, but I understand that the China factor, I've mentioned the name, the China factor refers to both the oceans when we talk of the Indo-Pacific, right? And for China, and when it comes to India, we are neighbors. We have the 3,488 kilometer long border. And India looks at the maritime dimension of the Indian Ocean, but there is also a continental dimension to our geopolitical concerns in the region because of the land border that we share with China and the fact that we are oriented towards both land and sea. We are, in that sense, a unique country. And our peninsula juts out into the heart of the Indian Ocean. And therefore, the role that India can play with its navy and our growing naval interests and the whole context of maritime domain awareness, which my colleagues on this panel referred to, in all these senses, I think what happens in the Indian Ocean doesn't stay in the Indian Ocean today. It concerns the whole region. The question of global trade, the question of the numbers of people who live in this region. I was just looking at the head count of countries from the global south who are in the Indo-Pacific. And my math may not be exactly accurate, but I counted 49 countries from the global south who live in this region. So when you speak of organizations, bodies like the Quad, and we're all in this together as sister democracies, you know, we are talking of an agenda for human development, human security. And I don't really know if China has got that entirely right. So when you look at the Maldives and when you look at Sri Lanka, you look at the crisis that Sri Lanka faced in the last 2 years. I mean, it was a life-threatening crisis for that nation. And ultimately, you know, this whole pull of gravity that keeps India and our South Asian neighbors together was very manifest at that time. Because we were there to help Sri Lanka. And of course, assistance from the international bodies followed. But I think that demonstrated to the world the role, the crucial role that India can play in this region. Never mind the differences that we may have with the Maldives today. But ultimately, I think South Asia, the region, the Indian Ocean region, is meant to be an integer. We are all in this together.
Right. Let's talk about the Russia-Ukraine war, which primarily is known as a European war. So, High Commissioner Ellis, the fact that this is a war that has gone on for way too long, how do you see it pan out in the near future at a time when we are looking at, and there's a China angle to this as well, where we are looking at China really coming out and supporting Russia, the reason why maybe Russian economy sustained itself for this long?
It's a war that should never have started. For an autocracy to just walk into its neighbor and take over its land and say that you are part of us and you don't get a choice about your future. I mean, life is complicated. This is one of the simpler things to observe. It's appalling that it's happened, and it's appalling that it's going on in the way it has, with terrible human cost. One of the things I think we learned, going back to your question, is about what has happened there affects the whole world. It affects fertilizer prices in the Punjab. The fact that the destruction of grain supplies by the Russian ships of grain coming out of Ukraine, that has a direct effect on the poorest people in Africa. So the world in which you could keep these different theaters apart, that world is over. And so what happens there has effects here. And one of the risks, I think, is that Russia drives focus more and more on the land of the Euro-Atlantic, and that is not good news for those of us who are trying to, at the same time, ensure open and free Indo-Pacific. Now, we're managing to do that, but that is a big problem, I think, for the future. But if autocratic coercion succeeds in taking other people's countries, that is not a good future for all of us.
Okay. There are reports that the United States of America had asked Prime Minister Modi to intervene. So Ambassador Garcetti, did Prime Minister Modi, along with President Xi Jinping, avert a nuclear attack by Russia?
During the Ukraine conflict?
Yes.
I don't know that I can speak to whether that happened. It hasn't happened yet, so I would assume everybody. Victory has many fathers and defeat has few. So we can all claim some credit for that unspeakable and unthinkable use of nuclear weaponry again in our lifetimes. But we do see an amazing partnership. I've said, I think, a number of times that between the United States and India, that we don't have an additive relationship, we have a multiplicative one. In other words, when the US and India get together, there are certain doors we open up better, and there are certain doors that India opens up better. And when we really like each other and decide to have a deep friendship, look at the G20, a unanimous communique that I would argue was stronger on the war in Ukraine, certainly than Bali. And India used its influence with its relationships to make sure that there was not dissent. And in doing that, made sure that another neighbor to the north couldn't create any chaos because a neighbor to the north of them was locked in. But we also do this in very positive ways too. I think about the trilateral development initiative that we have together with the US and India. We're not just looking to stop war, we're looking, to quote the Foreign Secretary, to look at the human development. So TriDep, as we call it, recently invited a group of Fijian health officials here to Delhi, where Indian experts in telemedicine trained them to get to the most remote parts of Fiji with medical care, sponsored by America's USAID, and we were now so successful that we're thinking, where can we go in Africa, Southeast Asia, other Pacific Island countries together? How can we take things like digital public infrastructure that India is so advanced with and give people options that are not led by autocracies or dictatorships or people who want to spy on you? The way we took a Google cable through the Pacific that wasn't going to go to the Pacific Islands because they're too small in the market, but with Australia figured out ways to get telecommunication to these Pacific Island countries without it being a state-owned enterprise from a non-democratic country. These are great ways with which we don't just promote peace and avoid war, but we really look at human development in a way that is free and fair for everyone.
On the security aspect for India, a big concern has been, with all the three countries, has been the issue of Khalistan. We've heard murder for hire charges, we've heard threats to Indian diplomats, and we've also seen the kind of actions that are inaction on the country's part in question. High Commissioner Green, as part of the Five Eyes, as part of a country where Indian diplomats have come under threat or have been threatened, what is the reaction of a country, and should the reaction of a country be, and how are you looking at the trial that is underway or the case that's underway in America?
Well, first of all, we don't look at this through the prism of Five Eyes. We look at this through the prism of Australian sovereign interests and values. And for us, you talked about the Sikh community in Australia and some who occasionally like to protest outside Indian missions. Peaceful protest and demonstration is a core part of our democracy, and we'll stand up for it. But violence, and particularly acts that might put Indian diplomats at risk, are completely out of question for us. And so a huge amount of our governmental effort, much more than I think many of your audience would understand, between our multicultural, between our foreign policy, between our police, between our intelligence and security agencies, a huge amount of effort goes into making sure that when there are differences between communities, they are managed in a way that doesn't cause violence or harm. And let me say this. The Indian community is the fastest growing community in Australia, and it's now big. It's nearly 4% of our population. But this is not the first time that we have dealt with communities who've made their homes in Australia, and there are different parts of them. We are gripped up to do this, and we take it really seriously, and a key part of that is making sure that Indian diplomats in their premises are safe.
Ambassador Garcetti, will there be a trial? And should there be a trial, will there be naming of officers that have been kept unnamed for now? And have these incidents, the murder for hire charges against Indian nationals, impacted relations between India and the US?
Let me work backwards. In the first, a lot of people always ask me this, has it been a setback, has it been a roadblock, has it been a bump? It's serious, and like good friends, we dealt with it in a serious way. But the pace of our relationship has only continued to accelerate even in the midst of it. In some ways, it's the first stress test of our new relationship, which has deepened. And so far, I think both countries are passing it, but there's many miles to go. I'm the son of a prosecutor, so I know better than to discuss an active case, criminal case here. Nor should you assume that I'm read into, because I think good prosecutors also keep their evidence where they are in order to bring to justice. And nobody should presuppose outcomes. And oftentimes these are politicized in a way that none of us have actually looked at evidence, or very few people have. But it is clear that we have articulated the highest levels. There are red lines when it comes to our citizens, the rights of our citizens. There's no conspiracy behind them. Life would be much easier for us not to have contested democracies where people disagree. But that is the point of a democracy, and it's something that we have to defend. Similar to Australia, though, we take acts of violence very seriously, and we've had great coordination between our law enforcement to ensure that whether it's diplomats' lives or just drug runners, gun runners, and others do face justice across borders and can't hide from one place to the next. So those can coexist. The relationship continues, I think, with more strength than we've ever witnessed before, but we won't back away from the principles that are important to this relationship and to be able to respect one another.
All right. It's an election year. We have more than 60 elections across the world, and we have a few very important elections coming up, not just here in India, but also the United States of America, the United Kingdom. High Commissioner Ellis, to you first. Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Modi have had a great innings, so to say. Should the Labour come to power, will there be more questions on India's human rights records? Should India really be worried and concerned? And will we see the FTA that you've been working so hard on really come through?
So first of all, there's a career-ending moment for every diplomat when a journalist asks you about the future of your domestic politics, at which point you just let it go straight past your nose, walk down the pitch, pat the pitch, walk back, and take guard again. I'm so happy to live in a country which understands that metaphor.
Ambassador Garcetti is yet to learn, you know. So and Ms. Rao and I,
he's taking
we are minorities.
He's taking cricket to LA. It's fantastic. The free trade agreement is a tough nut to crack. I noticed EFTA took 16 years. So are we just in the foothills after 2? I don't know. Although we're in a pretty steep ascent at the moment, I think, to try and get to the top. That's not for me ultimately to determine. They do get on very well, the two prime ministers. I think what I see in the UK is a kind of cross-party support, certainly from the two main principal parties in my country, for a deeper economic relationship. Remember, the UK benefits enormously from its diversity, yeah? That's a great thing. That's a great thing across the country. You know, when you have a prime minister called Rishi Sunak, whose wife is called Narayana Murthy, those of you who went to my country 30, 40 years ago, can you believe that would happen? No.
Yes.
It's an incredible thing. So that diversity expresses itself in lots of different ways, including in politics, range of different politicians from different places, and I think we're the stronger for it.
Okay. The other important election is the US elections. India is one of those rare countries, and Prime Minister Modi, one of those rare leaders who really had a good relationship with former President Trump. Now it's Trump versus Biden. Both are good for India, but what's your reading on what either would have to offer to India?
You know, it's nice when countries that don't need to get along or don't get along have leaders that do get along. But the US-India relationship isn't about who's at the top. It really is nice to see that. It was one of the great joys of my life to watch the Prime Minister and President Biden together at the White House. It was emotionally deep for both of them. What they said privately showed me that the public words, they really meant them deep down. But no matter who the leaders are in our two countries, I think this is a relationship held together by all of us, by the fact that more students to the United States came from here than any other country in the world for the first time last year, that our visas went up by 60% in a single year, even with basically the same staff. And I'm sure 40 of you will come up asking for help for your cousin after this, getting their visa appointment. But we brought the time down by 80% from the worst moment that it's been, that we can go straight through metric after metric after metric. And this relationship doesn't depend on elections. It depends on values. We think the same way, our heads are aligned. We feel the same way, our hearts are aligned. Now our challenge is, can our feet move together, and how quickly?
But do we? The United States of America just reacted to the implementation of CAA in India, and India's response is that do not interfere in India's internal affairs.
Look, with the time up, I'm sorry I can't answer that question, but no, all kidding aside, it's, in America, we feel very strongly about the sense that borders need to be secure, but that also we're a nation of immigrants that have been enriched by our diversity. Secondly, we understand India's security needs as well. But we're well aware of this, monitoring it very closely, and I would just say broadly that the principle of religious freedom and of equality under the law is a cornerstone of democracy. And that's why we look at these things. It would be easier not to look in our friends or have friends, but we invite you to do the same with our imperfect democracy. It's not a one-way street, but I do think that you can't give up on principles no matter how close you are with friends, or if it comes from your worst enemy, when those are principles that you stand for.
All right, time's up, but because this is UK High Commissioner to India's farewell conclave, he's leaving after, in a week's time, going back to headquarters and then to a next ambassadorial posting. We decided to do a short rapid fire. If you agree, Preeti, can we just do a short rapid fire? Not too long, and he'll do it in Hindi, and then he'll sing a bit for us in Hindi. You have to do that. For all the Hindi that we endured, for all the Hindi that we endured, all those Hindi videos that Alex put out, you'll have to sing for us. So, okay, a quick question, rapid fire.
Yeah.
And my Hindi is also okay.
As good as yours.
As good as yours. Hindi में पूछते हैं, and then बाकियों से पूछेंगे, ठीक है? आपका सबसे बड़ा मोमेंट भारत में क्या था?
सबसे बड़ा मोमेंट भारत में ईडन गार्डन्स में क्रिकेट खेला.
Oh, Eden Gardens.
Batting किया, 25 not out.
अच्छा, और सबसे अच्छा खाना क्या लगा आपको?
ओह, मुश्किल है. दक्षिण भारत में हमेशा डोसा.
डोसा, okay.
दिल्ली में छोले भटूरा और
Chola bhatura. Okay, and see, you have it right there. खाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं आप.
Yeah, that's an Enam dish. No, that's in that's a northern Karnataka dish.
अच्छा.
Very good.
अच्छा, सबसे बेहतरीन शहर, सिटी कौन सा था?
सबसे अच्छी शहर कोलकाता की संस्कृति. Jaisalmer or Bikaner ke Rajasthan? How do you say it? The deserts of Rajasthan.
Registan,
exactly. That was fantastic. Or Madurai ki Mantri.
Acha. Or cricket moment?
There aren't a lot. Hyderabad mein England ki jeet.
अच्छा.
Yeah, teen salon में एक बार ही.
I would have helped you, but I really don't know what you're talking about. Huh? Favorite personality?
Cricket personality. Favorite personality? मेरे classmates Saif Ali Khan.
Saif Ali Khan. और
he was a very naughty boy at school.
अच्छा, आपके classmate थे इसलिए favorite हैं. और favorite politician? Controversial है लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा, जा रहे हैं आप वापस.
अरे वाह, मैं civil servant हूँ, इसलिए सब मंत्री बहुत अच्छी है.
ठीक है. Can I do a quick one with Ambassador Garcetti? Ambassador Garcetti, quick one. Your big moment in India up until now.
My big moment, putting cricket in the Olympics. It took an American to put the cricket into the Olympics. Come to Los Angeles in 2028.
Big round of applause to that. Favorite food?
Chole bhature in the morning, for sure.
Favorite city?
Favorite city, it's not really a city, but Kanyakumari at sunrise.
Cricket moment?
Cricket moment was being in Modi Stadium, probably for the IPL final, which was rained out. It was so beautiful, actually, that night, and the rain was coming down, but I didn't get to see the match, but I loved it.
Okay. Favorite personality?
Favorite personality besides Geeta? I mean, that's pretty easy. My favorite personality so far was probably hang out with Shah Rukh Khan.
Favorite politician?
Who owns the cricket team in Los Angeles, by the way.
Favorite politician or leader?
My favorite politician is always the one I'm talking to.
On that note, I'll just do High Commissioner Green before I let them go. High Commissioner Green, your big moment in India?
It's very difficult, Geeta, to go past the World Cup final. I know it's difficult in all sorts of ways.
Favorite food?
Anything washed down by a kingfisher. And you know, that could be a dosa or that could be a gulab jamun.
Okay. Favorite food?
Food?
Yeah. You just said that, right? Favorite city?
I think I did.
Favorite city?
Kolkata is my favorite city. City of learning and literature and discussion and debate. I love it.
Cricket moment?
Same cricket moment.
Favorite personality?
So my favorite personality is definitely Sachin Tendulkar. I mean, he's a hero of India. He's a hero of Australia-India relations. And when you meet him, he is such a humble, decent, down-to-earth guy. There couldn't be an Australian who wouldn't like him.
And favorite politician? Or a leader?
I think that's for all of the Indians to decide very soon.
On that note, thank you so much for joining us here on the India Today Conclave.
Running out of time, I have to end it as diplomatically as I can. Let's quickly move on while I call upon Mukesh Arora, Senior Vice President, Radhiko Khetan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Please do put your hands together, raise a warm applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Give us 20 minutes. We're going to turn around the stage. We're going to quickly get into our next session. We are running a tad bit late, but we're trying very hard to make up. I'm going to quickly take you through on our next session. Well, she's someone I'm actually quite followed of late. Splendid Miss Samantha, from Pushpa to the family man, carving her own niche. This session is sponsored by Masha Arts. To take it from here, allow me to call upon my colleague Akshita Nangopal, Deputy Editor, India Today Television, to introduce you to our next guest, Splendid Miss Samantha.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Please put your hands together and please give a warm welcome to Samantha Ruth Prabhu. Telugu cinema, in Tamil cinema as well. 14 years now in the film industry, Samantha. It's taken you 14 years to come here to the India Today Conclave.
I was just going to say that took me 14 years to be on this stage. Wow. Did it have to take that long?
Yeah, I agree. We should have had you much earlier, but it's amazing that you're here now.
Thank you for having me.
And I think you're here when you're at your highest, so that's great to see. Let's talk about your journey first of 14 years, and I'm sure you reminisce it a lot because you were a girl from Chennai You dreamed big. You hoped to achieve a lot. You didn't have any big name, no godfather in the industry. Your family wasn't into the film industry either. How did you really kick off your career with a bang, with a Gautam Vasudev Menon film?
14 years, sometimes 14 years feels like a very long time, but sometimes 14 years when you're doing something you love can just fly by. Wow.
These are from your first film.
I don't remember that girl though. That girl was a scared little puppy, very eager to please, and just quite desperate to fit in actually. I think for the longest time, I just wanted to fit in. It was, there was a fear of, I operated for the longest time from a space of fear. I think when your resources are limited, and mine were extremely limited, growing up and coming from having humble beginnings, my resources were limited, so the fear of failure drove me for the longest time. And it pushed me. I don't even know if I operated from a space of love and kindness. I don't know if I would have been able to achieve what I have achieved in the last 14 years. I think that fear was an incredible driving force for me.
When did that change? When did you decide that, look, I'm not going to work and act out of fear, but I'm going to do this to succeed. I'm going to do this because I love doing it.
In fact, very recently, when I got sick is when I realized that the fear was motivating me, but it was also kind of destroying me. And I think that although with life throwing this curveball at me with my health and with the autoimmune condition that I was diagnosed with, I think in many ways, I thought, why me? But after having gone through this ordeal of 1.5, almost 2 years now, I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's so amazing to hear. You see some of these pictures, I'm sure it doesn't sum up even an inch of the struggle that you faced battling this autoimmune disorder. But look, there were many people who didn't know what it was. Did you? What happened? When did you realize something wasn't right?
We always, while we are I was probably part of the hustle culture. You can't ever tell me that, take a break. I'll be like, wait, taking a break is for the weak. I'm about the hustle culture. I am about doing 10 things at a time. And I get only 5 hours of sleep and I am so productive. And I get, you sleep for 7 hours? How lazy are you? This was my attitude. And now, I think the greatest thing that I've learned is when I read this quote was, what the hustle culture doesn't realize is that rest is not taking your foot off the gas, it's putting fuel in the tank, which I wasn't doing. I was just taking, and never giving my body a break, never giving my mind a break. So I think that this feeling that you ask, 14 years, but 14 years, to be honest, none of the blockbusters, and I had blockbuster after another, I was called this weird golden leg in the industry because I didn't have too many flops for the longest time. But I can't tell you that those were the most unhappy years of my life because I suffered from something called the imposter syndrome, where I woke up, where I always had this feeling that I wasn't good enough. I always was scared that I would wake up and it would all go away. I was scared that people would see me for who I truly was, who I thought myself to be, which is not really that great. So I suffered with this imposter syndrome for the longest time during the biggest highs of my career.
So you didn't enjoy any of the successes that you got?
I wish I could say yes, but I didn't. I never attributed my victories to me. My success to me, and never owned it as my wins. I always, if you ever watched any of my previous interviews, it would always be, yeah, the film is a success because maybe the stars, destiny, the hero, the production, the director. I always attributed my successes to someone else.
I hope today you say it was because of me.
Today, I feel that this feeling of having arrived, the feeling of having arrived is subjective for different people. For some people, it's their successes. But for me, the feeling of arriving is to arrive to a place where I have finally given myself the permission to be my authentic self. All of the imperfections, all of the lows, all of the hardships, this is me. And I think this is when I truly feel that I have arrived.
I'm so happy for you that you've reached this point also of comfort, of happiness and joy in your life. When you were diagnosed with your autoimmune disorder, did you take a conscious call of coming out and going public with it because you believed there would be awareness?
If I'm being honest, I was forced to, because at that point of time I had a film that was led by me. It was a female-centric film, and it was coming out for release. It was due for release, and I was very sick at that point of time, and it was hard. So I wasn't ready to come out, but there was all sorts of speculations going around. There was all sorts of misinformation being spread, and my producers really needed me to promote this film. It would die otherwise if it had absolutely no publicity, and there's no hero, there are no other artists in the film. It was just solely led by me. So I agreed to do one interview, and obviously I didn't look the same. I was very weak. I was under a lot of medication, high dose medication, just to keep me stable. So I think I was forced to. Maybe if I was given the choice, I wouldn't have come out about my condition in such a vulnerable state, but maybe more in the state that I am in now, from a place of strength rather than such weakness. So if I was given the choice, I wouldn't have announced it and come out with it so soon.
Why is that? Do you believe, because when you did speak out about it, there was a lot of scrutiny. A lot of people, unfortunately, online said, this is a made-up condition. She's victimizing herself. Right. How did you deal with that? Because you were already in a place where, you're going through so much. How did you deal with that kind of criticism online? Did you see it? Did you see the kind of hateful comments?
Yeah. I was called sympathy queen. Yeah, I know that. But, for me, my journey as an actor, as a human being, I've evolved so much from being in this business. Early on in my career, I would wake up anxious and immediately go to social media. Who's saying something bad about me? Who's written a nasty article about me? It just occupied so much space in my mind. But now, I feel that the more people accuse me of things, I have started to almost question every action of mine, every thought of mine. They have actually forced me to become the person that I can be proud of. And if I'm proud of myself, it's okay if you think something that's not true, I think. Or if you think that I am something, if it's okay. Maybe, sometimes I also feel that when people are going through a lot of pain, they need a portal. They need somewhere to project that pain. And I feel one little nasty comment on social media kind of eases their pain a little bit. I do sincerely believe that.
You're being extremely soft on them. But you face this a lot, right?
Yeah.
Whether it was your health, your personal life. Not many actresses come out and speak about that, their personal life, what they've gone through. And even then, very often it was the woman to blame. The actress who did this and that led to all sorts of personal life choices and decisions.
It is. It is tough. But I wouldn't have it any other way. And I've always believed that, yes, there's a mountain to climb. I will climb that mountain. I will reach the top, and I will reach the top knowing that there's another mountain to climb, and this is how I function. Greater the pain, greater the effort, greater the reward, and I'm ready for it.
Amazing. You've seen so many highs, so let's talk about that as well. About all of the
Otherwise, again, it'll be hashtag sympathy queen. Do you want that?
Oh my God. I think you've conquered it. You owned it. You've ensured that you sent across a fitting message to everyone who kind of tried to get attention and publicity from what you were going through. But let's talk about, what everyone here, even to this date, speaks of. Your performance in The Family Man.
Don't say Uantava.
That also, Uantava as well. And it takes guts, to do an Uantava, because were you scared you'll be stereotyped then and kind of put in a box? Because you did Uantava, an item girl, then you did Raji in The Family Man.
I think the decision to do Uantava, it was similar to the decision to do Raji. In the good side of not having too many people around you, like you said, no godfathers, no people in your ear, no opinions that I need to cater to make my final decision. That is the good side of not having too many people around you. The flip side is, however, that I had to really make mistakes and learn from them and really hone my gut instincts. The decision to do Uantava honestly came from a place of, I need to explore a new facet of being an actor. I have always been very uncomfortable. Well, I know you have these pictures on, but I've been uncomfortable with my sexuality. I'm not very comfortable, confident, like I said. I've always operated from a space of, I'm not good enough, I don't feel pretty, I don't look like the other girls. So for me, it was a huge challenge. It was actually, I was the first shot of Uantava, I was shaking from fear because sexy is not my thing. It's not my thing, but how I've grown both as an actor and as a person is I've always made sure that I put myself in the most uncomfortable, unforgiving, very, very difficult circumstances. I like to put myself there and fight to overcome that. It's like almost like I'm kind of slaying these demons, these inner demons, and they said, you're so small, how can you fight? How can you land a punch? It's like, let me do it.
You're doing a lot of it, I hear, in Citadel as well, in your upcoming film.
Yes, a lot of action, yeah.
Can you show us a bit of what you've learned? I'll move away so that I don't get kicked in the face. I'll move away.
You have to block.
Oh my God. I don't want to be punched in the face either. Can you show us something of what you've learned?
Show you? Thank God you didn't ask me to do a step in Uantava. I appreciate that.
That's coming,
Let's do some action, baby.
Yep. You also have to do it. I have to do it? Yeah. Okay, can we have some music, please?
That's it.
My next action film, I've been trained by Samantha. Thank you for that. So you've learned a whole lot of action also for your next project.
Yeah, it was actually the hardest role of my life simply because I had to do it when I was really weak. So for me, Citadel is already a success because I shot for Citadel under the most grueling circumstances. I didn't think that I could do it, but I'm really, really, when you asked again, like now I can say I'm very proud of myself. Yeah.
The mind space that you were in earlier versus now, do you think you'd still do an item song even today if it came to you?
Again or for the first time?
Again.
Again, no, I don't see the challenge in it anymore.
Because there's also a lot of questions. You're someone who's faced this. We spoke about it as a woman, how you've been targeted. And very often there's this narrative about how item songs also sexualize a woman and creates a wrong narrative around her. Did you sense that? Did you kind of hesitate because you were like, this will send out a wrong message? The lyrics of Uvantawa, however, very interesting.
Yeah, that I made sure of. That was fun, wasn't it? I think that for me it was the lyrics. It was the lyrics, it was the challenge, and I think we can move past judging women for, I don't know.
For wanting to look good?
Yeah, for wanting to look good. We can do everything, no? We can look good, we can do everything.
If you had to choose between Uvantawa and Raji from The Family Man, which would you do?
Oh no, of course, Raji.
Raji?
Of course.
That was a very special project, I'm sure, for you.
That was very special, yes.
And what was that like? Because do you feel that ensured that you weren't boxed in as an actor? It showed that you're diverse. It's introduced you also to a whole new audience.
Yeah, I didn't really think that it would explore the way it did. I really didn't think. I felt very responsible to play Raji because it was loosely based on real incidents, and I did not want to disappoint people, and I'm really sorry if I did disappoint someone, but it was very special to me, and there were many instances while playing Raji where it really hit home and it got a bit too real. But it also took me to a place of realization that this is what I'm meant to do. If I'm going to do another project or if I'm going to accept a role, it should give me this kind of fulfillment.
You said in the beginning about how you never gave yourself time. You were all about hustling. Today you're an actor, you're a producer, you're an entrepreneur, you host your own podcast. How are you not hustling now? This is hustling.
Is it? No.
Just about 5 things.
But I was this is something more than just doing a job. This is part of who I am suddenly. I was accepting films and doing many roles, vapid some of them, just so that, I'm there on every poster, I'm there every 1 month, I have a film release, you can't ignore me. So actresses are drilled, this is drilled into you that you have a short shelf life and you can't afford to take breaks, and out of sight, out of mind. And even here, while I sit down today and say, no, I will hold my ground until I get a fantastic project. 1 year I've taken a break. While I sit here, there is this fear and challenge that maybe I'm out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I'm irrelevant now. So I have to beat this, and I have to beat this fear of being old news and just hold and wait for that miraculous role, that role that's going to be worth it all to come my way, and I will wait.
Amazing. It would be criminal of me, and I know you didn't want to initially with the action, but you have to.
What?
One step, Prabhu.
I don't remember.
As we wrap this up, let's end it on a high, ladies and
gentlemen. Can you believe I don't remember any of the steps?
Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. Do you want to see her dance to Uvantawa? I think we'll have to push her to do this. Let's go for
you have to teach me the steps because I forgot.
I'll be quietly on the side.
I swear.
Your hands together for splendid Samantha. Like I call upon Samarth Mathur, MD Mashards. Samantha, just to like 30 seconds. Samarth Mathur, MD Mashards, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Samantha Prabhu. We wish you luck, Samantha, tremendous journey, and be strong. Thank you. All right, with it, let's quickly get into our next session this evening. It's all about the brain. It's about artificial intelligence, and you put them together, you don't know what you can create. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon stage Ayush Ailavadi, technology editor and presenter, Business Today Television.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, usually when we're on live TV, we have a lovely teleprompter, maybe a earpiece telling us what to do. I prepared a speech because this is the biggest stage of them all. All right. This is not going to come to much use, so we're going to wing it and hope that our crew and the voices of technology, because I'm a big technology geek, will support us. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have the privilege of welcoming a mind-bending blend of science and storytelling. My next guest here is a scientist, a storyteller, and then I planned a bunch of things as well. He's done all sorts of cool things. He's advised the President of the United States on
nuclear decision-making.
Okay, that might be the voice from up above. He's also been working with none other than Elon Musk on
neural implants.
Okay, so clearly the voice of God or technology gods is shining upon us. And they say that if you are a genius, you'd be right or left-handed. So he is
right-handed.
There you go. My next guest was the voice that you were really talking to. And he's right there in the front row. A huge round of applause for the maestro of the mind, Dr. Moransa. Yeah, perfect. Good evening, Moran. Thank you for being the chat GPT of our session and sorting me out when my speech didn't support me. But it's interesting because you've done a bunch of cool things that come in your bio, and most importantly, he is left-handed. Now, I'll let you infer what you want from that. But Moran, pleasure to have you here at the India Today Conclave. Let's start off with a real seminal moment for you. Was it Jan 6, 2021? You get a call from the White House, and the advisor to the President of the United States, none other than Joe Biden, requests you to come in for a consultation and advise the President of the United States on critical decision-making in the time of a nuclear crisis. How did that really pan out, and what are your main takeaways from that session?
So this is a story I never told this way, so I'll kind of tell the full story the way it actually happened. In the US, the president gets elected in November, and then they have a couple of months before they take office. So there's 3 months where the president basically gets trained on all the things that they would have to do. One of those things is the nuclear launch protocol, as in what the president needs to do in order to launch nuclear weapons. In the US, the president is the only authority for that. There's no checks and balances. He alone gets to decide it. So a colleague of mine was the person whose job was to train him. And because I knew her and I knew how it works, I spoke to her about the process. And she got my kind of intuitions and thought on how to train a person to make decisions of that level. Then January 6th, as most of you probably know, was the famous insurrection where people raided the Capitol. And one of the things that Biden was asking, how do I know that my predecessor, President Trump at the time, doesn't start a nuclear war against who knows where, Venezuela, and just stays in power because he's now the person who does it and there's no way to stop him. And as it turns out, there is no way to stop that because it's a one-man show on this particular decision. So Biden said that in a way, once he takes office, one of the things he wants to do is create a new protocol, something that will create more checks and balances. It happens to be the case that my colleague and my friend, the woman who I spoke to, became quickly the undersecretary under Biden for nuclear weapons. And that's when her team and others reached out to me and said, okay, we want to change the protocol, but now the question is, how do we create a new one? And because they said, knew that the current protocol, as in the one that exists right now, was invented many years ago by scientists, Oppenheimer, Fermi, Einstein, and the likes, they wanted to bring a scientist and have him advise on how to make the new one. That's the project we're working on for the last couple of years.
It's very interesting because the other thing that I missed out in that introduction, so we have furniture designer, filmmaker, storyteller, hacker, as a tech geek, professor, security specialist in Israel as well, and of course a professor at the Columbia School of Business. Now just to paint that picture for the audience, what is it like and what exactly does your daily job entail as a professor of neuroscience at a leading business school in the US?
So it probably won't be surprising to the people here that lately neuroscience isn't just about studying the brain, it's about how to turn our understanding of thinking into other things like businesses, like decisions, like understanding our emotions, many things in this realm. So more and more companies are now looking to neuroscientists to help them make better decisions or even understand their clients in a different way. Many of the companies that are in Silicon Valley are now trying to understand how customers think, what would make them engaged, what would make them care about something, how to get them more addicted to stuff, and their neuroscientists are instrumental in helping them. This is why a business school said we need a neuroscientist in the faculty who can help both kind of interact with those companies, but also help do research on not only how we can use that, but also what are the ways to make sure it's not doing anything bad.
So when we're talking about neuroscience, it's a very interesting space that's hotting up because there's a gentleman named Elon Musk. And he's working on Neuralink. Human trials have begun. He's been marketing it across the world. And then I've seen a lot of startups like Synchron who are also working in the same space. If you could tell us how this can actually transform the way we lead our lives and what this means not just for, well, the medical field, healthcare, but also for our daily lives, Moran. Is this going to be the game changer? Everyone's talking about AI, which we'll get to in a bit. Everyone's talking about machine learning, edge computing. This might be the game-changing moment.
Yeah, so a lot of people are gambling on that being really a change in how a lot of things that the human race has not been able to do will be solved. The essence of it is that our brain is the same brain for many, many millennia. And there are some limitations to what this brain can do. We have a harder and harder time dealing with the world around us. And the question is, can we enhance the brain by essentially creating a digital component that will interface with that? That's the neural implant. And the idea here is that you can take a human brain, you can put a device inside the head, and this device interfaces with the brain from within, but also with the cloud outside, and gives us the power of the internet, of all of the information that's out there as a way to think better and become smarter brain. There are people like Elon Musk and similar kind of entrepreneurs that gamble a lot on that. They gamble on that both in the sense that it will change the human race, save us, allow us to solve problems like find cures for disease that we, with our biological brain, couldn't solve. At the same time, there's another view to that it could be the end of human race because A, it will connect us to the world in such a way that we will lose ourselves and expose us to hacking into our thoughts and something like this, but also will create different castes of reality where those who have that could do remarkable thinking and those who don't have that are just the regular humans that we all are right now and are limited by this flawed brain.
You mentioned Elon Musk a couple of times, and Neuralink is a startup that grabs the headlines, and we cover it all the time. But a fun fact that a lot of you all didn't know, the founding team at Neuralink, some of the top scientists that were actually hired at the start by Elon Musk, were actually hired from the research labs of Professor Cerf. So that's no mean feat. The future of this particular industry, and like you're saying, all of our futures collectively lie in some of your former students' hands and largely in terms of what you guys are doing. Even now at the research lab, there is an Elon Musk connection. Even now, it is a project that you get to work on, and that's why I said that in the introduction. Could you tell us a little bit more about the mind, since you have hacked my mind already, but can you tell us more about the mind of Elon Musk? Because this is a gentleman who's already thinking about conquering Mars, he's already talking about what's happening on planet Earth, and then this as well. What is it like dealing with Elon Musk on a daily, weekly, monthly basis?
So there's a lot of gossip here, so I'm going to try to navigate that. Generally, we've been doing neural implants for research for the last, I would say, 20 years. I've been involved for the last 15. And this is research-wise a classical way to study the brain in animals, and in an unorthodox way, but still viable, to study humans. So we've been working with patients whose brains a neurosurgeon opens on day one. We put the neural implant inside their head, study them, and then kind of understand how the brain works for a while. About 5 years ago, Neuralink was established when Elon Musk basically saw the opportunity of that becoming both a product, but also something that could be used by everyone to help a lot of people who have problems of various nature in the brain. And when he did that, he of course collectively took many of the students to work in our team with offering a lot more zeros in their salaries than they get in academia and making them work on this project, but also took a different approach that sped up things. When I was asked to gamble 5 years ago, how soon will they have neural implants, I said it's going to be decades. In less than 5 years, they already finished a lot of the clinical trials. They're now doing clinical trials with humans and got FDA approval for various stages. So they're moving in super fast pace, in that sense, beating academics in many ways. At the same time, our connection there is that our job as academics is to keep pushing the envelope on what we can do. So while Elon Musk's team is now looking at ways to solve mostly motor problems, so people who are sitting in a wheelchair would be able to not be in a wheelchair because their brain and the limbs are going to be reconnected using those neural implants. We're now looking at the future, which is how we can actually read your thoughts when you are unable to communicate them and give them to other people, how we can actually parse your dreams. And those are the things that presumably Elon Musk and his team will take as a next step after they finish what we did a few years ago.
Interesting. So we've already touched upon your Elon Musk connection. But now what happened on Jan 6th? You told us a little bit about it, but let's pick your brain a little bit more, Professor.
Sure.
The President of the United States, if he's in a room where nuclear codes have to be used, what is the advice that you've given him and his team? Because this is something that impacts all of us and the top leaders attending the India Today Conclave as well.
So I think this is, in my mind, one of the most important projects. And in a way, it's not just an US president project. It's first of all the other 8 countries that have nuclear weapons, including India, that need to think of how your leaders are approaching decisions of that magnitude. And at the same time, it's true for a lot of leaders in this room. So most of us are going to find ourselves at some point in our life making big decisions that shape everything. I can name a few just to give you an intuition. Having a child is one, getting married is one, maybe buying something very expensive is one. So those decisions are not like others. What you chose to have for lunch or what you're going to choose to have for dinner are small decisions that are insignificant, but all of you are going to make a few of those critical choices that shape everything. And the question is, how do you make them? How do you approach them? How do you think about proposing to your husband or your wife? And in that sense, what we spent the last 3 years doing is finding all kinds of key things that are important in how to make decisions, and we broke them down to a few advice that the president and his team can implement, but also everyone else. And I'll give you a concrete one to give you an intuition. There's something that we spend a lot of time doing with the current team, but also with a lot of leaders who come to us and say, I want to get the same training that Mr. Biden is getting. And that is, as a step one, just figuring out your decision profile. So in this room, there are a couple of hundreds of people, let's say. presumably, there are different ways to make decisions. Some of you make decisions better in the morning, some in the evening, some when you're hungry, some when you're full, some when you're alone, some with other people, some before the deadline, some earlier. There are many profiles of decision, and step one is just figure out what your brain state is in an optimal condition and align the decision with that. So maybe if you're a decision maker whose job is to make critical choices, and turns out you do better in the morning, we can align the board meeting with your optimal state. Some of you are going to have the opposite. That's one thing that we try to do with a lot of leaders, kind of find out what's their optimal state and help them align the reality. Other things we do are trainings that are in a way intuitive, but aren't done as often, like something we call pre-mortem. You probably all heard of a post-mortem, which is what you do after things ended up badly and how you analyze how it worked out negatively. Pre-mortem is a game that you play in your mind where you basically sit and you say, let's imagine right now that the worst case scenario has happened, that things failed. And we're now 10 weeks in the future after things failed, and we try to analyze backwards what led to this failure. So we basically play this mental game. We say, imagine that the war started and we lost everything and we weren't prepared for that, and now we try to see what could have done, what could have led to this thing, what could have done to prevent it. What are the signposts that were there that we missed? How could we actually identify them earlier? Those are the things that we do with the president. I'll give you maybe one more, and then I'll kind of promise you that there are many, many more that are more complex and kind of are not for like a 30-second answer. But we ask the question, who gets to speak in what order when it comes to make a decision? Turns out that if a leader of a company or a leader of a country says, I think we should go left, what do you guys think? People tend to echo what they said. It's very hard to oppose your boss. So we kind of talk about who gets to speak in what order. How do you phrase the question so you get, as a leader, the best advice? You actually get people's intuition. Sometimes we ask them to vote anonymously, so the surfacing of the reality comes first, and then we can discuss that. All of those things, they're kind of trivial notes on how to make decisions, but when it comes to actually making big decisions, you realize that they're instrumental. And all of you can ask yourself right now, how would I approach a big decision tomorrow? And what are the conditions that I would want to set up? And you realize that it's not trivial. Who gets to vote, how many times you vote, what happens if there's a 60-40 vote versus 90-10, what happens if someone that you trust says the opposite of you, what happens if you feel that they don't have all the information. All of those things are things that leaders have to deal with a lot, and we help the president and his team basically tackle one after the other of those things, so when they come to make the critical choices, they have spent time processing all of those nuances of a choice and are doing the best they can.
I'd love to be in your email inbox, because just like the president reached out and Elon poached a lot of those young, talented scientists, another really interesting thing that happened a few months ago, and you can confirm, corroborate if it's true, is that the Pope himself from the Vatican reaches out to you to actually figure out how to formulate a policy on existential threats.
Sounds now, like the beginning of a joke. Whereby a pope and
you're sure it wasn't on April 1st.
There's, I think once you start working on nuclear decision making with leaders of the world, I think you become, and you speak about it publicly because you're an academic, you become also a visible character, and in that sense, a lot of people want to kind of get the same advice to get, so it's not surprising. In the particular case with the Pope, this is a story that I think is less known, so it might be interesting as an anecdote also. The Pope of 2024 is aware of the fact that we're dealing with a world that is full of existential threats. There are many things that could harm humanity: climate change, AI, neural implants and what we'll do to their brain, and of course nuclear war. The Pope of 1963 gave a famous speech titled Pacem in Terris, which is peace on earth, where he spoke about nuclear weapons as a huge threat to humanity and the Vatican's opinion on how the world should deal with that. This speech by the Pope ended up becoming a landmark speech. It was the day after on the cover of New York Times as the article on the headline. And a lot of people use that as a way to have a compass and a guideline to how the world should approach nuclear weapons.
But this was over 60 years ago.
This is 60 years ago. And it was centered on one threat that Pope thought would be the end of all things, which is nuclear weapons. The Pope of 2024 realized that there are more threats right now, and it's maybe a time to update this speech. And he brought me and other colleagues of mine from different disciplines, neuroscience, climate science, nuclear decision making, and so on, and basically gave us the instruction to help him kind of frame somehow the Vatican's approach to those threats and what would his speech be 60 years later, which he gave recently, in September, I believe. And the point is that the Vatican commands a lot of moral compasses of a lot of people, whether you're Christian or not. The Pope's sending a message on there's a problem with neural implants, maybe changing how we think, and I should address them before, help kind of navigate a lot of leaders and a lot of people's views, which is what the speech was about. So that was the behind the scene of what the Pope wanted to talk about.
Fair enough. We're glad that we're getting that behind-the-scenes access here at the India Today Conclave, the biggest stage of them all. Professor, you said AI, and that really piqued my interest, because if you're talking about AI as an existential threat, I want to look at it as a double-edged sword. As a technology enthusiast, I think maybe it could be a force for good, right? So it's kind of, I'm just putting two things together. You talk about critical decision making, what my brain is going to do in the next few minutes, and how that could benefit me, or it could be for better or worse, obviously. But if we talk about AI, how many of you in the audience have used ChatGPT? A quick show of hands. Great, that's more than 90%. How many of you guys are usually satisfied with your responses on ChatGPT? Yes. Okay, that's less than half the audience. Now that's a great yardstick for us to go by. The biggest concern with AI is ethical considerations. If it's telling you things, it's becoming sentient, conscientious things, where can it go completely wrong or awry? If you had to advise the makers at OpenAI, and you can tell us a little bit about OpenAI and Neuralink as well, but if you had to advise Elon and Sam Altman and all of the powers that be in terms of getting the right safeguards in place, and the governments that you meet around the world, with your critical decision-making skills, where can we really enforce those guardrails, Professor?
So here are kind of notes on that. There's tension between capitalism and desire to see technology maturing and guardrails. It's not the first time it happened. Nuclear weapons, another example. We harnessed the power of the sun to build weapons during World War II, thinking they're going to be used for one thing, and then they ended up being used for war, but also to power cities, as nuclear energy is also useful for electricity. Trains were invented as a methodology to move freight from Los Angeles to New York in 48 hours compared to the many, many days it would take when you had a camel, but they also moved Jews to camps in Auschwitz. The trains, the nuclear energy, the AI, they don't tell you whether they're used for good or bad. It's how humans use them. So what we spend time now is saying, on the one hand, let's develop technologies that are remarkable, but let's also train people on how to use those technologies for good. Neural implants, like the other technologies, they can be used to give us the power of 250 IQ points human, who maybe will solve cancer researchers' flaws over the last 100 years in a moment. We'll just see the answer. Maybe we're going to be able to recover all kinds of questions in physics and math that we've been struggling with this ideal brain. But at the same time, those 250 IQ people with neural implants might, first of all, not want to interact with us mortals with only 100 IQ points. Different species. Maybe they will also find us the way we find, I don't know, ants on the floor, as like useless and irrelevant, and create their own world where we are just kind of slaves that they give bananas to. In that sense, we don't know how it works out, and the reason it's important to think about it right now is because this decision is in everyone's hand. The scientists are going to push the envelope on creating neural implants or building nuclear energy or creating trains or many, many other things, because that's our job and that's what it is. But I think that the point of this talk, and the reason I think I'm here and the reason it's important that you take this message and think about it afterwards, is because at the end of the day, you have an election in a few months, the US has one. I would like to see people asking their leaders, what's their view on AI? What's your view on neural implants? What's your view on nuclear weapons? Because when this is out, it's too late. That's when the race has begun, and the race to the bottom sometimes has begun. Right now, we still haven't kind of figured it out, so we can stop that. And it's true for AI, for neural implants, for nuclear energy, for many other things. AI, I'm a fan of as a user, as a creator, as a researcher, but also as a citizen, alarmed by, and try to think of ways that I can stop my leaders from using it for bad.
But do you think these conversations are happening in the corridors of power, or these conversations about the future when you go to Davos and platforms like that? Shouldn't they be happening now, because the genie is out of the bottle, Professor?
Yes, so I think that is an anecdote behind the scene. When this project of decision making started in 2021, one of the first things that we went to the people who asked us for advice was with the idea of maybe we can use AI in the decision making behind the president. And back in 2021, we were dismissed right away. People said, like, it's never going to happen. Like, no one's going to put a machine in the situation room. Forget about it. 3 years after, it's now on the menu, which means the world has warmed up for having AI in critical decisions as an advisor, as a tool, not as the decider itself, but it's already a step towards. With neural implants, when I did the research that kind of maybe paved the road to what you see in a lot of companies right now, it was clear that it's used with patients, and it's used with patients for situations that are kind of critical. They can't do it without this device or put it in their brain. Now, when Elon Musk speaks about neural implants, he uses the idea of a LASIK surgery. He keeps using the word LASIK surgery, as in putting the neural implant in your brain is nothing. It's like going to LASIK surgery is the one that ophthalmologists use to basically fix your eyes. It's done in a 5 minutes kind of procedure, not even in a hospital in the US. He keeps using this term to refer to the brain surgery that's required to put the implants as a way to normalize that neural implant is not a big thing. And I think that that is the tension we live in. It's true that they're amazing. It's true that they're risky. It's true that kind of we live in a world where it's already, as you said, out of the box. It's going to be in our life, but it's not clear how it will be used and by whom and in what levels. And this is up to all of us to decide. I have a view. It doesn't really matter what my view is. You have to form your own, but argue for it, because I think the world would have to respond to it faster than we did with other things that took years. This one is going to take days or months from the day it's out to the day it's going to have a view.
But Professor, that's good marketing by Elon Musk, but it's a slippery slope to go down. I mean, to dismiss it or to make it sound trivial, right? I mean, there are perils to it as well. And there could be side effects.
Yeah. There could be negative things, first of all, to put it. So let's be clear. Neural implant means someone drills a hole in your head and puts a chip inside your brain, and it sits there, and it interacts on the one hand with neurons inside your head, and on the other side with a cloud. So your brain is exposed to a cloud. Hackers can now hack not just into your computer, but into your thought, and you would want things that you didn't really want because someone made you want that. You can imagine a world where companies start bidding on your thoughts. Like you say, oh, I really want to go and buy this toothpaste from Crest, and you wouldn't be sure that it was a Procter & Gamble that bid on your thought choosing this thing rather than Colgate getting you to choose the other one. Those ideas are really kind of unimaginable right now, but the jump from this is like a science fiction idea to its reality is now getting very, very short because people are already working on it. There's a saying that's kind of written in my lab's door that says the difference between science fiction and science is timing. And in that sense, I feel that these ideas are no longer kind of Star Trek and Star Wars movies ideas. They're already being developed in the labs, and this means that time to come up with an opinion on that is before they are out.
He's sort of rubbed off on me as well as we end this conversation. I've saved the best for last. Well, I've hacked into the mind of our esteemed guests. It's a very special day for the professor. It turns out it's his birthday today, and he's here with us at the India Today Conclave. So a mighty round of applause. Happy birthday, Professor. Keep doing the great work that you do and power on. I think your dad's in the audience as well. What a proud moment. Yes. And once again, thank you so much for sharing all those pearls of wisdom, and we're wiser at the end of it. A huge round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Asha Jadeja, venture capitalist, Silicon Valley, founder, Motwani Jadeja Foundation. Would you call the guests up? 1 second, sir, just to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause, please. Thank you. Let's quickly move on to our next session. A squashbuckling journey to the top. I want to call upon stage my colleague Nikhil Nas, consulting editor, sports, to take it from here.
Good evening, everyone. Next to me is Anahat Singh. And before I even get down to asking her a question, I just had a thought while we were walking up. It's 6 p.m. on a weekday. Are you even allowed to be here?
My mom's sitting right here, so I can be here for as long as I want to be.
Okay, it's one of those exceptions. Because, for those of you who don't know, she is the national squash champion at the moment, just turned 16. And might I add, the youngest national champion in the history of our country, just turned 16 yesterday. And before I ask you the next question, what I want all of you to do is think about what you were doing when you were 14 years of age. I know for a fact that I couldn't tie my shoelaces when I was 14. My favorite pastime was probably looking at a fan and then trying to speak to get a robotic voice out of that. Those are the things that I did when I was 14. This girl was playing the Asian Games. She represented India at the age of 14, playing against the best players in the world at the Commonwealth Games when she was just 14. And just the year that's just gone by saw her participate for India at the Asian Games, and might I add, she won a couple of medals as well. So congratulations for that, Anahat. Next up, I know you went to school. How was school today? She went to school in the morning, guys. Most of us must have gone to work, did various other things, household chores. She did her school and has come for the conclave now. How was your day at school?
Just a normal day. I've not been going to school as much right now because I'm going extra than how much I used to go, and my friends are really shocked to see me around. They just come up and stare at my face and like, I can't believe you're here, because they don't see me for months in a row. And it's great going to school constantly for so many days, and it's great to be around them.
I'm sure school really helps you out in terms of arranging the classes so that you can participate in the tournament as well. I just want to know, what's a typical day in your life?
If I'm not going to school, then it's just mainly training throughout the day, and as of right now, studying, because I have boards coming up in a month. But if I do go to school, then training in the morning, and I go to school for 6 hours, and then again training when I'm back, and studying and finishing my homework.
How's the preparation for the board exams?
I don't think I want to talk about that.
She doesn't want to talk about it. Well, that's okay. You have an alternate career as well already, flourishing career at that. I want to know, I'm a father to a 10-year-old, and she knows every Taylor Swift song that there is, every Ariana Grande song that there is. I want to know, are you a regular 14, 16-year-old who knows every Taylor Swift song? Are you always standing in front of the mirror mouthing those lyrics?
I definitely don't do that, but all my friends are obsessed with Taylor Swift, so I do hear her everywhere if I'm with them, but I'm more into Coldplay.
Coldplay? Wow. Have you seen them perform live?
No. I really want to, but my mom is not allowing me.
Mom's right there. If she wins the medal at the Olympic Games, get her a live Coldplay concert. I've attended one, I must tell you, incredible. Chris Martin, if you're listening, you have a big fan in Anahat, maybe someday she will be there attending that live concert. In terms of your childhood, you're a sports player, and when you're playing, you may not have that kind of luxury as to do what girls your age do, as I mentioned. You like music, I'm sure you like going out. Do you ever get that, I'm going to use a term that's used by your generation, FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. Do you get that?
Always, almost every day. Like, if I'm scrolling through Instagram and seeing my friends' stories, I'm always seeing that they're going out for lunch or dinner, or they're always together. But I do miss out on a lot of that, and I do get very jealous. But it's also that I get to travel so much because of tournaments, and then they come up to me and are like, you're so lucky that you get to travel the world. So they're getting just as much FOMO from me as well.
Yeah, I think even out. But is there any point in your life you feel, no, I should have been, the regular life is better, I took sport, but regrets at all?
I wouldn't say that I regret it. Like you said, I do have a lot of FOMO, but I love traveling and I love playing. And yeah, I mean, I really enjoy doing it. So it's not that I regret playing.
Okay, tell us how it all started. How did you take up squash, your love for the sport?
I used to play badminton when I was 6, and I played till I was 8 or 9. And then for a few years, I was juggling between squash and badminton. And my elder sister, Meera, she used to play squash. And just going with her for a few tournaments and traveling and going with my parents and just watching her play for training sessions, I really enjoyed the sport. I was always into playing different sports, even in school. And yeah, I just really enjoyed how squash was, and I tried going for a few tournaments and trying out the sport, and I really loved it. So for a few years, I was juggling between both of them, but if I wanted to play professionally, I understood that I had to pick one of them, and I went with squash.
Okay, as the cliche goes, maybe badminton's loss is squash's gain, because we've got a champion like you. You just mentioned that you play other sport as well. Do you still play other sport?
I don't get to as much anymore, because just in case I get injured, or I don't even get that much time to do it anymore.
But do you, like, let's say there's a sports day at school, do you participate?
I do participate. Like last month, I was running an 800 meter and I pulled a muscle in my stomach and I wasn't able to play properly for 4 days. So I don't think I'm going to be doing sports day again after that.
Oh, so why did you then, I'm sure your trainer, everyone else must be upset that why did you run 800 meters, right? Concentrate on your squash because that's what they want you to do. Was there a lot of trouble because of that?
Not really, because I've not gotten the chance to do sports day or interact in many of the school activities, because I'm never in town. But this is the first time I've been in Delhi after really, really long. And yeah, I was happy and I won, so I'm not going to regret that.
The 800 meters as well. Wow. True athlete that Anahat is. Okay, tell us about your older sibling. And I often wonder, why is it because it's your older sibling, your sister, because of which you started playing squash, because she used to play squash. What is it about the younger siblings being the better sportsmen? I mean, I can think of 100 examples. It's mostly the younger siblings that become better at sports than the older one. Is there some science behind that?
I don't really think so. It's just that in my case, my parents, we both played squash, so my parents just understood a bit more about the sport and what we had to do just for me to get into a higher level and the right way I had to train, how many hours I had to put in. I think that experience was just a lot more with me than with my sister, because squash is not a very popular sport. So when she played a lot earlier than I did, and that time no one really knew about it. And I think now over the years when I started playing, it became a bit more popular and people started to understand a bit more about it. So I think that's a huge thing for me personally though.
Okay, do the siblings still play squash, you and your sister? Is it competitive?
Yeah, she still does, and she's in Harvard in the US and she's a part of the squash team. But I don't think there's a rivalry like that, because she's 5 years older than me and her game is a lot more different than how mine is. She's more about hitting the ball hard and I'm more about just running around and hitting it really gently. And yeah, I don't think there's a rivalry like that, but we're siblings on and off court. We always do fight, but she's always been really supportive in any case, especially during COVID as well, that we didn't really have anyone to train with. We would practice together and train together, and that's one of the main reasons why my gaming went up so much.
Okay, I've been listening to you for the last 10 odd minutes, and the first thing that really strikes me about your personality is that you're a shy, soft-spoken girl. And sports is anything but that, right? You need to be aggressive, you need to be a go-getter when you're on the pitch. I mean, is there that side to your personality?
Outside court, yeah, a little bit, but when I'm inside court, I do anything I can to win.
Anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is an aggressive side to her. In fact, if you do check out some of her videos, you'll realize then a lot of times she's playing against girls, double her age, much bigger in size, looking very athletic, but when she really hits a squash ball, it stays hit. So that is something that you need to check out when you see her videos as well. The other thing that, squash is all about, one is stamina, as you said, the movement. The other is the power. It's a power game. You really need to have those hard-hitting forehands. Looking at you, a petite young girl, where does all that power come from?
I don't think the strength in squash, especially, it doesn't really matter on your body type. It's more about the way you hit the ball. And my coach has taught me a way on how I can hit the ball just as hard as anyone else could, because I'm still 16 and I can't really do that much of weight training, and my muscles, I don't really have any muscles right now. So yeah, there's a certain technique to hit it, and I'm working more on that right now.
Okay. Tell us, one is, of course, the power. The other is the agility on that. I speak to a lot of other players that play squash, and the one complaint that they have about you is that Anahat never warms up. You're blessed with good genes, not warming up, and yet, playing that well as you do?
I never used to warm up, never, not even once. Even if it's the most important match of my life, I never would. But I have started warming up now. I'm forced into it. Even no matter how much I complain, my coach just makes sure I'm doing it no matter what, because in the long term, it's really, really important. Like I said, I have no muscles right now, so I'm not going to get injured. But in the long term, once it does start to develop, it won't be good.
Okay, we're running out of time, but I have one final question. And for all you 30, 40-year-olds, don't take her advice. Warm up every time you play any sport. She's 16. She can afford to do that. Squash is at the Olympic Games. Tell us a bit about that. It's going to be not now, but the games that happen in 2028. Squash is going to be there, and Anahat will be 20 by then. Your first reaction when you got to know squash is going to be at the Olympic Games, and are you primed to be playing there, Los Angeles?
I think my reaction would have been like any other athlete. Squash hadn't been in the Olympics. This is the first time it's been in the Olympics, and we were all together. It was announced the day after Asian Games, and it was the highest medal tally India's ever got for squash. And I think the timing it was announced was just perfect. Everyone was waiting for it to happen. We knew a bit about it, but it's still just as exciting to hear about it. And the fact that I'm going to be at my peak physically and mentally, I think that's a really big advantage, and I'm really grateful that it was perfectly timed, and hopefully get a medal as well.
All right. Wish you all the very best for that. That's all the time that we have with Anahat Singh. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And Anahat is going to be there. Get your selfies if you want, because once she gets that medal at the Olympics, she's going to be very tough to catch. Thank you so much, Anahat.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for the young champion as I call upon Vartika Shukla, Chairperson and Managing Director, Engineers India Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to young Anahat. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Onwards and forward. Good luck, Anahat. If you're wondering why you're getting served popcorn on your table, you'd know in just exactly 2 minutes from now why. We have two big Bollywood stars who are going to be up on stage next, and that's why the popcorn. Sit back, enjoy. We'll soon have them both on stage. To the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave. This time around, our theme, Brand Bharat, an assertive nation in an uncertain world. Those of you at the back, request you all to settle down. There's a request from security, do not crowd the exits, please. Our guests at the back on my right-hand side, there's a request from the security, do not crowd the exits. Another couple of minutes, we'll start. We understand the anticipation and the excitement coming in from our right, but just hold on, couple of minutes, and we'll be into our keynote session.
Ready?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Our keynote session on day one, why the 2024 elections will be a watershed in the history of India. To take it from her, I'd like to invite on stage Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TVTN, Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director, Business Today, to introduce to you our esteemed guest.
इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस गाला कीनोट सेशन में आप सभी का तहे दिल से स्वागत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का दावा है अब की बार 370 पार और एनडीए के लिए 400 पार। अब इसमें दो थ्योरी हैं। थ्योरी नंबर 1 कि वाकई में 10 साल काम करने के बाद और ऑपोजिशन की स्थिति को देखते हुए बीजेपी के जो सीनियर लीडर्स हैं उनको लग रहा है कि 370 पार हो सकते हैं। दूसरी थ्योरी ये है कि बीजेपी को अंदर ही खेमे में ये पता है कि 10 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है। वो चाहते हैं कि ऑपोजिशन को इतना डरा दो, इतना दबा दो कि उनमें हिम्मत ही ना बचे लड़ने की, इसलिए बोलो 370 पार कि कम से कम 300 तो पार हो ही जाए। इन दोनों थ्योरियों में से क्या सही है? अगला चुनाव हमारे सर पर है और इस चुनाव की रणनीति बनाने में अहम योगदान करने वाले देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह इस वक्त इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में हमारे साथ हैं। जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत कीजिए। अमित शाह साहब, स्वागत है आपका। थ्योरी 1 की थ्योरी 2, थ्योरी 1 की वाकई में 370 पार की
काहे को इतना लंबा कहते हो? वो थ्योरी कांग्रेस को सिखा दो, वो 450 बोले चलो। ना तुम मानोगे, ना जनता मानेगी, ना कांग्रेस ही मानेंगे। बोलने से कुछ नहीं होता है राहुल जी, बैकग्राउंड होता है। हमारे पास 10 साल का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है और अगले 25 साल का एजेंडा है। महान भारत की रचना का एजेंडा है, इसलिए जनता हमारा विश्वास कर रही है। बोलने से सीटें नहीं आती।
पिछली बार जो आपकी सीटें आई थी उससे अगर आगे बढ़ना है, क्योंकि उत्तर में और पश्चिम में आपका एक क्लीन स्वीप था, ईस्ट में भी आपने अच्छा किया था, दक्षिण अभी भी काफ़ी मुश्किल है। आपके हिसाब से एक्स्ट्रा सीट्स की उम्मीद आप किस किस स्टेट में कर रहे हैं और कैसे?
ऐसा है राहुल जी, ये सवाल आपने मुझे कहा था, लास्ट टाइम भी पूछा था। आप तो भूल जाते हो, मैं नहीं भूलता कभी। आपने कहा था 272 आ गए, पूर्ण बहुमत आ गए, कहाँ से बढ़ाओगे? उस वक्त हमने 300 का लक्ष्य रखा था, 303 आई थी। मैंने उस वक्त जवाब दिया था, अब काउंटिंग के दिन देख लेना 300 आएगी। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, काउंटिंग के दिन देख लेना, हम 300 पार कर जाएंगे, एनडीए 400 पार कर जाएंगे।
अब हाल में हमने ये देखा है कि बीजेपी अलग अलग अलायंसेस कर रही है। ऐसे दोस्त जो बिछड़ गए थे वो वापस आ रहे हैं, उस पर मैं थोड़ा वक्त बिताना चाहता हूँ। शुरुआत करते हैं हम। हाल ही में आपने टीडीपी और जनसेना से आंध्र प्रदेश में चुनाव किया। वो आपके लिए एक टेरिटरी है जहाँ पे आप नई सीटें पा सकते हैं। लेकिन चंद्रबाबू नायडू ने तो प्रधानमंत्री को हार्डकोर टेररिस्ट कहा था। अब उसके बाद आपने अलायंस कर लिया, इसको थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कीजिए।
देखिए, चंद्रबाबू जी को अलायंस से हमने नहीं निकाला था। उन्होंने तय किया था कि हम एनडीए के साथ नहीं रहेंगे, वो उनका फैसला था। हार्डकोर टेररिस्ट कहा नहीं कहा मुझे मालूम नहीं है। अगर कहा होगा, फिर जनता के पास गए, चुनाव हारे, अब समझ आ गई, अब हमारे साथ आए हैं, स्वागत है वही सबका।
पर जगन रेड्डी ने तो राज्यसभा में इतनी सारे बिल्स पे, इतने सारे अलग अलग मुद्दों पे आपका समर्थन दिया, टाई अप आपने चंद्रबाबू नायडू से कर लिया।
देखिए, राज्यसभा में जो वोटिंग होता है, आप इसको बहुत सिंप्लीफाई कर देते हो कि पॉलिटिकल टाइप के आधार पर वोटिंग होता है, इश्यू बेस्ड वोटिंग होता है। 3 मुद्दों पर उन्होंने हमारा विरोध भी किया था, ऐसा नहीं है। बारीकी में जाए बगैर एक परसेप्शन बना लेना और किसी इश्यू पर समर्थन को आप राजनीतिक टाइप मत मानिए। कोई भी पार्टी का अधिकार है कि इश्यू को समझकर, इश्यू नेशनल इंटरेस्ट में है या नहीं है, इसका सोच विचार कर इश्यू पर समर्थन दे या इसकी खिलाफत के। उनको अपनी आइडियोलॉजी देखनी पड़ती है, इश्यू का बेस देखना पड़ता है और इश्यू के उद्देश्य देखने पड़ते हैं। ये देखकर निर्णय होते हैं। मैं नहीं मानता किसी के समर्थन करने से टाइप हो जाता है, वरना तो हम उनके साथ ही जाते।
जगन के साथ
नहीं, ऐसा होता तो आपकी तरह होता, तो आप कह रहे हो ऐसा होता।
साधारण तौर पे राजनीति में यह माना जाता है कि नंबर 1 और नंबर 2 पार्टी का टाई अप नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि इनकी आपस की लड़ाई है। 1 और 2 में कैसे टाई अप हो सकता है? लेकिन चर्चा खूब चल रही है कि उड़ीसा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और बीजेडी का अलायंस ऑलमोस्ट हो चुका है और किसी भी दिन घोषित हो जाएगा। मैं नहीं कह रहा कि आप कंफर्म कीजिए कि होगा, क्योंकि वो तो आप करेंगे नहीं, लेकिन अगर ऐसा हुआ तो फिलोसॉफिकली इसको आप कैसे एक्सप्लेन करते हैं? नंबर 1 और उसके प्रिंसिपल चैलेंजर के बीच में अलायंस की बातचीत भी कैसे हो सकती है?
देखिए, मैं इस पर इसलिए ज़्यादा प्रकाश नहीं डाल सकता क्योंकि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी तय नहीं किया है कि उड़ीसा में हम कैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे। परंतु मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ, जैसे भी आगे बढ़ेंगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छी बढ़ोतरी लोकसभा और विधानसभा में करेगी और हमारी स्थिति में बहुत बड़ा सुधार होगा।
पर आपने दिया नहीं जवाब। 1 और 2 का टाई अप फिलोसॉफिकली पॉसिबल है क्या?
नहीं, देखिए, हम हार्डकोर राजनीति में है, फिलोसॉफी नहीं होती है इसमें। इसमें हार जीत का गणित होता है और पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी के साथ मनमेल की बात होती है।
तो क्या विनेबिलिटी ही एक फैक्टर है? आप जितने फैक्टर्स रखते हैं,
मैंने 2 कहा, उसमें से आप सिर्फ विनेबिलिटी चूज।
आपके लिए विनेबिलिटी कितना?
पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी और हार जीत का गणित दोनों को ध्यान में रखते हुए, दोनों के बीच में बैलेंस बनाते हुए साथी को चुना जाता है।
सर, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं तेलंगाना के बारे में भी, क्योंकि आपने जेडीएस से टाई अप किया कर्नाटक में, बीजेपी और जेडीएस का। तो वैसे तो बीआरएस और बीजेपी का भी टाई अप उसी तरीके से संभवतः हो सकता था, आपने क्यों नहीं किया?
तुम राहुल जी, आप पॉलिटिकल एडवाइजर जो अभी क्या कहते हैं उसको, मैनेजमेंट कराते हैं सब।
नहीं,
ऐसा क्यों नहीं बन जाते?
मैं तो सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ।
तो मुझे लगता है दुकान चल पड़ेगी आपकी।
सर, मेरा सिर्फ और सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट जर्नलिज्म में ही है, ये पॉलिटिकल और अच्छा, और आपसे पंगा लेना मतलब दूसरी साइड पे बैठ के, वो तो बड़ा ही खतरनाक है।
मैं प्रोफेशनल पॉलिटिकल मैनेजमेंट करने वाला आदमी नहीं हूँ। मेरा राजनीतिक जन्म भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में हुआ है और मेरा शरीर का मृत्यु भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में होगा, इसमें कोई बदल नहीं।
सर, हम कुछ और स्टेट्स की बात करते हैं। जैसे अभी हरियाणा में आपने जेजेपी का साथ छोड़ दिया, वहाँ पे क्या हुआ? क्योंकि ये एक्सप्लेन नहीं हुआ ठीक से, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री थे खट्टर साहब के साथ सभा में, उन्होंने खट्टर साहब की इतनी तारीफ की, लोगों को लगा कि भाई इनका तो पक्का हो गया, इतना ज़्यादा। वो अगले दिन जाके आपने उनको चेंज कर दिया। बेचारे खट्टर साहब भी सोच रहे थे।
मैं मानता हूँ कि 2 इश्यू अलग है। खट्टर साहब का हरियाणा में उपयोग करना या केंद्र में उपयोग करना, और खट्टर साहब कैसे व्यक्ति है। मोदी जी ने कहा खट्टर साहब बहुत पुराने कार्यकर्ता है, हमारे अच्छे नेता है, तो उनका उपयोग तो कहीं पर भी हो सकता है, यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है, हरियाणा में भी हो सकता है। अब आप इसका छोटा सा निकाल देते हो कि ये तय होगा कि इनके नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे या वही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे, तो आपका दोष है, मैं मानता हूँ।
हमारा दोष है। सर देखिए, पत्रकारों को किनारे कीजिए। आपकी पार्टी के भी कुछ लोग यहाँ सभा में सब सुनते हैं कि अमित शाह ने क्या बोला, मेरी तरफ से ठीक से देखा, कैसे किया, वो सब उसी के लिए इंडिकेट करते हैं। आपकी एक आंख से आंख मिल जाए, उसी के लिए कई लोग यहाँ पे आए। उसमें इतना कुछ बोल दिया और अगले दिन जाके उन्हीं, मतलब कैसे बोलूं कि चेंज ही कर दिया।
उसी को तो नरेंद्र मोदी कहते हैं।
तो आप जब इतना एडजस्ट कर रहे थे सब जगह, तो दुष्यंत चौटाला को भी एडजस्ट कर लेते। एडजस्ट क्यों नहीं किया उनको? जो जेजेपी पार्टी थी उससे क्यों नहीं एडजस्टमेंट कर पाए?
देखिए, हमारा जेजेपी पार्टी से कोई खराब रिश्ता नहीं है, हम झगड़ा कर अलग नहीं हुए। उनकी कुछ डिमांड थी नंबर ऑफ सीट्स के लिए, जो हम पूरी नहीं कर सकते थे हमारी पार्टी की स्ट्रेंथ और व्याप देखते हुए। तो अलग हो गए, इसमें क्या आपत्ति है भाई? वो ऐसा सोचते थे कि हमें ज़्यादा सीटें मिलनी चाहिए, हमारा मानना था हम इतनी दे नहीं सकते। तो एक पॉइंट पर डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन हुआ, तो अच्छे मूड में दोनों अलग हुए, कोई गाली गलौज नहीं हुई, कोई झगड़ा नहीं हुआ, अलग हो गए, इसमें क्या है? और चुनाव से पहले हुए हैं, चुनाव के बाद नहीं हुए।
सर, हरियाणा से निकल के बिहार चलते हैं। वहाँ तो आपने इतने सारे पार्टीज को भर दिया है एनडीए में कि अब आपके लिए मुश्किल हो पा रहा है बैलेंस करना, क्योंकि बीजेपी है, जेडीयू है, चिराग पासवान है, वो पशुपति पारस परेशान है कि भाई मेरा क्या। वो तो कह रहे हैं मैं हाजीपुर में भी लड़ूंगा, मेरे सारे एमपीज लड़ेंगे। अब समझ ही में नहीं आ रहा कि वो इस साइड पे हैं या उस साइड पे। अब तो आज तो अलग ही हो गए, तो बहुत ज़्यादा वहाँ पे पंगा हो रहा है।
ऐसा है कि सरफेस पर ऐसा दिखता है, आप थोड़ा धैर्य रखो, एक सप्ताह सब ठीक हो जाएगा और सब उचित जगह पे ही बैठे हुए मिलेंगे।
आप कह रहे हैं कि पशुपति पारस वापस, उनको सुनो, मतलब जो कह रहे हैं उसको इग्नोर कर दो।
मैंने कहा ना, एक सप्ताह राह देखो। राजनीति में सभी का अपनी बात रखने का अधिकार होता है, सभी का जनता के सामने अपनी स्ट्रेंथ रखने का, स्ट्रेंथ के आधार पर डिमांड रखने का अधिकार होता है। जब मिलकर बैठते हैं और एक दूसरे के विचारों को सुनते हैं और डिस्कस करते हैं, तो कोई ना कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करता है और एक एमिकेबल सॉल्यूशन निकल कर आता है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है बिहार में एनडीए में कोई बिखराव नहीं होगा और बिहार की इस बार सभी की सभी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की।
सर, हम महाराष्ट्र आते हैं, वहाँ पे आपने बहुत पार्टियों को तोड़ा, अपने पास लेके आए और अपना अलायंस मजबूत किया। फिर भी जो वहाँ के लोकल एनालिस्ट हैं उनको लग रहा है कि सिंपैथी शायद शरद पवार जी के साथ और उद्धव ठाकरे। आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि महाराष्ट्र में जो इस वक्त का आपका अलायंस है वो अच्छा करेगा परफॉर्म?
पहले मैं आपके स्टेटमेंट से डिफर करता हूँ कि हमने बहुत सारी पार्टियों को तोड़ा। हमने कोई पार्टी को नहीं तोड़ा है। बहुत सारी पार्टी पुत्र पुत्री मोह में टूट गई है। उद्धव जी चाहते थे आदित्य ठाकरे सीएम बने, तो उनके यहाँ से एक बहुत बड़ा कुनबा निकल गया। उनके कुनबे में से बहुत सारे लोग निकले, क्योंकि आदित्य ठाकरे को वो नेता स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। बाला साहब के समय से शिवसेना में काम करने वाले लोगों ने उद्धव जी को ठीक स्वीकार कर लिया, अब आदित्य को स्वीकार करे तो वो उनको मान्य नहीं था। पवार साहब भी अपनी बेटी को नेता बनाना चाहते थे, बहुत सारे लोग इससे सहमत नहीं थे, वो निकले। आप हमने तोड़ा ऐसा मत करो। पुत्र पुत्री मोह ने एनसीपी और शिवसेना को तोड़ा है, ये वास्तविकता है। और जहाँ तक एनडीए का सवाल है, तीनों पार्टी के बीच में ज़्यादातर सीटों का बंटवारा नाम के साथ हो चुका है, कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं होने वाला है। और डिस्प्यूट होगा ये मानकर अगर इंडी अलायंस अपना सीट घोषित नहीं करता है तो जल्दी कर दे, यहाँ से कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है।
सर, जहाँ जहाँ पे इंडिया अलायंस बना, जैसे दिल्ली में उन्होंने बोला कि आप और कांग्रेस लड़ेंगे, आपको लगता है वहाँ पिछले चुनाव के मुकाबले इस बार ज़्यादा अच्छी टक्कर होगी? दो पार्टियाँ मिल के आपसे लड़ेंगी, वो ज़्यादा एक्साइट, आपके लिए ज़्यादा सिरदर्द बन जाता है?
नहीं, कौन से राज्य में ऐसा दिखता है आपको?
दिल्ली यूपी।
दिल्ली में हर सीट पर हमारा 50% से ज़्यादा वोट है। अब बचे हुए 49 में कितना भी मिल जाओ क्या फर्क पड़ता है बताओ?
यूपी,
दिल्ली की 7 सीटों पर हमारा 50% से ज़्यादा जन समर्थन है, इस बार बढ़ने वाला है। अब एक बार आप 50 क्रॉस कर लेते हो, बाकी के 49 में कितने हैं कितने नहीं है इसकी कोई रिलेवेंस नहीं रहती है।
यूपी में भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। लास्ट टाइम तो तीनों थे, 3 में से एक अलग हुआ है। हमारी पोजीशन उल्टी बेटर हुई, आपको गणित को माने तो। लास्ट टाइम बसपा, सपा, चौधरी चरण सिंह की पार्टी, ये सब इकट्ठा थे। ये तो बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट अलायंस था। अभी भी मैं हजारों बार कह चुका हूं, फिर से कहता हूं, पॉलिटिक्स फिजिक्स नहीं है, केमिस्ट्री है। हमेशा 1+1 2 नहीं होता है, कई बार 11 होता है, कई बार 1+1 0 भी हो जाता है। अगर पॉलिटिक्स अरिथमेटिक नहीं है, केमिस्ट्री है, तो जयंत चौधरी को लेने की ज़रूरत क्या पड़ी? आप तो वेस्टर्न यूपी में वैसे ही जीत रहे थे, वहाँ पे थे भी, कुछ जीत नहीं पाए, तो आपने इनको क्यों लिया? फिर जाट वोट वैसे ही ज़्यादा था, 50% ज़्यादा, तो आप उस सीट में वैसे ही वोट ले रहे थे।
देखिए, गणित के कारण हमने किया है ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता हूँ। हमने हमारी पार्टी के एक्सपांशन को तय करने के लिए और हमारी पार्टी को और एरिया में ज़्यादा अच्छे से हम कंसंट्रेट कर पाए, इसलिए हमारे अच्छे एरिया थे वहाँ हमारा संघर्ष कम किया है।
नहीं, पर वो तो वैसे ही जीत रहे थे। जैसे अगर आपको वाकई में मैक्स आउट करना था बीजेपी को, जितना ज़्यादा आप ले आ सकते, तो आपने जो जैसे भी जेडीयू को भी लिया,
ऐसा है राहुल, बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स सब्जेक्ट है, नहीं समझ पाओगे ऐसे।
नहीं,
छोड़ दो ना,
ट्राई तो कीजिए कि
बड़ा
अगर
कॉम्प्लेक्स सब्जेक्ट है, मेरी बात मानो यार।
अगर बीजेपी वाकई में उतनी मजबूत होती आपके विरोधियों की नज़र में, तो आपको ये अलायंस करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। वो कहते हैं कि चूंकि अंदर आपको कुछ ऐसा पता है जो बाहर लोगों को नहीं पता, इसलिए आप ये अलायंस कर रहे हो, वरना तो आप खुद ही ले जाते ये सीटें।
ऐसे नहीं होता है राहुल, छोड़ दो, आप नहीं समझ पाओगे भाई। बीजेपी 2 बार सभी की सभी सीटें वहां से जीत कर निकली हैं,
तो फिर
हमारे मजबूत नहीं होने का सवाल ही नहीं है। मैंने कहा ना, अलायंस के कई सारे कारण होते हैं, कई डायमेंशन होते हैं।
तो समझाइए ना कि क्या ऐसा डायमेंशन होता है जो सतह पे नहीं।
आपको पूछता हूँ, आपकी टीआरपी क्यों बढ़ रही है या कम हो रही है?
सब बहुत मेहनत करते हैं इसलिए बढ़ रही है। अरे इसमें भी हमारा विषय, हम लोग बहुत मेहनत करते हैं इसलिए बढ़ती है हमारी टीआरपी। बहुत एफर्ट करते हैं सर हम लोग बाकियों की तुलना में। आप तो देखते हैं, बाकियों को भी देखते हैं, हमें भी देखते हैं, तो हम ज़्यादा एफर्ट करते हैं इसलिए टीआरपी बढ़ती है। मैं सर अगले विषय पे आना चाहता हूँ, वो है इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स का। इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स की सूची पब्लिक हुई, उसके बाद सब जगह चर्चा चल रही है, सब अपनी गणित, अरिथमेटिक, मिनिस्ट्री सब लगा रहे हैं। 2-3 चीज़ें निकल के आ रही हैं। पहली बात तो ये कि जो टॉप 30 डोनर हैं उनमें से कम आधे पे कुछ ना कुछ किस्म का सीबीआई या ईडीआई का कोई केस चल रहा है। तो राहुल गांधी पीसी कर रहे हैं, विपक्ष के नेता बोल रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि ये उगाही का मैकेनिज्म हो गया कि एक तरफ से एजेंसी भेजते हैं, दूसरी तरफ से बोलते हैं इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड ले लो, तो फिर हम नहीं करेंगे। ये जो पूरा पॉलिटिकल विवाद बन रहा है इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स को लेके, उस पर गृह मंत्री जी आपका क्या कहना है?
इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड भारतीय राजनीति में से काले धन का वर्चस्व समाप्त करने के लिए लाया गया था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो फैसला देती है वो सबको मानना होता है, मैं इस पर कोई टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता। अभी भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सोमवार को सुनवाई होनी है, मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करता। मैं किसी भी मंच पर किसी भी व्यक्ति से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड ये भारतीय राजनीति में से काला धन समाप्त करने के लिए लाया गया। कोई मुझे ये समझा दे कि इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड आने के पहले किस तरह से चंदा आता था, तो कैश से आता था। बॉन्ड में किस तरह से आता है, तो अपनी कंपनी के चेक आरबीआई को देकर एक बॉन्ड परचेज करते हैं और देते हैं। इसमें गोपनीयता का सवाल आ गया। जो कैश में चंदा आता था इसका क्या हुआ, किसका नाम जाहिर हुआ है, मुझे बताइए। तो आज तक किसी का हुआ है क्या? किसी का नहीं हुआ। परंतु मैं राजनीतिक चीज़ों को ज़्यादा डिटेल में जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। एक परसेप्शन चलाया जा रहा है कि इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बड़ा फायदा हुआ है क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पावर में ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला। और अभी राहुल गांधी ने तो स्टेटमेंट कर दिया कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी उगाही का अगर कोई जरिया है तो इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड है। मालूम नहीं इनको कौन ये सब लिख कर देता है। मैं पोजीशन आज देश की जनता के सामने स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अप्रोक्सीमेटली 6,000 करोड़ के बॉन्ड मिले हैं। टोटल बॉन्ड 20,000 करोड़ के हैं। तो 14,000 करोड़ के बॉन्ड कहां गए? मैं बताता हूं। टीएमसी को 1,600 करोड़ के मिले, कांग्रेस को 1,400 करोड़ के मिले, बीआरएस को 1,200 करोड़ के मिले, बीजेडी को 775 करोड़ के मिले और डीएमके को 639 करोड़ के मिले। अब अगर 13 राज्यों में और 303 सांसद, 11 करोड़ मेंबरशिप वाली पार्टी और देश के सभी यूनिट में पार्टी का योग मिला ले, इन लोगों का इतना करे। मानो कांग्रेस में अभी 35 सांसद है, उनके 300 हो तो क्या हो? एक लगाते हैं तो टीएमसी को 20,000 करोड़ के बॉन्ड होते हैं, बीआरएस को 40,000 करोड़ के होते हैं, और कांग्रेस पार्टी को 9,000 करोड़ के होते। मैं प्रोरेटा की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश में हमारे 303 सांसद है, हमें 6,000 करोड़ के बॉन्ड मिले हैं, और 242 सांसद जिन पार्टियों का है, इसको 14,000 करोड़ के बॉन्ड निकले। क्या शोर शराबा कर रहे हो भाई? ये मैं दावे से कहता हूं, जब हिसाब खुलेगा ये लोग आपको फेस नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज तक परेश शो रख देना बॉन्ड के विरोध रखने वालों का, कोई नहीं आएगा मेरे अलावे।
सर, जो इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स में जिन कंपनियों के नाम आए हैं उनमें से कई ऐसी हैं जिन पे कोई ईडी सीबीआई का केस चल रहा है, और दूसरा जो देश के सबसे बड़े औद्योगिक घराने हैं जिनको लेके इतनी पॉलिटिक्स होती रहती है, उन्होंने क्या डोनेट नहीं किया किसी को? उनका नाम तो कहीं है ही नहीं।
तो आप क्या कहते हो कि आज़ादी से अब तक वो औद्योगिक घराने ने डोनेट ही नहीं किया है?
नहीं किया ही है, करते।
तो इसका हिसाब कहाँ है, मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ। नाम भी नहीं आए हैं बॉन्ड के कारण, आज तो नाम तो आए हैं। क्या गोपनीयता की बात कर रहे हैं लोग? करोड़ों रुपयों का चंदा लिया कैश में, 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले भ्रष्टाचार किए, जेल में जा रहे हैं और हमसे हिसाब मांग रहे हैं। हमने तो काला धन को समाप्त करने के लिए बॉन्ड लाए थे। मैं आज देश की जनता के सामने आपको एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, बॉन्ड आने से पहले चुनाव का खर्चा कहां से आता था? वो काला धन था या हिसाब किताब का धन था? ये बॉन्ड का धन काला धन नहीं है, उनकी बैलेंस शीट में रिफ्लेक्ट करता है कि हमने चुनाव के लिए बॉन्ड दिया है। सिर्फ गोपनीयता इसलिए रखी गई थी, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को देंगे तो हम परेशान करेंगे ऐसा उनको डर था, हमें देंगे तो जहां कांग्रेस का शासन है वो परेशान करते हैं इतना डर था। बॉन्ड कितना मिला ये पार्टी के बैलेंस शीट में रिफ्लेक्ट होता है, और बॉन्ड कितना दिया गया एक कंपनी के बैलेंस शीट में रिफ्लेक्ट होता है। क्या गोपनीय बचा? गोपनीय तो तब होता है जब अब जो व्यवस्था होगी कैश से चंदा लिया जाएगा, तब सब गोपनीय होता होगा। और कांग्रेस पार्टी को गोपनीयता से मतलब नहीं है। जब कैश से चंदा लेते हैं तो 100 रुपया पार्टी में जमा कराते हैं और 1,000 रुपया अपने घर में रख लेते हैं। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सालों तक ये व्यवस्था चलाई है। पार्टी के नाम से 1,100 रुपया लेते हैं, 100 रुपया पार्टी में जमा कराते हैं और 1,000 रुपया घर में रख लेते हैं। बॉन्ड अगर 1,100 को लेते हो तो 1,100 रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में जमा होते हैं। जरा उनको कोई पूछे तो, आप हमें इतना पूछ लेते हो चप 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 कर कर, उनको 4 सवाल तो पूछो, बिठाओ यहाँ पर।
आई नहीं, इनवाइट किया था, आई नहीं कोई, बोला क्या करें। नहीं, बट उसमें ना सर वो इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री, यानी कि चूंकि ये सरकारी बैंक है तो आरोप ये है कि अगर जैसे कोई सीनियर मंत्री पूछे, भाई बताओ एसबीआई के चेयरमैन किसको क्या मिला, तो उसकी हिम्मत होगी को ना बताए कि सरकार में जो बैठा है वो तो पता करा लेगा कि विपक्ष को किसने दिया।
जिसकी जैसी मति है ऐसी उनकी दृष्टि होगी। हमने कभी भी एसबीआई को नहीं पूछा है, कभी नहीं पूछा किसको कितना मिला, क्योंकि पूछने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी की बैलेंस शीट में रिफ्लेक्ट होता है कि इनका इतना बॉन्ड मिला है, मेरी पार्टी के बैलेंस शीट में भी रिफ्लेक्ट होता है इतना बॉन्ड मिला है। कोई पूछने की जरूरत नहीं, सार्वजनिक होता है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया हमारी बैलेंस शीट पब्लिक को देखने के लिए सार्वजनिक करती है, मालूम ही होता है सबको।
तब सोल्यूशन क्या है? क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो अपना ऑर्डर दिया, वो चैलेंज होगा। अगर ये इलेक्शन सर पे है, इसमें थोड़ी ट्रांसपेरेंसी आए, पारदर्शिता आए, गृह मंत्री जी कैसे हो सकता है, क्या होगा?
अब वो तो कहीं कोई मिल जाएंगे जज ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड, तो मैं पूछूंगा कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है, इनके मन में कोई हो तो बताए जरा मुझे तो अभी नहीं दिख रहा है। फिर से काले धन की वापसी आने का मुझे डर है कम से कम।
आप अभी भी ये मानते हैं कि इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड सोल्यूशन था, परफेक्ट सोल्यूशन नहीं लेकिन एक कम से कम सोल्यूशन था,
शुरुआत थी सॉल्यूशन की ओर। इसको स्क्रैप करने की जगह सुधारना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है, जो कोई मायने नहीं रखता। देश की हाईएस्ट कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया है इसका मैं सम्मान करता हूँ।
सर, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड से अब हम आते हैं वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की ओर। आप कमेटी में थे, तस्वीर आई, कोविंद जी ने अपनी रिपोर्ट तैयार की, पूरी कमेटी ने, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन। हमें एग्जैक्टली तो पता नहीं कि क्या है, लेकिन आप
वो सार्वजनिक हो चुका है।
नहीं, पर एग्जैक्टली आप क्या सोच रहे हैं कि कैसे करेंगे कैसे आप 2029 में आपको लगता है कि हम लोग वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे?
देखिए, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन कब होगा वो तो देश की पार्लियामेंट तय करेगी, परंतु वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विचार ये है कि इस देश में बार बार चुनाव होते रहे थे। कभी 3 राज्यों के चुनाव होते हैं, कभी 21 साल में 4 राज्यों के होते हैं, 21 साल में 6 राज्यों के होते हैं, 5 साल में एक बार पार्लियामेंट का भी चुनाव हो जाता है और जनता चुनावों में बिजी रहती है। इससे ज़्यादा रिपीटेड खर्चा होता रहता है, रिपीटेड खर्चा होता है। तीसरा, बार बार कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लगने से पॉलिसी मेकिंग की सिस्टम भी प्रभावित होती है, कंटिन्यूटी नहीं रहती है और इसके साथ साथ डेवलपमेंट के सारे काम कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट के कारण रुक जाते हैं। मैं मानता हूँ इससे देश की बहुत बड़ी हानि है। और दूसरा, एक साथ चुनाव होने से खर्चे का व्यय कम होगा, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में सरलता हो जाएगी और जनता भी कंफ्यूजन के बगैर जिसको चाहेगी उसको 5 साल के लिए काम सौंपकर देश के विकास के काम में लग जाएगी, अपने परिवार को समृद्ध बनाने के काम में लग जाएगी। तो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन एक सॉल्यूशन है। देश इसी रास्ते पर 1960 तक लगभग चला। फिर इंदिरा जी ने सरकारें गिराना शुरू की, सरकारें गिर गई तो जनरल इलेक्शन और स्टेट के इलेक्शनों का गणित बिगड़ गया और एक के बाद एक राज्य जनरल इलेक्शन से अलग होते रहे। अगर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन होता है तो इस देश में एक ही तिथि होगी जिस तिथि पर विधानसभा और लोकसभा की रचना हो जाएगी, काम समाप्त। बाकी सारा 5 साल तक जिसको जनता बागडोर सौंपती है वो चलाते रहें। मैं मानता हूँ इससे हमारी डेमोक्रेसी बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ दी।
सर, पर ये भी तो फैक्ट है ना कि जितने लोग आपको इस वक्त देख रहे हैं आज तक पर, इंडिया टुडे पे, टीवी में, सोशल में, डिजिटल में, उन सब के बीच में आपकी इमेज बनी एक चुनावी चाणक्य के तौर पे। हम सब जानते हैं कि आपको चुनाव लड़ने लड़ाने में बड़ा मजा आता है। अब 5 साल में एक बार होगा तो बाकी टाइम आपको लगेगा कि उतना एक्साइटमेंट जो बना रहता है चुनाव को लेके, फिर तो एक ही बार हो गया।
हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी, आपका बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है। 5 साल आप क्या करोगे भैया, एक ही बार हो जाएगा तो।
नहीं, ये बात तो सही है। मेरे को जितने भी लोग हमारे
हम
साथ
तो काम करेंगे, सत्ता में होंगे तो सरकार चलाएंगे, ऑपोजिशन में हो तो विरोध पक्ष का काम करेंगे। हम तो काम करेंगे, पार्टी को बढ़ाएंगे, मगर आपके लिए बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है। ये बात सही है आपकी।
नहीं, ये बात सही है क्योंकि जितना मज़ा हम लोगों को डेटा में, सेफोलॉजी में, इलेक्शन में, घूमने फिरने में, जब भी मेट में आता है और जितना नेता से भी सीखने को मिलता है। बाकी टाइम पे तो नेता एकदम मंत्री होता है, चुनाव के टाइम पे वो वनरेबल होता है। उस टाइम पे
ठहरो, इतना ग्रॉस स्टेटमेंट। ये कोई सीखने नहीं आते हैं, हमारे पास सिखाने आते हैं। ये अलग है, हम सीखते नहीं हैं इनसे।
ऐसे कभी जिंदगी में कोई गलती कर सकता है अमित शाह साहब को कुछ सिखाने, ऐसी जरूरत ना, ऐसी गलती नहीं। सर, मैं सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट पे आना चाहता हूँ। ये तो आपका बहुत टाइम से तैयार था, चुनाव से ऐन पहले लेके आ गए। ये तो कभी भी आप पहले भी ले आते, क्या ये चुनाव से ऐसे पहले लाएं कि थोड़ा सा एक हिंदू मुस्लिम या मेजॉरिटी माइनॉरिटी टाइप का हो जाए, वो अनसेटल हो जाए, आपका वोट पोलराइज हो जाए, पहले ले आते आप इसको?
ऐसा है राहुल जी, आप मुझे लगता है लेजिस्लेटिव प्रोसीजर को ढंग से स्टडी ही नहीं करते हो। 2019 में कानून पारित हो गया है। बार बार मैंने कहा है कि पार्लियामेंट ने पारित किया कानून है, पत्थर पर लकीर है, ये होगा ही होगा। अब कहाँ सस्पेंस बचा है? 5 साल पहले कानून पारित हो गया था, अब सिर्फ रूल्स बनाए हैं। हमारी विल हमने 2019 के चुनाव के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के घोषणा पत्र में घोषित कर दी थी कि हम अगर बहुमत में आते हैं तो सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट लेकर आएंगे। आते ही सरकार ने अगस्त 2019 में ये बिल पारित कर दिया। राज्यसभा में भी पारित हुआ, लोकसभा में भी पारित हुआ। कहाँ कंफ्यूजन था? कंफ्यूजन ही नहीं था। टाइमिंग का क्वेश्चन डज नॉट अराइज। सवाल इतना है कि इस पर मर्ड डालने के लिए टाइमिंग का क्वेश्चन खड़ा किया जा रहा है। सबको मालूम था कि आने वाला है और मैंने कभी नहीं कहा कि इस मामले पर हम पीछे हटेंगे। मैंने हर बार कहा ये पत्थर पर लकीर है और ये होकर रहेगा।
सर, संविधान में लिखा है कि देश का कानून किसी भी एक धर्म के खिलाफ कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं करेगा, भेदभाव नहीं करेगा। सवाल ये पूछा जा रहा है कि अगर क्रिश्चियंस आ सकते हैं, पारसी आ सकते हैं,
एक सेकंड,
हिंदू आ सकते हैं,
राहुल,
सिख आ सकते हैं,
ये आपका अपना सवाल है या विपक्ष के लोगों का? ये स्पष्ट करो। दोनों का। तो मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ क्या है?
नहीं, मेरा सवाल का सुन लीजिए।
पहले मेरे सवाल का जवाब दो ना भैया। मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ क्या है? आप नहीं समर्थन करते हो?
मैं तो यूसीसी का समर्थक हूँ, एकदम यूसीसी होना चाहिए।
तो ओवैसी को भी पूछो, धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होना चाहिए, वो कहने वाले मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ का समर्थन करते हैं। क्या समझ रखा है सबको? किसी में सोच नहीं है क्या? मैं बताता हूं क्यों इसमें 5 ही धर्मों को लिया गया है। एक कटु वास्तविकता है, होना नहीं चाहिए था। हमारी पार्टी तो उस वक्त थी ही नहीं। अगर होती निर्णायक स्थिति में तो हम कभी इस देश का बंटवारा नहीं करते। इस देश का बंटवारा नहीं होना चाहिए। परंतु दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि इस देश का बंटवारा हुआ, धर्म के आधार पर हुआ। और जब बंटवारा की घोषणा की गई, हजारों दोनों ओर से लोग वहां से यहाँ से वहां गए। ट्रेन की ट्रेनें कटी हुई आई, महिलाओं के साथ अत्याचार हुए, छोटी छोटी बच्चियों के साथ अत्याचार हुए। उस वक्त हमारे सारे नेता देश के, महात्मा गांधी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, राजेंद्र प्रसाद, सरदार पटेल, मौलाना आजाद, सब ने कहा कि भाई जहां है वहां रह जाइए। अगर आपको बाद में भारत में आना है तो आपका स्वागत है, हम आपको नागरिकता देंगे। वो कहने का उद्देश्य ये था कि उस वक्त आपाधापी में आने से लोगों की जान न चली जाए। थोड़ा स्थिरता आने के बाद आई है। स्थिरता आने के बाद क्या हुआ मैं बताता हूं। पाकिस्तान में आजादी के वक्त 23% हिंदू थे, 23%। आज 2.7% है। कहां गए भाई?
धर्म परिवर्तन
23 से 2.7 कहां गए? धर्म परिवर्तन हो गया। बेशुमार अत्याचार हुए, महिलाओं के साथ बलात्कार हुए, बच्चियों को उठा ले गया, बालिग बच्चियों के साथ निकाह पढ़ लिया गया। वो कहां जाए? वो भारत की शरण में आए। बांग्लादेश में लगभग 23% हिंदू थे, आज 10% से कम बचे हैं। कहां गए? या तो भारत की शरण में आए या तो उनका धर्म परिवर्तन हो गया, अपना सम्मान, अपनी मान्यता खोकर आज जी रहे हैं। और 2 लाख से ज्यादा 1990 में सिख और हिंदू अफगानिस्तान में थे, आज 378 है। कहां गए? और वो लोग अपना धर्म, अपना सम्मान, अपने परिवार की महिलाओं की इज्जत बचाने के लिए भारत की शरण में आए हैं। और ये कहते हैं हम इनको नागरिकता न दें। क्यों न दें? इनका अधिकार है। उनका अधिकार जितना मेरा और आपका है उतना ही अधिकार इस शरणार्थियों का है और वो देना चाहिए।
सर, जब पिछली बार आपका इंटरव्यू हुआ था एजेंडा आज तक और कॉन्क्लेव के मंच पे, आपने कहा था कि जो हिंदू हैं, जो पीड़ित हैं, बांग्लादेश में हो या पाकिस्तान में, अफगान, कहाँ जाएं? यही देश है, यहीं पे आएंगे। लेकिन क्रिश्चियंस के भी तो अपने देश हैं, थियोक्रेटिक देश हैं, वो तो वहाँ भी जा सकते। उनको
हमने नहीं रोका है, वहाँ चले जाए। भौगोलिक सीमा हमारे साथ सटी है, इसलिए हम यहाँ बुला रहे हैं। एक और आप कहते हो एक धर्म क्यों छूट गया, अब पूछते हो कि एक धर्म क्यों जोड़ा। आपको छूटने से तकलीफ है या जोड़ने से तकलीफ है?
मेरे को प्रिंसिपल का सवाल है कि सेम
प्रिंसिपल का सवाल नहीं है। ये तीनों राष्ट्र जहां से शरणार्थियों को हमने स्वागत किया है, ये तीनों राष्ट्र घोषित इस्लामिक स्टेट है। इनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लिखा है कि वी आर इस्लामिक स्टेट। इस्लामिक स्टेट में मुस्लिम पर धार्मिक प्रताड़ना हो सकती है क्या?
नहीं, पर सेक्टेरियन तो हो सकता है।
क्या
सेक्टेरियन? जैसे अहमदी, शिया, सुन्नी, उस तरह।
वो भी मुस्लिम है वहां की व्याख्या में।
नहीं, पर जैसे पाकिस्तान,
ये तो होने को तो हर जगह भूख है दुनिया में, सबको नहीं ला सकते। परंतु ये तीनों देश घोषित इस्लामिक स्टेट है। वहां इस्लाम के अनुयायियों पर प्रताड़ना नहीं हो सकती, धर्म परिवर्तन हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वो तो इस्लामिक ही है। बाकी सारे धर्म जो वहाँ विद्यमान थे, सारों को शरण देने का हमने फैसला किया है और उसमें कोई अनुचित नहीं है। 1950 से भारत का जो वादा था, वो वादे को कांग्रेस ने नहीं पूरा किया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा किया। ये अपीसमेंट की, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, पर जैसे पाकिस्तान अधिकृत कश्मीर को हम लोग इंडिया मानते, अखंड भारत का हिस्सा मानते, वहाँ पे अगर किसी का उत्पीड़न हो रहा हो या फिर कोई बलोच हो जो कि वहीं की परिस्थितियों से परेशान है, उसका एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हो रहा है,
भाई पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर भारत का हिस्सा है, इसमें हिंदू मुसलमान का सवाल पैदा ही नहीं होता है। वहाँ जो मुसलमान है वो भी हमारे हैं, वहाँ जो हिंदू है वो भी हमारे हैं।
ये बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं आप।
बड़ी बात क्या है, मैं पार्लियामेंट में बोला हूँ।
नहीं कि अगर पीओ
शो को बड़ा मत बताओ, मैं फिर से कह देता हूँ, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर भारत का हिस्सा है, वहाँ का मुसलमान भी हमारा है, वहाँ का हिंदू भी हमारा है।
लेकिन अगर कोई बलोच हो, बलोच पे या फिर रोहिंग्या, अगर जो फर्ज कीजिए काफ़ी सारा वहाँ पे लोकल गवर्नमेंट उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई
राहुल जी, ऐसा है, इतने बड़े ब्रॉड फैसले एक दो को देखकर नहीं लिए जा सकते हैं। पॉलिसी जब बनती है तब मेजर प्रॉब्लम के सॉल्यूशन के लिए बनती है। अगर कोई बलोच होगा, कोई हमें अप्रोच करेगा तो सोचेंगे उस पर। इसके कारण इतने सारे शरणार्थी जो करोड़ों लोग आए, इनकी जिंदगी को काहे को बर्बाद कर रहे हो भाई, बलोच बलोच कर कर। वो अपना वोट नहीं दे सकते, वो अपना घर नहीं खरीद सकते, उनको नौकरी नहीं मिलती। घर खरीदना है तो बंगाली हिंदू जो बांग्लादेश से आए अपने कोई रिलेटिव के नाम पर खरीदते हैं, वो रिलेटिव मर जाता है, बच्चे क्लेम कर देते हैं, फिर झगड़े होते हैं। इनकी प्रताड़ना कभी देखी है आपने? ये नेताओं के इंटरव्यू करने की जगह जो अफगानिस्तान से सिख हमारे सिरसा लेकर आया था और बाकी सारे जो शरणार्थी हैं, इनका इंटरव्यू करो तो मालूम पड़ेगा इनका दर्द क्या है।
वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री ने पीसी की, वो तो कह रहे हैं कि जेब कतरे, चोरी, ये वो सब बढ़ जाएगा अगर आप सीए लेके आ जाए।
ऐसा है, आप केजरीवाल जी कुछ पढ़े बगैर बोलने के लिए माहिर व्यक्ति है। इन्होंने कानून ही नहीं पढ़ा है। हमने कानून में 31 दिसंबर 2014 तक जो शरणार्थी आए हैं इसके लिए ये कानून है। तो 31 दिसंबर 2014 में यहाँ गए, वो तो ऑलरेडी यहाँ है। और ये शरणार्थियों को जेब कतरे, रैपिस्ट, ये कहना ठीक नहीं है। मैं केजरीवाल को इतना ही कहता हूँ कि इतने बांग्लादेश और रोहिंग्या से घुसपैठिए आए हैं, इनके लिए एक लफ्ज़ बोले होते तो थोड़े न्यूट्रल थे। घुसपैठिए और शरणार्थी में बड़ा अंतर है। जो यहाँ पर घुस कर आता है, गैर कानून तरीके से आता है, जिस पर कोई प्रताड़ना होने के बावजूद भी आता है, वो घुसपैठिया है। देश इसको स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता। और जो शरण में आता है, धार्मिक प्रताड़ना के कारण आता है, अपने परिवार की बच्चियों की आबरू की रक्षा के लिए आता है, अपने धर्म की रक्षा के लिए आता है, इसको घुसपैठियों के साथ कभी भी इसका कंपैरिजन नहीं कर सकते। अभी अभी अफगानिस्तान में जब निजाम बदला, सैकड़ों सिख भाई सर पर गुरुद्वारा रख कर आए थे। मैंने उनकी आंखों का दर्द देखा है, मेरे घर पर आकर मुझे मिले थे। किसी को पसंद नहीं है अपना देश छोड़कर, अपनी संपत्ति छोड़कर, अपना गांव छोड़कर आना, परंतु मजबूर हो जाते हैं। जब इनके लिए भी हम नहीं सोचेंगे, इतनी संवेदना नहीं रखेंगे, तो हम तो ऐसी राजनीति नहीं करते हैं। ये हमारे देश का वादा था जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूरा किया है और इसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं।
सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट के रूल्स तो नोटिफाई हो गए, अब एनआरसी को लेके आपकी क्या सोच है? क्योंकि वो आपका जो एक पुराना बयान है ना कि सीक्वेंस समझिए, क्रोनोलॉजी समझिए, वो बड़ा वायरल करवा रहे हैं विपक्ष वाले।
मैं चुनाव के बाद समझाऊंगा। मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूँ कि सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में एनआरसी का कोई जीन्स या वायरस अवेलेबल नहीं है। ऑल टुगेदर एक अलग कानून है। इसमें नागरिकता छीनने का कोई प्रावधान नहीं है, नागरिकता देने का प्रावधान है। इस देश की माइनॉरिटी को ऑपोजिशन भड़का रहा है। मैं मुस्लिम भाइयों बहनों को करबद्ध विनंती करता हूं, इनका मत मानिएगा। ये फिर से एक बार आपसे पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं। सीएए से किसी भी व्यक्ति की नागरिकता जा नहीं सकती। जो शरणार्थी आए हैं इनको नागरिकता मिल सकती है और ये बहुत थम है। मैं कहता हूं कानून को डाउनलोड करिए, सभी भाषा में उपलब्ध है, आप भी पढ़ पाएंगे और इसको समझिए।
सर, सीए से तो किसी का जो सिटीजनशिप है वो नहीं जाएगा, ये सही बात है। कभी ना कभी चुनाव के बाद आपने कहा कि एनआरसी आएगी जिसमें रजिस्ट्री।
मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है एनआरसी आएगा, इसका जवाब मैं बाद में दूंगा। एक
अभी नहीं देना।
मैंने कहा
नहीं, मेरे को सवाल,
मैं राहुल भाई बहुत सोच समझकर बोलने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ। मैं आपके सवाल को भी समझता हूँ, मेरे जवाब को भी समझता हूँ। मैंने ऐसा कभी नहीं कहा आएगा। मैंने ऐसा कहा ये सवाल का जवाब मैं चुनाव के बाद दूंगा।
इस वक्त का एक बड़ा सवाल सभी के जहन में यह है कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तीसरी सरकार बनती है तो सरकार के एजेंडे में क्या रहेगा, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला कि तैयार हो जाइए, बड़े ऐलान होने वाले हैं और 100 दिन का एजेंडा तैयार है, हम बड़े फैसले लेने वाले हैं। सर थोड़ा सा इंडिकेट कर दीजिए कि क्या तैयारी करनी है भाई हम लोगों को,
देखिए
क्या फैसले होंगे?
भाजपा का चुनाव घोषणा पत्र में आ रहे सारे एजेंडे को हम क्लियर करेंगे। हम 1950 से चुनाव घोषणा पत्र घोषित करते हैं, इसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी बनी है। हमारे घोषणा पत्र में था कि हम धारा 370 हटाएंगे। देश की जनता ने जब हमें पूर्ण बहुमत दिया, हमने धारा 370 को देश के संविधान से हटा कर, हमारे घोषणा पत्र में था कि हम राम मंदिर बनाएंगे अयोध्या में, कोई सहमत नहीं था, हमने बनाया, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी। हमारे घोषणा पत्र में था हम ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त कर देंगे, हमने ट्रिपल तलाक को समाप्त कर दिया। हमारे घोषणा पत्र में था हम यूसीसी लाने का प्रयास करेंगे, आर्टिकल 44 को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। हमारी उत्तराखंड सरकार ने एक शुरुआत की है और वो हमने पूरा किया है। हमारे घोषणा पत्र में था कि हम सीए लाएंगे, हमने फिर से सीए को इंट्रोड्यूस रूल्स बनाकर चुनाव के पहले हमारा वादा समाप्त कर दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वादे क्या है वो हमारे घोषणा पत्र में आएंगे, परंतु एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट बता देता हूँ, ये 10 साल में मोदी जी ने देश के 60 करोड़ लोगों के जीवन को स्थायित्व दिया है, सुखी बनाया है और सभी प्राथमिक सुविधाओं से युक्त किया है। आज देश के 60 करोड़ लोगों को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अनाज मिला है, घर में टॉयलेट मिला है, घर में ही नल से जल मिल गया है, गैस का सिलेंडर मिला है, 5 लाख तक का सारा इनका अनाज और इलाज स्वास्थ्य का फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हो रहा है और हर किसान के बैंक अकाउंट में बेसिक इनपुट के लिए 6,000 रुपया हर साल जमा हो रहा है। ये बड़ा काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार ने इस देश को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हब बनाया है, ढेर सारी सीरीज ऑफ पॉलिसी लाकर, जिससे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए आज फेवरेट डेस्टिनेशन पूरी दुनिया में भारत बना है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश को 11वें नंबर के अर्थतंत्र से 5वें नंबर के अर्थतंत्र पर ले जाकर देश को समृद्ध किया है। और मैं देश की जनता को कहना चाहता हूँ, ये मोदी गारंटी है, तीसरी टर्म दे दीजिए, आप समर्थन कर दीजिए, देश तीसरे नंबर की आर्थिक ताकत बनेगा, इसमें कोई संशय रखने की जरूरत नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने देश को सुरक्षित किया है, आतंकवाद पर नकेल कसी है, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर कर हमने पड़ोसियों को कठोर जवाब दिया है, नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने की दिशा में गए हैं, नारकोटिक्स को समाप्त किया है और देश को सुरक्षित किया है। और अब मोदी जी ने कहा है कि अगले 25 साल तक देश की 130 करोड़ की जनता अपने आप को तैयार कर ले। 15 अगस्त 2047 को ये देश आत्मनिर्भर होगा, ये देश विकसित भारत होगा और ये देश दुनिया में नंबर 1 पर होगा। इसके लिए हमें अपने आप को तैयार करना, इससे बड़ी कोई घोषणा ही नहीं हो सकती।
सर, बीजेपी की विचारधारा के 3 अहम पहलू थे। आर्टिकल 370 वो आपने कर दिया, राम मंदिर वो आपने कर दिया, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड जो कि उत्तराखंड में हो गया, आपने एक टेम्पलेट बना दिया, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बाकी स्टेट्स में करेंगे। आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा अनफिनिश्ड एजेंडा क्या है? क्या काशी विश्वनाथ में या मथुरा में मंदिर बनाना उसका हिस्सा है? आपके लिए अनफिनिश्ड एजेंडा आप किसको मानते हैं?
देखो राहुल भाई, आप लोगों का एक प्रॉब्लम है, जब तक धारा 370 हटी नहीं थी, राम मंदिर बना नहीं था, काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर नहीं बना था, सीए आया नहीं था, ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त नहीं होता, यूसीसी आया नहीं था, आप हमेशा कहते कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ डेवलपमेंट का कोई एजेंडा ही नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये डिवीज़न करने वाले एजेंडा के आधार पर आगे बढ़ती है। मैं देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूँ, ये डिवीज़न करने वाले एजेंडा नहीं है। ये सारे एजेंडा देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, देश के सम्मान के साथ जुड़े हुए और देश की संस्कृति को नई चमक और पहल देने वाले एजेंडा हैं। वो हमारे एजेंडा थे, हमने समाप्त कर दिया। अगर आपकी वो बात को याद रखें कि हमेशा हम इसके आधार पर जीते हैं, जीतते थे, तो अब तो हमारे पास से तो जीतने का मंत्र ही समाप्त हो गया। अब तो हम चुनाव हार जाने चाहिए। वास्तविकता ये है कि हम इसके आधार पर चुनाव जीतते ही नहीं थे। हम बार बार चुनाव हमारे परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर जीतते थे। हमारे चुनाव जीतने का आधार ना ही हमारे एजेंडे के हिस्से थे, ना जातिवाद था, ना परिवारवाद था, ना तुष्टीकरण था। हम हमारे परफॉर्मेंस से चुनाव जीतते थे। मोदी जी ने इस देश की राजनीति से जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, तुष्टीकरण और भ्रष्टाचार को समाप्त कर पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस को एस्टैब्लिश किया है, और यही सही डेमोक्रेसी है।
सर, एक जो आरोप लगता था भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे पहले कि इस तरह के जो बयान आते हैं, अलग अलग कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बदल देंगे या फिर नथुराम गोडसे को लेके, अब
एक सेकंड, ऐसे
मेरा बात तो सुनिए,
जवाब दिए बगैर बात नहीं जा सकती। एक सांसद ने बयान दिया, हमने तुरंत अपने आप को बयान से अलग कर दिया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, और उसको नोटिस भेज दी। राहुल गांधी के सांसद ने बयान दिया, इस देश के 2 टुकड़े करो, नॉर्थ इंडिया, साउथ इंडिया, आप उनके लिए एक शब्द नहीं बोलते हो। इससे ज्यादा बायस जर्नलिज्म हो ही नहीं सकता। 2 दिन आपने एजेंडा चलाया, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बदल देंगे, और भारत के डिवीजन पर 2 शो नहीं किए। क्या बात कर रहे हो? हम देखते नहीं है, आंख मूंद कर रहते हैं। जवाब देना पड़ेगा आपको भी, देश की जनता को, कि आपका एजेंडा क्या है। ऐसे नहीं चलता है राहुल भाई।
मेरा सवाल ये था कि जिन जिन लोगों ने इस तरह के बयान दिया, आपने तो उनका टिकट काट दिया। मतलब आप जो यहाँ बैठे हैं सारे के सारे, कुछ को टिकट मिल गई, कुछ टिकट की उम्मीद में है, उनको आप बड़ा क्लियर मैसेज दे रहे हैं कि भाई एकदम लाइन टू लाइन बैटिंग करो। थोड़ा सा आपने दाएं बाएं बोला तो टिकट भी कट सकती है। जितने भी मोटर माउथ एमपी थे, सबकी टिकट काट दिया।
देखिए, पार्टी की डिसिप्लिन में मुझे भी रहना पड़ेगा, सबको रहना पड़ेगा भाई। पार्टी की डिसिप्लिन एक होती है, पार्टी की पॉलिसी के बाहर कोई ग्रॉस स्टेटमेंट नहीं कर सकते।
सर, हम लोग पश्चिम बंगाल की तरफ आते हैं, क्योंकि चुनाव बाकी जगहों पे तो मतलब कुछ कुछ स्टेट्स में तो लग रहा है कि चुनाव हो भी रहा है, नहीं भी हो रहा, मतलब आप ही लड़ रहे हैं, विपक्ष तो कुछ कर नहीं रहा। लेकिन पश्चिम बंगाल में लड़ाई चल रही है, मतलब आप पूरी ताकत लगाए हुए हैं। ममता बनर्जी भी मतलब जितना कर सकती हैं। आपको लगता है कि सबसे रोचक, सबसे एक्साइटिंग इलेक्शन अगर कहीं पे है इस बार पश्चिम बंगाल में?
मैं बता देता हूँ, राहुल जी एक्साइटेड है, कोई एक्साइटेड होगा नहीं। पश्चिम बंगाल में हम 25 से ज़्यादा सीटें जीतेंगे, वास्तविकता है, और ये हो के रहे।
आपको लगता है कि संदेश खली से एक माहौल बना, जैसे नंदीग्राम, सिंगूर के टाइम पे हुआ, आपने उसको यूज किया ममता जी के खिलाफ?
संदेश खाली तो एक शरीर में जब रोग होता है, जब कैंसर होता है, तो कैंसर की गांठ बड़ी हो जाती है, तब बाहर दिखती है। संदेश खाली तो एक बाहर आया हुआ परपोटा है। वहाँ पूरी व्यवस्था एक खोखली हो गई है। स्टेट जब तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर चले, स्टेट जब वोट बैंक की राजनीति के आधार पर चले, ना लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ठीक हो सकता है, ना डेवलपमेंट सिमेट्रिक हो सकता है, ना स्टेट का भविष्य उज्जवल हो सकता है। वहाँ पर घुसपैठ भी करा रहे हैं। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर घुसपैठ पश्चिम बंगाल में हो रही है, वोट बैंक बढ़ाने के लिए। वोट बैंक बढ़ाने के लिए अपनी वोट बैंक के सारे गुनाहों को दबाया जा रहा है। लाखों करोड़ों रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार हो रहे हैं। किसी मंत्री के घर से 51 करोड़ रुपए आने के बाद राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री ईडी पर सवाल उठाती है, अपने मंत्री पर सवाल नहीं उठाती है। 51 करोड़ कहां से आया, इसका तो जवाब पूछो। 51 करोड़ रुपया कांग्रेस पार्टी के सांसद के घर से 350 करोड़ रुपया मिलते हैं, और दूसरे दिन प्रेस होती है कि हम पर प्रताड़ना होती है। अब 350 करोड़ जिसके घर से कैश मिले, वो बेचारे सांसद पर ईडी ने रेड किया, इसको एक क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं। भैया, ये बात कभी ना कभी जनता जानती है, समझती है।
सर, ईडी और सीबीआई का चूंकि आपने जिक्र किया, उसमें एक फैक्ट ये है कि कुछ तो जैसे बहुत सारा पैसा निकल आया एमपी साहब के पास, वो बेचारे सांसद पकड़े गए, उनको जवाब देना है। पर यह भी हकीकत है कि कुछ ऐसे पॉलिटिशियंस हैं अलग अलग स्टेट्स में जिनके खिलाफ काफ़ी ज़ोर शोर से इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही थी, फिर बीजेपी में आए, फिर उतने ज़ोर शोर से इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं चलती है।
ऐसा नहीं होता है। मैं स्पष्ट कर देता हूँ देश की जनता के सामने, एक भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करने वाले राजनेता का ईडी या सीबीआई ने केस क्लोज नहीं किया है। जो आए हैं वो सारे चार्जशीट होने के बाद आए हैं। इनका प्रोसीडिंग चल रहा है, कहीं पर भी केस विड्रॉल नहीं हुआ है। एक भी उदाहरण हो तो राहुल भाई आप खोज कर मुझे ट्वीट करना, मैं ट्वीट पर जवाब दूंगा, जिससे सार्वजनिक को सवाल और जवाब दोनों।
सर, वो केस क्लोज करना एक चीज है, वो केस को आप ऐसे खुला ही छोड़ दो तो वो भी तो एक तलवार की तरह है ना।
सब केस लो है। चिदम्बरम साहब को 5 साल हो गए, क्या हो रहा है? ये हमारे जुडिशियल प्रोसीजर की थोड़ी गड़बड़ है, जिसको सुधारने के लिए हम 3 कानून लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें 3 साल के बाद सभी को सजा मिलने वाली है। ये कानून के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बाद 3 साल में सभी को सजा। ये तो हमारी कोर्ट प्रोसीजर का मामला है, इसमें पॉलिटिकल विल का मामला नहीं है। चार्जशीट होने के बाद काम कोर्ट का है।
वो के कविता जो कि केसीआर की बेटी हैं, उनका अरेस्ट हुआ, विपक्षी आरोप लगा रहा है कि ये मिसयूज ऑफ एजेंसीज है, इसको आप कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं? काफी देर से अरेस्ट पड़ा था, अब इलेक्शन
तो कब का चल रहा था केस भाई? मिसयूज ऑफ एजेंसी का सवाल नहीं है, टाइमिंग क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन का टाइमिंग इलेक्शन के टाइम टेबल को देखकर नहीं चलता है। कब का चल रहा था? वो यहाँ पर 3-4 बार धरने भी कर चुकी हैं महिला शक्ति की जागृति के लिए।
सो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री बार बार बोल रहे हैं कि गृह मंत्री मेरे को अरेस्ट करा देंगे, अरेस्ट करा देंगे, अरेस्ट कर, मैं अभी अरेस्ट होने वाला हूँ, कल अरेस्ट होने वाला हूँ।
उनको मालूम है कोई देश का गृह मंत्री अरेस्ट नहीं करता है, एक पीआई या पीएसआई अरेस्ट करता है, इतना भी उनको मालूम नहीं है। कभी मैं नहीं कर सकता है यार, कोर्ट का ऑर्डर होगा और पीआई और पीएसआई करेंगे अरेस्ट।
पर होंगे केजरीवाल अरेस्ट है? पर होंगे केजरीवाल अरेस्ट?
देखिए, आप ईडी का सवाल मुझे पूछ रहे हो, मैं कैसे जवाब दे दूँ भाई? ये सवाल ईडी को पूछना है, वो जाएंगे तो, अभी तो जाते नहीं है, कोऑपरेट नहीं करते, ऐसा मैंने अखबारों में पढ़ा है, आपकी चैनल पर भी देखा है। अब वो जाएंगे तो क्या करेंगे, वो तो ईडी वालों को मालूम होगा।
सर, चुनाव हमारे सर पे हैं, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर कैसे अपॉइंट होंगे, इस पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रूलिंग दी, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि एक मिनट
हाँ, रूलिंग इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ऐसे नहीं दी है। रूलिंग ऐसे दी थी कि सरकार इस पर एक कानून लेकर आए, जिससे एक व्यक्ति के आधार पर, मतलब देश के प्रधानमंत्री अकेले न करें, कोई कमेटी हो, इसकी सर्च की प्रक्रिया हो और बाद में इलेक्शन कमीशन का अपॉइंटमेंट हो। मीनवाइल नहीं होता है तब तक चीफ जस्टिस, लीडर ऑपोजिशन और प्रधानमंत्री तय करें। मीनवाइल गैप भरने की बात थी, कानून हम लेकर आए, संसद ने पारित कर दिया, गैप भर गया, कमेटी की मीटिंग हो गई और इलेक्शन कमीशन अपॉइंट हुए। अब बताइए क्या पूछना है?
सर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि देश का चुनाव, ये देश दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी हमारा लोकतंत्र है, और ये देश का चुनाव इस तरीके से हो कि फेयर भी हो और फेयर दिखे भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर कमेटी ऐसी हो कि एक प्रधानमंत्री हो, एक कोई जज हो, एक विपक्ष का लीडर हो, तो 1-1-1 बैलेंस्ड है। अगर 2 सरकार के मंत्री हो, एक विपक्ष का नेता हो, तो 2 वर्सेस 1। तो ये पहला वाला फॉर्मूला जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का था, वो ज़्यादा फेयर नहीं था।
देखिए, निर्णय देश की संसद ने करना है कि क्या होगा, और देश की संसद ने कानून बनाया है। अब उसको, कानून को भी कोई ना कोई चैलेंज करेगा, देखेंगे क्या होगा।
सर, क्योंकि वक्त ख़त्म हो रहा है, तो मैं आपसे वो पूछना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी की जो यात्रा निकली ईस्ट से वेस्ट तक, वो बार बार सड़क चलते पूछ रहे लोगों को कि अपनी जात बताओ, कास्ट क्या है तुम्हारी, कास्ट क्या है, क्या जात है। उनका आरोप ये है कि एक तो बीजेपी ये सेंसस नहीं करा रही कास्ट का, उसको वो बहुत अहम मानते हैं। दूसरा, उनका कहना है कि जितने भी IAS अधिकारी हैं या जो सीनियर अधिकारी हैं, उसमें ज़्यादा अपर कास्ट के लोग हैं, जो दलित हैं, पिछड़े हैं, SC ST, उनको इतना मौका नहीं मिलता। तो उस पर आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, राहुल गांधी को कुछ NGO कुछ पकड़ा देते हैं और बेचारे बोलते रहते हैं। आप इनके स्टेटमेंट का एनालिसिस करिए। देश का प्रधानमंत्री OBC है, इनको दिखाई नहीं पड़ता। देश की कैबिनेट में 27 मंत्री OBC है, उनको दिखाई नहीं पड़ता, और वो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी गिनने में लगे हैं। अभी मैं आपको बताता हूँ, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी की आयु करीब करीब 52 के आसपास होती है। राहुल भैया, 52 साल पहले हम भर्ती नहीं करते थे, आप भर्ती करते थे, वो आकर अभी जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी बने। उनको मालूम ही नहीं है वो क्या बोल रहे हैं। ये सारा गणित जो करा रहे हो, तेरे दादों परदादों ने किया हुआ है भैया, हमने नहीं किया है। अब मैं इनको सवाल पूछता हूं, इनकी इतनी सरकारें बनी, जरा आंकड़ा लाए कि कभी भी कांग्रेस ने OBC प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है क्या? कभी 27 मंत्री रखे हैं क्या? कभी मुख्यमंत्री OBC बनाया है क्या? जरा लेकर आओ राहुल बाबा। मैं तो अब एडवाइस दे नहीं सकता, अलग पार्टी के नेता है, उनको जो चिट्ठियां मिलती है उसको जरा क्रॉस चेक कराए, इसका हिंदी अनुवाद कराए। अंग्रेजी में लिखी हुई चिट्ठी हिंदी में बोलते हैं तो बड़ी तकलीफ होती है, उनको तकलीफ, मुझे तकलीफ नहीं होती है।
अमित शाह साहब, आप देश के गृह मंत्री हैं, देश की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। मणिपुर के लोगों को आपका क्या मैसेज है? वहाँ पर इस वक्त स्थिति पहले से बेहतर है, लेकिन एक डिवाइड सा बन गया है समाज में. उस गैप को पाटने के लिए, वो दूरी को जोड़ने के लिए,
देखिए मेरा तो मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है. दोनों कम्युनिटी को, नस्लीय हिंसा से किसी का भला नहीं हुआ है. पूरे उत्तर पूर्व में नस्लीय हिंसा समाप्त हो चुकी है. मणिपुर में भी 6 साल शांति रही, एक भी बंद नहीं था, कर्फ्यू नहीं था, ब्लॉकेड नहीं था, अपहरण नहीं था. दोनों समुदाय एक दूसरे के साथ बैठे बातचीत का प्लेटफॉर्म करें. भारत सरकार मध्यस्थी बनने के लिए तैयार है. हम बिल्कुल पारदर्शिता से, न्यूट्रलिटी के साथ मध्यस्थी करेंगे, मुद्दों का समाधान लाएंगे. हिंसा से सबने हट जाना चाहिए.
आपका इंटरनल नंबर अभी क्या है चुनाव का? 370 आपका एक्सटर्नल नंबर है, इंटरनल नंबर आपका क्या है?
मोदी जी के कहने के बाद बीजेपी में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. 370 से ज्यादा बीजेपी, 400 से ज्यादा एनडीए.
अमित शाह साहब, इस वक्त कुछ लोगों को ये लगता है कि सरकार के जो मंत्री हैं उनको मुश्किल सवाल पसंद नहीं या टेढ़े सवाल पसंद नहीं. वो चाहते हैं कि एक तरीके से उन पे लॉलीपॉप फेंकी जाए, उसको मारे. लेकिन मैं तमाम जो लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं उन सबको बताना चाहता हूँ कि गृह मंत्री साहब ने एक दफ़ा ये नहीं कहा कि ये पूछो, वो मत पूछो, ऐसा करो, वैसा करो. उन्होंने बोला कि जो पूछना है पूछो. और हमने भी अपनी तरफ से जितना हो सका सवाल सारे पूछे और इन्होंने भी जवाब दिए.
मैं भी कहना चाहता हूँ, जैसे वो बोल्डली पूछते हैं, मैं भी ब्लंटली जवाब देता हूँ. आपकी चैनल या आपके लिए कुछ कहा हो तो मन पर न लेना भैया. ये जो मुझे लगता है वो मैंने कह दिया.
ये बार बार मुझे बोलते तुम इलेक्शन मैनेजमेंट चले जाओ. ऐसा सर हमें कुछ नहीं करना. हमें जर्नलिज्म में बड़ा मज़ा आता है. अगर सारे इलेक्शन ही एक हो गए तब तो फिर देखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन अभी तो बहुत मज़ा आता है. गृह मंत्री साहब, आप आए बेबाकी से, आपने तमाम सवालों का जवाब दिया. आपने एक दफ़ा नहीं कहा कि ये मत पूछो, वो मत पूछो, ऐसा करो, वैसा करो. तमाम सवाल हमने पूछे भी और दर्शकों ने इसको देखा. आप जुड़े हमारे साथ, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. जोरदार तालियां देश
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Ladies and gentlemen of the India Today Conclave, can we have a very warm round of applause for the country's Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, for coming and answering so many questions and joining us here at the conclave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Home Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our final keynote session for day 1 of the India Today Conclave.